Good afternoon and welcome to the Parliament Broadcasting Network. We are live on cable channel 11, 105.5 FM and on the internet at www.ttparliament.org. This afternoon, Thursday, October 15th, 2015, we are standing by to bring you live coverage of Day 2 of the Standing Finance Committee, a committee of the House which goes through the appropriation for the financial year 2016. Yesterday was the first day of deliberations of this committee, and it is expected that when the committee continues today at 1:30 p.m., they will be examining the Tobago House of Assembly. Yesterday, this committee focused on the Ministry of National Security, which is head 22, and there are some 41 heads to be considered. Once again, this is the Parliament Broadcasting Network on cable channel 11, 105.5 FM, and on the internet at www.ttparliament.org. This committee is set to begin at 1:30 p.m., so we will go over to the Parliament chamber as we await the arrival of Madam Chairman.
And we're going to resume the Standing Finance Committee meeting. I believe we had determined we would start with the Tobago House of Assembly. And I would like to say that having regard to our pace yesterday, I would want to suggest that we determine up to 7 on the order, which is head, which that will give us the head 02. Okay, so up to head 02 today. In your order, up to number, we'll complete up to number 7 in your order, which will carry us up to head 02.
Madam Chair to you, I did have a brief word with the leader of government business on that matter. And as I indicated, from our experience last year as well, where several of us participated, there are a few ministries that would take much, much more time. But there are several agencies, ministries, and so on, that one can get over in 15 minutes, 20 minutes, as our experience last year showed. So that if you give yourself a number per day, it may include ministries that would not take a long time. Also, it may include the bigger ones where there will be much more queries, so that instead of setting it up with numbers, I suspect that we can continue, particularly with the big ones, and then work out the others. But I'd prefer not to mark it by number that way, because then you may crush something that is big and you really want to focus an investigation on.
Well, I think, Honourable Member of Europe, which issue sort of anticipated me, because I was going to say item 7 or midnight, whichever is the later.
Madam, we also have an arrangement with the government that will finish at 8, so I don't know if you would also...
Well, the thing about it is, while I respect all arrangements, and I believe it's your house, we have a process to manage. And with all due respect to everybody, I don't think we managed it very well yesterday. And therefore, in light of that, with everything in life, sometimes we have to make some adjustments. And the adjustments, sometimes we have to make are harsh ones. But let's see. Yes, Honourable Member for...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Finance.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you very much. The last year, as far as I can recall, was the first time we examined the estimates under the new system. and your predecessor had made the point that we have 5 days to complete approximately 50 heads, and had said up front that he was going to do 10 heads a day in order to get through the 50. So that these issues, Madam Speaker, have already been well ventilated in this chamber. And your predecessor, I think, adopted the correct approach that we should try to get through 10 heads a day. Otherwise, we'll reach the 5th day. We've only done 5 out of 50 heads, and then we reach the situation where the other 45 would have to be done in 5 minutes. So that I would suggest that you're absolutely right, Madam Speaker. We need to be flexible, of course. We need to also be cognizant of the fact that if we spend too long on one head, it will leave no time for other heads, which could be equally important. So we should really try to do 10 per day. And since we only did 3/4 of one yesterday, we now probably have to do 12 a day between now and the end.
Okay, so I believe we can start. I believe the head we're going to consider is the Tobago House of Assembly, Head 15. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, $2,748,800,000. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,748,800,000 for Head 15, the Tobago House of Assembly, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of... might I...
yeah, go ahead.
Please. Honorable members, the sum of $2,748,800,000 for Head 15, the Tobago House of Assembly, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. So we move to subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Division 1, Assembly Legislature. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Honorable Member for Oropus East.
On the heading of 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, you have an estimate of $9.3 billion. The revised estimate for 2015 was it $8.6 billion?
Honorable Member for Oropouche, might I ask, we are on page 11 of the Revenue and Expenditure, draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and the Tobago House of Assembly. We are on page 11.
Oh, you're not taking it from the...
We thought that you were there on the recurrent expenditure.
You're not on recurrent expenditure. We started with that first yesterday.
But that was yesterday.
This is recurrent expenditure.
Under recurrent expenditure, you have
Page
Tobago House of
11.
Assembly at page 58.
Look at, no, you're looking at the wrong thing.
No.
Revenue expenditure, THA.
So it's not in the...
Honorable members, the correct book is statutory boards and similar bodies of the Tobago House of Assembly. So we are at page 11, subhead 01, personal expenditure.
And what is this about this,
Tobago House of Assembly on the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the other book that we were using yesterday. So which one are we going to start with? This one?
I've
On
just...
page 11?
We are on head 15, Honorable Member
Yeah.
for Caroni East.
Yeah.
You're on page...
Page 11.
All right.
Honorable Member for Old
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to get an understanding, and when I say the figure, we'll be very clear where we are. Page 11.
Yes.
You have for general administration, for personal expenditure, an actual in 2014 of 3.9, and you have an estimate for 2016 of 5.2. What would account for that increase when the revised estimate in 2015 was 4? So you have an increase of $1.2 million for the personal expenditure.
In similar fashion to the other heads we examined yesterday, this would be a combination of arrears of salary, increased salaries, and other factors, and I'll provide that information to the member, similarly as to the undertaking I gave yesterday. In due course, it will be provided.
Can I just remind members, and it may have escaped us, I believe the undertaking of the Honorable Minister of Finance, when it came to personal expenditure, is a blanket
across the board for every single entity. So it will be provided for every single entity.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Member for Carolyn East.
Madam Chair, I just want to look at, I know we're going into the details of the expenditure here, but the summary of it is on page 10 of the book, and which shows the government subvention to the Tobago House of Assembly. What was in 2014, 1.948, what was in 2015, the revised estimate 2.102, and the estimate for 2016, which is 2.345, showing an increase of 242,384,000. I just want to get, are we going to see the details of that expenditure of $2.345 billion in the pages 11 to whatever in the Tobago House of Assembly?
Honorable Member, I think in terms of adjusting, we have to learn from what we've done before. I would suggest that the decision be that we examine the details and not the summary.
Well, I just wanted to make mention of the summary of there's an increase of 242.
But, well, Honorable Member for Karen East, if we understand that, it means that when we come to the details,
well, as you
your
said
point will be
yesterday,
taken.
it's important for the general public to know that. We see it in the book, but we remember we're speaking to the national audience as well. And they would not see it in our book.
I understand that.
So it's important for us to mention that they have an increase of $242 million for the THA.
Honorable Member for Carney, sorry to cut you off, but I think we have made a decision how we proceed.
I'm finished with
yes.
that. Yeah.
Honorable Member for Shogunas West.
Madam Speaker, can I just speak a very brief intervention? In keeping with established practice, the details of the estimates will be published online on the ministry's website. So the public will be able to avail themselves of every single document that has been submitted to honorable members.
That doesn't
Members,
negate and exclude.
can I please proceed with this exercise?
Sure.
Honorable Member for Shogunas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to be reminded of the undertaking given by the Minister of Finance on whether it includes the number of employees, monthly paid, and daily paid, because I would want that with respect, a listing of that with respect to the Tobago House of Assembly.
No problem at all. The undertaking given was with respect to an explanation for the increase in personal expenditure. But if you are asking for the number of employees separated into monthly paid and daily paid, that information will be provided to you as you have requested for the Tobago House of Assembly.
Thank you.
Can we go on then?
Actually, to save time, the accounting officer has told me that there are 2,206 public servants, 8,922 daily rated workers, 1,706 contract workers, and 231 persons on short-term contracts in the Tobago House of Assembly. 231 persons on short-term contracts, 1,706 on long-term contracts, 8,922 daily rated, and 2,206 public servants.
Can we go on to subhead 02, goods and services? Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
Just a quick query. I mean, I remember the injunction of the Honorable Prime Minister as it relates to overseas travel and the new policy thinking on restricting overseas travel. I'm seeing an increase by almost 40% or more, could be more, for official overseas travel at number 27. Would the THA be also under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister's injunction?
Answer is yes. And if you look at the original 2015 estimate, it was 500,000. And in fact, the THA, according to this document, exercised prudent fiscal management and only used up 100,000 of the 500,000 allocated to it. Hold on. We have put back, therefore, since it is the Ministry of Finance who has done these estimates, we have put back a figure of 425, but I can assure you that during the fiscal year, we will monitor this and we will we will ensure that only those trips that are necessary will be made in an attempt to save as much public funds as we can.
Madam Chairman, just for the record, I wanted to be very clear, as the Minister is, that the 2015 accounts have not been closed. So anything for 2015 is the revised estimates.
Yes,
so that when the members speak about reduction and so on, that is the revised, okay?
Of course.
For the record.
But that's what it says.
Sure.
All right. So
Madam Chair, what you said.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas
Madam
West.
Chair, a derivative of the policy statement made by the Honorable Minister of Finance. How is that going to be working in the light of the autonomy of the Tobago House of Assembly?
We have an excellent relationship.
Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
Madam Chair, I know that the procedure we are following in this instance of the House of Assembly is that the Minister of Finance answers, and I know that on the last occasion when we had the Finance Committee, the chair of the House of Assembly was not present either. I wanted to know what was the relationship of accountability in financial matters with regard to the House of Assembly and the Parliament of this country. And I just wanted some clarification. I am not challenging any decisions that have been made or any course that we are pursuing. And the second matter is really to reinforce the question asked by the member for Chaguanas West. When the Minister of Finance indicates that he intends to control X or Y under the budget of the House of Assembly, I find these two things quite, I'm disturbed by them really.
Thank you.
With your permission, Madam Speaker, just let me offer some elucidation. There are a number of heads where there is no minister. You would see Judiciary, Auditor General, Parliament, etc. And in each one of those, I think there are about 15 of them, the minister who will respond will be me, the Minister of Finance. And that is the established procedure in the Finance Committee now for about 40 years. So that this is why I will respond on behalf of the Tobago House of Assembly. I will also respond on behalf of the Parliament, etc., etc. Because only members of Parliament can speak in this House. And I am the only member of Parliament who can speak on behalf of these entities. With respect to the that other matter about the financial accountability between the THA and Ministry of Finance, I will send you a response in writing.
Can we now move on to head 03, minor equipment purchases? Head 04, current transfers and subsidies.
Minor equipment practices. There's a drop in the office equipment significant. I just wanted to take note of it. There's some strange decreasing. And if there would be explanations, you don't anticipate that in 2016 you will be purchasing anything at all to maintain office and so on, equipment?
Okay. If you look closely, you will see the original allocation in 2015 for office equipment was 42,000. That increased to 90,000, I guess, because of the exigencies of the situation in the House of Assembly. So what we have done is simply restored the original allocation in 2015 and 2016. So you see 42 original, 90 revised, we're back to 42.
Can we go on to current, Honorable Member for Caroni East, are we in subhead 04? Because that's where the committee is right now.
No, Madam Chair, you moved to the, I needed to speak about 02, which is the...
Honorable
Madam Chair,
Member,
you skipped that. That didn't
Honorable Member for Caroni East, I called 01, 02, 03. We are now in head 04, current transfers and subsidies. And I'd like to remind members there are several other opportunities that we have as members of Parliament with respect to these figures. There are several other opportunities.
Would you be kind enough to allow me the privilege of just asking one question on 02?
I would really ask, please, Honourable Member for Caroni East, that we deal with subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. I would really like us to get on.
So even though I have a question on 02.
And I'm also saying that there are other opportunities for your questions to be ventilated and answered.
So we can come back to the end and refer back to that?
No, you know that there are other opportunities. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Division 2, Office of the Chief Secretary. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, and I would say that the assurance given applies here of the Minister of Finance. Subhead 02, goods and services.
Expenditure on page 13. I have a question on that. The revised estimate in 2015 is 120 million. 553,000, and the estimate in 2016 is 12 million, a decrease of 107 million. Could we have an explanation of personal expenditure coming down from 120 million? It was estimated in 2015 to be 10.9 million. It went up to 120 million. We need some explanation from the THA of what. Is that a typographical error, or did it really go up from 10 million to 120 million, and now this year the estimate is 12 million? So if it were 120 million, what would have caused this astronomical increase in the personal expenditure by 110 million in 2015, and now decreasing back again in 2016 to $12 million?
Madam?
Honourable Member for Caroni East. Is your question simply if it's a typographical error?
No, I'm asking if, well, I would expect no typographical errors here.
And therefore I would want to suggest that if you accept it is not a typographical error, it is covered by the blanket assurance to give reasons for the increase or decrease in salary and COLA.
No, Madam Chair, we're asking that question now. We have the personal expenditure increase is $110 million in 2015 from what was the original
Madam
estimate.
Speaker, I can answer the question.
Go ahead, Honourable Member for Minister of Finance.
Previously, arrears of salary was funded under this vote. Arrears of salary are no longer funded under this vote. So what you're seeing here is pure personal expenditure.
Madam Minister of Finance, that the 120 million that was spent in 2015 included possibly about 110 million for arrears and salaries. If you subtract the 10 million, is that a back pay? And a back pay for what negotiation or where?
Did you pay $110 million in back pay in a year?
We will write you.
You would what?
You would what?
I will put it in writing.
Honourable members, honourable members, and this is the suggestion, the details that a question like this requires,
But this is a
it would be best answered in writing. And the assurance, just for our recollection, is not just only for reasons for increase and decrease of salary and COLA. It's also the reasons for the increase in settlement of arrears, the number of persons who were employed prior to September 7, 2015, and the number of persons employed from September 8, 2015 to October 5th. That is the assurance.
Madam Chairman, I just want to make an observation. Now, I understand the practice, which I support, that every time we see personal expenditure salaries, the minister has an undertaken inherent that he will give an explanation. Madam Chairman, this is a public standing finance committee exercise in which we raise certain questions for the benefit of ourselves, but also for the national community. May I say that when we come across things like these, where you have a dramatic increase from 10 million to 120 million, we just cannot simply say, okay, we will explain it in writing through the normal practice, which we adopt. But we may be allowed to just elaborate for a few moments on such matters, because it is not every headline we are seeing these type of increases. This is dramatic. And I would just crave your indulgence to raise the matter publicly, knowing that it is also captured by our data rule.
Okay, so that if I understand, all you're asking is that it be expressed?
Expressed.
All right, and that it will be covered.
But it's very dramatic, that increase of $110 million in 1 year.
So we accept that this will be covered by a written answer.
Yes.
But Madam Chair, this is an essential principle issue that I want to raise. And the issue is that this is a finance committee that is aired by television to the general public. When that answer is brought to us in 4 days' time from now, or 3 days, whatever, in writing, the general public is robbed of that information as to what the issue is, what caused this $110 million increase. So it makes the effort of the Finance Committee null and void, because we could have had a closed Finance Committee meeting, the general public would not have known about it, but this went through the European Bank Development Program to give effort to make this thing very transparent. And what we are doing here is a cover-up under the auspices of that it will be given.
Honourable Member for Caroni East.
No.
I would suggest that you use another word.
All right.
All right, because and may I?
It is less than transparent.
May I be permitted? We run the risk, while on the one hand, we may not be in a position to delve in great detail with everyone. We also run the risk of reaching the 5-day limit and having not examined many. So that is the balance we're trying to take. And maybe you might want to suggest that when the answers are circulated, something else be done with them, which most probably can be entertained. But I wouldn't sit here and allow us all the tedious work that is being done by all members here to be termed a cover-up.
But Madam Chair, this is $110 million of expenditure by the THA in 1 year.
And Caroni, an honourable member for Caroni is?
What under the
excuse me, members. I think we have dealt extensively enough with this point. We have an assurance.
A member of the Standing Finance Committee, I am not satisfied with the explanation, and I want to indicate that.
I understand that, Honourable Member for Caroni. Can I move on? Honourable Member for Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Chair, just in terms of guidance, I just wish to put on the record, I tracked last year's Finance Committee with great interest and detail. The then government responded to the vast majority of inquiries in writing. It took them months to produce the information. Some is as yet outstanding. This, therefore, stands as a precedent established by the last UNC administration, and it was deemed opposite to the efficient operation of the Finance Committee by ruling of the Speaker then, that was in fact the process. So I'm very alarmed that my learned colleagues would now wish to put onto the record this opinion and view as to something which has been established by them. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Madam Chair, this is not an establishment. Yeah.
Members, I would really want to suggest that we move on.
To that observation.
Honorable Member for Oropuch East, this is a new parliament. I am not going back to 2015 outside of what we are dealing with in these books. Okay? Can we move on, please? Division 2, Office of the Chief Secretary, Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we've determined how we are dealing with that. Subhead 02, Goods and Services.
I just wanted to deal with the, on subhead 1, the vacant posts, salaries and COLA. I just want to have an appreciation of the number of vacant posts and if they can be listed, because having regard to the fact that based on the numbers given by the Honorable Minister of Finance, you have something close to 12,000 persons employed by the THA. And I'd like to really find out what are the vacant posts.
Certainly, and it's actually just over 10,000. You'll get that in writing.
Okay, so that we are in subhead 02, Goods and Services. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. 14, Honorable Member. Can we go on to subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies?
No, you're moving too fast, Madam Chair. You have, I mean, I understand your need for speed.
But
however, I want to look at 02, Goods and Services, number 22, Short-Term Employment.
what I would like to
Page 14.
Might I just say this to cover our deliberations? If members could really, please, to facilitate us going forward, mark ahead what they would like to raise so that when we reach to it, because once I look around and I don't see anybody, I take it as an indication that we've passed it.
Okay.
All right, so
22.
And please, again, to ensure that we move ahead, I would like that we will deal with finality with one subhead before we go on to another. All right, so we are at Honorable Member for Shogunas West.
Yeah. Yes, Madam Chair. Item 22 on page 14, short-term employment, there's an increase of 300,000. And in light of the significant employment in the short-term employment I'm dealing with, could the Honourable Minister indicate what is the purpose of that short-term employment? And how many persons will be provided with that opportunity for short-term employment?
Certainly, you'll get that in writing. However, just to clarify a point, if you look at the original allocation for 2015, it was 800,000.
Yeah.
So we have simply restored a similar allocation in 2016. But you will get the information about the purpose and details of the employment.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Madam Chair. Contract employment. This is we're dealing with the Office of the Chief Secretary. Is it possible they can give some elucidation on the issues of the contracts that will amount to $10 million, which is an increase of 1.3 million in the Office of the Chief Secretary on contract employment?
So that is item 16?
16.
Same assurance you get in writing.
Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Item 17, I see a continuing reduction in human resource development with a reduction in training of $275,000. At the same time, I'd like to raise at 62, in the context of alleged over expenditure in past promotions and publicity, I see an increase $2.3 million in promotions and publicity.
The first one, what was the head of the item of the first one?
Item 17.
17?
Training.
Okay. If you look closely, you will see the original allocation in 2015 for training was 200,000, which was then increased to 475 during the year, again because of the demands during the year. We have restored the original allocation of 200,000. And 62, again, if you look at the original allocation in 2015, it was 2.5 million. And clearly through very prudent management, the THA only spent 200,000. So we have restored the $2.5 million allocation.
But Chairman, in 2015, there were different economic circumstances. With the current straitened circumstances in which we're in, it is, in my view, not fair to compare apples and oranges.
Point noted.
Honorable Member for Baratarisamo? No. Therefore, Honorable Member for Shogunas West. And then
Madam Chair, I'm looking at item 28, other contracted services. I see that there's a decrease of $1 million. I just wanted to know, in light of the fact that the audited statements of the THA dates back to 2007, I mean 2015-2016 budget, shouldn't an allocation be made for those services to be contracted out in order to bring the transparent value for money approach being taken by the policy position of the government?
I would just make 2 points here. That, again, look at the original allocation. It was 1 million. It went up to 2. And we have put it back at the original allocation. And it is the Auditor General's responsibility to audit the books of the THA, not the THA. It does not audit itself. So that point, which is a very good suggestion, really requires additional funding for the Auditor General's office.
Yeah.
So I will certainly take note of that.
Okay, and therefore, I now call upon the Honorable Member for Urupuch East.
Just following on that note from the Minister of Finance, when was the last audited accounts of the THA?
I don't know. I'll get that in writing for you.
You don't know?
Perhaps I can
I
lend
was
some
not
assistance.
there last year.
I can lend some assistance. The last audited statement of the Auditor General in THA is 2007.
That is a merely anecdotal statement.
No, that
I'll
is
get
fact.
the information. I'll
You
provide
can
it.
get it from, that is fact.
Could I?
Members, please, the response will come in writing. Carney East.
No, I haven't finished. There's 2 questions I had.
Well, I'll come back to you, Carney East.
Madam Chair,
Minister.
we're looking here at general administration, goods and services, and you had you have expenses for promotions, publicity, and printing. And then you have information here, you have promotions, publicity, and printing. So each one of the areas, it would seem, has a line item for promotions, publicity, and printing. Information has a line item, number 62, on page 15, which we are dealing with, of 4.5 million. And similarly, there was one in 62 on the general administration for promotions, publicity, for 2.5 million. So it would seem as though each one of the various heads carrying promotions, publicity, and advertising. Because when we look at page 14 and item number 62, we have 2.5 million there for general administration. And then number 62 again on the information, which is 4.5 million. So where are we, each department having its own promotions, publicity, and advertising? Yes.
If you look in the estimates, you will see you approved that same procedure last year. Look at what you did last year. You did the same thing.
Honorable Minister of Finance, is the response is that this is the standard way that the estimates? No,
Ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Can we move on? Honorable Member for Urupuch.
Could the minister, if he would stop his crosstalk, could the minister also undertake to give us an explanation as to the Office of the Chief Secretary in 2016 is about to spend $4.5 million on promotions, publicity, and printing.
Tell me what line
that is the
item
Office
that
of the Chief Secretary.
What line item,
62,
please?
page 15.
Page 15.
62.
Page 15.
So that I would just like to have an idea of
Page
the
15.
Office of the Chief Secretary, what they do for promotions, publicity, and printing that will cost $4.5 million.
No, but that is the same point brought up by your honorable colleague.
brought it up for another
that
heading.
there is a line item for promotion and publicity under information.
Chief Secretary.
And there's it's all the Office of the Chief Secretary. And there's a line item. Madam Speaker, could I answer without a barrage of crosstalk? There's a line item on page 15 for promotion and publicity. And there's also a line item on page 14 for promotion and publicity. If you wish to know why that is so and what it is for, I'll provide that answer in writing.
Okay, can we therefore go on to subhead 03, minor equipment purchases? Moving on to subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Division 3.
But here now. Which page are you on now?
We're starting on page 17. That is where the minor equipment and purchases, we've passed that. And we're now going to current transfers and subsidies, which starts on page 18. And we are now moving to Division 3, Finance and Enterprise Development, which starts on page 20. Subhead 101, Personal Expenditure. And again, we remind the Honorable Minister of Finance of his assurance.
Actually, Madam Speaker, I think the whole thing was captured at the front, but I would certainly check that first and make sure that that is so. And if it is not, we'll do it item by item, subhead by subhead.
Thank you very much. Can we therefore now go on to head 02, Goods and Services, which is at page 21. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, which is at page 28.
Madam Chair?
Honorable Member for Caroni East, and I guess maybe we might be all having a little challenge with the paper. I am calling the subheads. Some subheads take up half a page, some take up more. And that's why I asked if members can flag their issues ahead, which will allow us to move with
But with that alacrity from 21 to 28, Madam Chair?
Please, members, we are going by the subheads and not page by page. So, therefore, Caroni, if you had an issue at page 26, I'll take it.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Question on page 25.
We are in.
We passed there.
We
Did
at
you see
minor.
that was a jump? Yeah,
excuse me. We at subhead 03, minor equipment purchases.
No, don't worry. Okay.
Okay, which is at page 28. It begins, and maybe I'm misleading by saying which is, and which I should say which begins. Can we then go on to subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, which begins at page 31.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, please, Honorable Member for Caroni East.
009, other transfers. Number 16, Studley Park escrow account. An escrow account, the revised estimate. First of all, what is that escrow account about? Studley Park escrow account of 20, and revised estimate in 2015 was 8.4 million. An estimate for 2016, an increase of 11.578 million. Could we get an understanding of what that Studley Park account is about?
We will try and find out in the next couple of minutes. We'll try and find out in the next couple of minutes. It may very well be a loan there was a loan from one of the commercial banks. We will find out for you, and if we can't find out in the next couple of minutes, you'll get it in writing.
So the response to this is deferred?
No, Madam Chair, I have another question. Is that part of the escrow account that the THA has in its bank from year to year that they draw down money from and they don't account to the National Parliament? We understand that there are millions of dollars in an escrow account that the THA has, which they do not account to Parliament for.
Yes, Honourable Member for Caroni East. If we defer the question, I'm sure the Honourable Minister, as he said, will come back with the answer. If not, we'll get it in writing. Anything else on Honourable Member for Urupuchi?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Just a simple question, and they can supply the answer at a later time. The Eco-Industrial Company of Tobago, could I have just a listing of the members, the directors of the company?
We'll get that for you in writing.
Sure. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Shogunas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just interested in the in item 15, the interest on project financing repayment. What are those projects and what are the interests associated with those projects?
And those,
You'll get that in writing. I can't give you that now.
Okay, can we move on?
Everything is in writing. Yeah.
Honourable Member for Caroni East. Honourable Member for Caroni East, I really don't think that's a fair answer. I believe we've got some answers yesterday and today. Honourable Member for Urupuchi East.
A second company, a Fishing Processing Company of Tobago. Again, if I could just have the membership of this company, the directors, and what it was established for. Also, that will hold for the Eco-Industrial Company as well. What it was established for, what are the, and who are the directors of the company?
I think your colleague asked for the directors. So I would do that in both cases. You want the purpose and the directors.
And the listing of the directors.
Honourable Member for Shogunas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Milford Road Esplanade, I know that is a very good project, but I saw there's a reduction in the allocation. Is there a reason why? Is it complete?
Almost finished.
Can we move on? Division 5, Tourism and Transport. We are commencing at page 32.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Member for Caroni East.
No, I said we are with you. That's all right. No.
Okay. So can we go to subhead 01, which is personal expenditure, and bind the Honourable Minister of Finance to his assurance?
Increase of 1.5.
Yes. Subhead 02, goods and services.
Yes.
Page 33. It starts at page 32.
It starts there, but
yes.
Madam Secretary again, Madam Chair again, because as you clearly said, they will start but take several pages, and you are not, for interest of time, you are not going to go page by page.
Unless you direct me to a page.
No, yeah, this is what I prefer to do, because it may well be I'll ask a question and when somebody will take you back. But I want to ask fast before you move on.
Once, what I would say,
because you're not going by page.
Once it is within the head that we're dealing with,
then I ask.
Yes.
Okay, I'm on page 34. There is a significant drop over the years here, and it's a very significant from 2014 in promotions, publicity, and printing. There's a decrease of effectively $8.2 million, whereas now it appears clearly, Madam Chairman, that 2015 was a very special year for the Tobago House of Assembly, because it went up, all the estimates went up, and then were revised down for 2016. So in 2015, you're seeing $26 million for what's called promotions, publicity, and printing. There may have been a lot of that in 2015. But this has been curtailed by $8.2 million. Could I have some explanation as to why this cut in promotions, publicity, and printing, or why such a huge sum in the first place in 2015?
Firstly, if you go back to the 2015 original estimate, it was 18 million. So you have simply restored the original estimate. Secondly, this is the tourism division of the House of Assembly. And if you do visit Tobago from time to time, you would be aware that Tobago is a tourism economy, and therefore promotion, publicity, and printing would have fundamental importance to the development of the Tobago economy and for the functioning of this division. That is why there is a substantial allocation for the tourism division.
But I'm asking why decrease? Is it that you're not going to do?
It's not a decrease. If you look at the 2015 estimates, the original allocation was 18 million, and we have simply restored it. As you know, Minister, former Minister, the Tobago House of Assembly gets its funds in block, and it has the authority, with the approval of the appropriate authority, to move funds around. So if the Tobago House of Assembly, in its wisdom, felt because of airlines pulling out or whatever reason that they wanted to spend more money on promotion of tourism in 2015, I don't think we should begrudge them that. We have simply restored original allocation, and if during the year the THA is of the view that they wish to spend more money on promotion, they would simply make the appropriate application to the appropriate authority, which will be considered favorably.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, just following up on it.
I know, but I believe we should lend way to the honourable member for Naparima.
We'll lose the point at hand that had to come back to.
Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm looking at item 17 on page 35. The tourism and transportation, and I see again a continuing decrease in training, in allocation for training. I have learned that the human resource development and human resources are the most critical resource that a nation could have. Is it possible we could get a sense of what is the human resource development policy in the THA so that we could contextualize the continuous decrease in allocation after allocation?
First answer to the second question is yes, and to correct the record, there has not been a continuous decrease. Look at the 2014 expenditure. It was 510,000, and the allocation for 2016 is 600,000. So it is only in 2015 that there was an increase. But if you look at it over the years, the 2016 allocation is in fact more than the 2014 allocation. And I will get an answer to your question about the policy, and we'll put that in writing.
Right. What?
Honourable member for Urupuch East.
Madam Chairman, I was just following up on that same matter. You see, I took note that in 2014, the actual was about 22 million, and it is now down to 18 million, which is 4 million less. 62, page 34. And I took note that even the 18 million provided for now is less than the 22 million used in 2014. What would be the reason for that?
No, but
having said that, I leave it there.
Are you asking a question?
I asked you what was the reason why you dropped
I'm going to answer
so suddenly.
you. Don't
increase
ask a question
but increase in 2015.
Please. Do you have?
Yes, I have an
Minister of
answer.
Finance, the answer,
And I
please.
really would prefer if members didn't ask and answer questions themselves. I made the point that the original allocation in 2015 was 18 million. The THA decided, because of the demands being placed on tourism, to increase the funding of that item from 18 to 26. We have restored the original allocation of 18, and I said that if the THA is of the view that they need to spend more money promoting tourism in 2016, I will consider favorably a request from them to move funds around to increase that item in the same way that they did in 2015. No, I can't get clearer than that.
Member for Caroni East.
I know you're trying to expedite this, Madam Chair. If my colleagues don't have any questions on page 35, I'll move to page 36. And which
I really understand your assisting me. I appreciate in us moving forward. So we know what subhead 03 minor equipment purchases. Yes, Honourable Member for Caroni East.
I draw your attention to 009 other transfers, number 13, a rolling 3-year tourism plan.
So there are no questions on head 03 minor equipment, and therefore we in head 04 current transfers and subsidies. That's where you're at.
Yeah. Yes. And subhead 009 other transfers and sub-item number 13. It's a rolling 3-year tourism plan, of course, which is 100 million now. Well, of course, 2015 estimate was 100 million, which I don't have any difficulty. But you now putting back the 37 million addition from, you spent 62 million last year to THA in the revised estimates, and it's back to 100 million. Just kindly give us a little explanation of your rationale for your 3-year tourism plan. And can I link a question on item number 17, which is the Tobago Tourism Festival, an expenditure of estimate of 10 million. Is that part of the, what does a 3-year tourism plan and how this item 17 links with that? Is it a plan that is spending 100, or there are areas within the plan that you're implementing?
Advised, I really hate that phrase, but I'm advised that the tourism plan includes the relationship between the THA and the airlines, where you have to pay the airlines for airlift, among other things. Because if you don't have airlift, well, of course, you'll have no tourism. The tourism festival is things like the Jazz Festival and so on. So there would be a link, of course, that if you're trying to get tourists to come to Tobago, obviously you would have to have events on the island in addition to the natural fauna and flora and the beach and that sort of thing. You would also have events that you would want to attract the tourists to. So there is a link of some kind. But this really is, this plan includes the payment for airlift, among other things.
Because they're from Tobago. How much we pay out of that 100 million for the airline?
No problem. You'll get that in writing.
You don't have that answer now.
Okay.
Yes.
Our approach is?
I just want to ask a question as it relates, page 36, I'm at 17, Tobago Tourism Festival. In 2014, 12.7 million spent, estimate 2015, 10, but the revised estimate was 18 million, an $8 million increase over the provision in the estimate, but it returns now to 10 million. Is there a reduction in the amount of festivals or the scope of these festivals that were very big in 2015 but expected to be much smaller in scope in 2016?
Madam Chairman, I'm going to ask for your, I don't know what word to use, your indulgence. The member keeps asking the same question over and over in a different way, and the answer is the same. If you look at the original allocation for 2015, it was 10 million.
Right.
So we have simply restored the original allocation for 2015 and 2016. And if the THA, in consideration of all its needs and requirements, is of the view that it needs to spend more money on festivals in 2016, then it will move funds around and make the appropriate adjustment and make the appropriate adjustment with the approval of the relevant authorities.
We know all of that, but why did it increase? You don't know.
I am speaking.
Right.
We are not prejudging. Madam Speaker, could I speak without being interrupted by the honourable member? We are not prejudging what they wish to do. We are restoring the allocation of 2015. If they decide they wish to increase it, there's a procedure for that. Please don't ask me the same question over and over.
Minister of Finance. So, one minute. Do I understand the information to be that there is a blanket figure given to the THA? It is allocated among different heads and subheads, and the THA, by their constituent statute and documents, has the ability to move this sum, this blanket sum, through the various subheads as and which and when they require.
With the approval of the appropriate authority.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, let me ask you the question. And why did it go up by $8 million revised in 2015? That's the question. I know that process, if they want, they get, and so on. My question is, why did it go up to 18 from 10 million?
Can I therefore suggest that we get that answer in writing? I don't believe that the Minister of Finance will be in a position to answer.
I have no problem.
2015.
I would most certainly provide the answer, but the point is that is what was required.
Member for Barataria Samo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to ask the Minister of Finance and the person who from Tobago House Assembly with him. You have the rolling 3-year tourism plan. The rolling 3-year tourism plan, you have an item on 2014, 2015, and we're now in 2016. Is that the end of the plan? Because that is 3 years. And 2, okay, could you enumerate, could you enumerate exactly what this plan does and where? Because you said airlift is one, and I can't see a tourism plan being an airlift plan. But I would like to enumerate exactly what this plan does and how much is given to each one. Because this is the 3rd year we're going into, and we have a 3-year tourism plan. So this is the end of the year, end of the plan.
The word rolling should give you an indication that it keeps rolling, so that they develop 3-year plans on a rolling basis. It's just like the medium-term economic framework for Trinidad and Tobago. It keeps rolling over every 3 years, every 5 years. So it's a rolling plan, and with respect to the details, I would provide that in writing.
That's just so there would be a plan for 2017 as well, if it's a 3-year.
It will keep on rolling.
Right.
It will roll.
Can we therefore, members, go on to division? Can we go on to division 6, Education, Youth Affairs and Sport?
Yes.
Subhead 01, again, the government assurance will bind the Honorable Minister of Finance.
Yeah.
Subhead 02.
Yeah. Madam Chair, primary, secondary, and vocational education on page 37. You have, well, I believe this might be for teachers and so on, of 96 million in 2015, and in 2016 is 115 million, which is an increase of 18.5 million.
Are we in 001?
You're under Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, page 37. No, God, no, man. No.
Honorable member,
the chairman,
the point we had
looking
made.
at this for over 5 minutes now, waiting for this to ask this.
But the point I had made is that when it came to head 01,
You're swift like lightning.
but, we want this to be at least an adequately meaningful exercise. All right? So, could we just go on and stick to head 02, goods and services? I'll certainly, I'll certainly give you every opportunity within the head.
Very fast, and I'm looking at this for the last 5 minutes, and I'm waiting for my time to ask it, and it just kept me down. It going. 37. 37.
1 minute, please. Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable Minister of Finance, the standing orders are in charge here,
She's the
and
boss.
I administer them. All right. Okay, so
Speaker is the boss.
no, there's no boss here.
Speaker is in charge.
1 minute, please, members. Please, I need no one's protection. We are at head 02, division 6.
Head 02.
Oh, she's going to another page.
Which page are you on now?
41.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Caroni. Urupuch, thank you very much. I call on St. Augustine, Honorable Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Chair, repeatedly we've had the issue of matters moving ahead when members are still on another page.
Yes.
And you did make the profoundly correct statement that we need to, do this thing right. Would it be too much to ask then that as you proceed to go to another head, you see, if it could be just announced that we are now moving on to page so and so, are there any other questions before we do so? I'd be most grateful if we could do that. Thank you very much.
That's a small indulgence. I can. All right, so we are at page 41. Head 02, Honorable Member for Shogunas East.
On page 4102, Goods and Services, I noticed that there's a decrease in terms of primary, secondary, and vocational education of 2.4 million. Would the Honourable Minister be kind enough to let us have the details of
What's
that?
the line item, please?
It's Goods and Services 02, page 41, the top. The heading is Goods and Services, primary, secondary, and vocational. Yeah, I just wanted to get an idea as to what the 2.4 decreases by the sectors in terms of the primary, the secondary, and vocational. So we'll be able to see where that cut was.
Madam Chair,
So that will be given in writing?
does it include?
You could answer if you want.
Does it include?
1 minute, please. That will be given in writing by the Honorable Minister of Finance.
Certainly.
Carney, Honorable
Yeah.
Member for
Does that
Carney
include
East.
the 40 million for contract employment? That's 60-something million there. Does that include the item of contract employment of 40 million?
What item are you referring to?
There's an item of contract employment.
What page?
For primary, secondary.
41.
I'm not going back, but
No, well,
number
if
16
it's not on
under-
this page, I can't see you.
Number 16 under page 40 has contract employment of 40.
1 minute, may I assist? I believe the Honorable Member is on page 40. And
I'm just drawing him
it's not
back.
that it's not that the Honorable Member has gone back. He is
That's right.
still within the head.
Yes.
And he's asking specifically if the decrease includes the calculation for item
Number 16.
which is within that head.
Thank
Yes?
you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
If I may assist, though, I would think that the response to be given in writing to the member for Shogunas East
But Madam
will deal
Speaker,
with that issue because the member for Shogunas East was dealing with the whole bulk reduction.
Yes, Madam
Yes?
Speaker, but one of the difficulties I am having, the members opposite make statements which are inaccurate, and then you're being asked to answer an inaccurate question. If you look at 16, there's no decrease.
Does it include the 64 million here? Does it include the 40 million for contract employment?
And that too, I can't understand the question.
what, you can't understand
Because
that?
if there's an item here and there's another item, they're two different items.
No, maybe if I could assist, Honorable Member for Carney East.
Yeah, sure, Madam Chair.
At the foot of page 40, I think are the total figures, which will include your item
It's a
16.
running total.
1 minute, please, Minister of
Okay,
Finance.
Madam Chair, you answered it, and he couldn't answer it.
Well, okay, I think once we could assist each
I didn't
other,
want to say it was
we move
obvious.
on. Honorable Member for
Thank you.
Naparima.
If I said it was obvious, it is rude.
Excuse me, please.
Are we still within education, youth affairs, and sports?
And if so, can I ask a question on page 38?
And may I therefore just elucidate, we are within Division 6 and we are at subhead 02, and therefore I will entertain any question within subhead 02, regardless of what page it's on, once it's in subhead 02. And I believe it starts on page 39.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anything, if I will borrow from the guidance of the Honorable Member for St. Augustine. And as we are moving on, or can we say that subhead 02 is now exhausted and we now go to subhead?
I beg your preview indulgence. Under library services, with the new Tobago library, the new Scarborough library, and the magnificent library, completed after so many years, is there an allocation inside this budget that deals with the management and the care and employment for that library? Because I see here only 5.1 million for library services carried forward. It's gone to 6.2. Now, where is the Tobago library, the nice new one? Where is that included in the budgetary estimate?
What are you asking about? Traveling and subsistence,
No, the 6.1.
uniforms, electricity.
If that 6.1 incorporates all the library services, because there are smaller libraries, there are libraries in schools, there are smaller libraries in areas, but the Scarborough library is a big issue, and I'm not seeing any sort of funding looking as though it could support that Scarborough library in Tobago.
The reason why I asked the question, we are on goods and services.
Yes.
Are you asking about that or staff?
Both.
You can't ask about staff under goods and services.
All right, so
All right. We'll ask it differently.
pretty good, sir.
Well, tell us about the goods then. The goods for this, for this Scarborough
With
Library.
respect to goods and services, the answer is yes.
It includes it? Where?
Well, you asked the question, the answer is yes.
Where? I'm looking for it, but I can't find it. If you could help me to find it.
You can't find it either.
Honorable Minister of Finance, could we just defer and you will,
What's that?
with respect to the response?
I answered him. He asked me whether the Scarborough Library was included under this subhead, and I said yes. I've answered him.
How much? You're not telling us where?
It's a global figure. It's a figure for library services. And you asked whether within that global figure was the Scarborough Library included in the global figure.
Can I just
and I said
refer-
yes.
Repairs and
I've said
maintenance
yes
for
4 times.
buildings.
1 minute, please.
Repairs and maintenance.
1 minute, please, Karen.
Sure.
Honorable Minister of Finance, are you finished in your response? Yes, Honorable.
I want to take him up on that.
Yes.
The repairs and maintenance of buildings is only 75,000. So that
You're where are you, what item?
they say number 21 under library services.
Yes,
It's 75,000 for repairs and maintenance for buildings.
yes.
So all the buildings in Tobago, all the libraries, all the school libraries, all the Scarborough new library, for maintenance of that is $75,000. That's hardly likely. I'm asking you.
Finish?
Yeah.
Other funding is provided under the development program.
Yes.
All right. So you will draw our attention to that when the time comes and when we're looking at
I'm
development.
not going to draw your attention to that
Okay.
at all. You will
I'll
draw
remember.
my attention to it.
I'll remember it. I'll remember it.
Subhead, excuse me, we are moving on to subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 45. It commences at page 45. Can we therefore move on to subhead 04? Subhead 04. We're at subhead 04, which commences at page 46? Yes. Yes.
In the context of the global perspective that early childhood care is significant in ensuring an equality in society so that nobody has a head start over anyone else. I'm seeing a $500,000 reduction, that is item 09 on page 47. A $500,000 reduction in the allocation to the early childhood care. And
That's Special Education Resources Program?
that is under households, yes. Early childhood care. And the question is, just the explanation for the reduction in $500,000.
That is 09
Oh, sorry,
under
09.
007.
Oh, there's an increase. Okay, sorry. Yeah, the line. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Madam Chairperson,
Honorable Member for Chaguanas East.
under 006 education institutions,
Yes.
item 03,
Yeah.
there's an increase of $3 million. Might we be able to get some details as to what the $3 million involves?
It's for trade centers, but you'll get
By the
more
listing
information
of the
if you
trade
wish.
center, yeah.
We'll get the
And
information.
similarly, Madam Chairperson, item number 21, Tobago Science, Technology, and Tertiary Education has increased by 8.5. May we also have some details of those?
Certainly, we
So that
intend.
will also be in writing?
Yeah, but I just want to give a verbal preliminary elucidation. That is for once and for all to reverse the discrimination of the previous government to allow a proper tertiary institute in Tobago under this PNM administration, something you refuse to do.
Madam Chairperson, Can we also have that in writing?
Yes, I believe
That
that's...
statement is not recorded.
Yeah, you'll get that statement in
We'll
writing
respond
too.
to it accordingly.
You'll get that statement in writing too.
Honorable Member for Naparima.
I refer to my earlier question, and I was correct in that the allocation for early childhood care was reduced by $500,000.
All right, Honorable Minister of Finance, we add 007, households 09. That's where I am?
Yes, that's where, and there is a decrease, and I'm asking for an explanation for this decrease in the context of the fact that early childhood care is seen as pivotal to the development of an egalitarian society.
Certainly. If you look at the 2014 allocation, you see $108,000. The original 2015 estimate was 2.5. The revised estimate was 1.5. We have given them an allocation in this fiscal of $1 million.
For Oropouche East.
You have any NDP for the detail?
7 on the school feeding program. That has gone up by 100% from 2014 to 2016. What accounts for the increase by 100% in the school feeding program? Is it more children, more schools, more?
I am told the preliminary answer is more schools have been brought into the system, but you'll get it in writing.
Okay, sure.
Honorable Member
Feeding
for...
more children.
Oh, good, good.
Honorable Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oropouche East asked the question, so thanks.
Okay, so then can we therefore moving on to Division 7, Community Development and Culture, which commences at page 49. Thank you so much. Okay, subhead 01, which is personal expenditure. And can I ask if the details be dealt with the government assurance? And therefore, can we go on to subhead 02, goods and services, which starts on page 50. Honorable Member for Oropouche East.
I was on to raise, Madam Chairman, under 02 goods and services, page 51 I am.
Yes.
08 rent lease. The office accommodation here, there's an increase in office accommodation and storage. Again, from 2014 to 2016, 100% increase. I wanted to get some explanation as to why 100% increase between 2014 and 2016 for office accommodation and storage. And if I can just get a breakdown in writing at a later time of what constitutes contract employment, the $6 million figure for this one division, Community Development and Culture, the list of persons on contract employment at this division, contract employment, $6 million, if I could.
That is item 0,
yes.
but that's at 116.
Those two items, the explanations will be given to you in writing.
Sure.
All right, Honorable Member
for both questions?
Yeah. All right. I just want him to include the contract employment for culture of $3 million as well.
And that's item what?
That's item 003 on page 51. There's a slight increase of 800,000.
Okay. All right. Can we therefore go on to subhead 03, which begins at page 52? Can we therefore move on to Division 8?
It skipped me already, but it's all right. It's the Tobago Heritage Festival of $30 million.
All right, so we are Division 8, Infrastructure and Public Utilities. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I did not say subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, which is at page 53.
And 54. Nothing there.
And therefore, can we go on to Division 8, which is Infrastructure? Honorable Member.
Yes, sir, thank you. Assistance to community organizations, $1.5 million. That's 0407. Current transfers and subsidies.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We're on page 53.
Yeah. Can we get a list of those organizations who get this assistance, those community organizations, and the amounts that are given out to them.
Could we have that in writing?
And also 17. I'd like to get an understanding of what is the special community program that is being spoken of here, Madam Chair, for which $2 million is being allocated with an increase of $500,000 for this year.
Certainly get details of that, but I just want to point out the allocation is identical to the original allocation for 2015.
And it will be supplied in writing?
Yep.
Yes? Okay, so can we, yes, please, Karani.
Two on same page 55. Sub-item
So, all right, so we are going on to Division 08, Infrastructure and Public Utilities, which is at page 55.
Yeah. 002, Maintenance of Roads. There's an increase of 21 million for wages and cost of living allowance, from 178 million to 200 million for maintenance of roads. That's wages. I hope the Honourable Minister, in his acceptance, that he will provide the information, if he would be able to provide. Is it that we are doing more roads and you need more personnel, or does that include the 21 million increase? Does that include arrears from last year?
Undertaking is for the overall head of personal expenditure, which is a total of 325 million.
Okay, so that
I will explain everything.
So that will be subsumed there?
It is subsumed there.
Okay.
Goods and Services, Subhead 02. Honourable Member for Oropuch East.
Madam Secretary, thank you very much. I'm at page 58. There's a... What? Well, then I'm doing something wrong. I'm at page 58, item 23. Now, Madam, just bear with me here, because again, I don't know if the figures are right. In 2014, the actual expenditure here is $360,000. An estimate in 2015 for 1 million. But in 2015, the revised estimate for fees was $17.8 million, where the estimate was 1 million. It now returns to the original 2015 estimate of 1 million, with a decrease therefore of 16.8 million. 16.8 million is out of that 20 million decrease. I'm very curious to know, why did this revise itself from $1 million to almost $18 million in what in fees in 2015 you had to pay that was $18 million higher than your estimate for one division of infrastructure and public utilities? What was it paid for? Because clearly it is a one-off payment, fees, and then you return to the original $1 million. I'd just like to get an explanation. Thank you.
Because we are looking at the 2016 estimates. So if you want to know what you did in 2015, I'm not sure I can assist you.
THA did in 2015.
I'm not sure I can assist you.
What the PNM THA did.
2016 estimates.
Honourable Minister of Finance, could we therefore provide that? Could I be provided in writing?
We run the THA.
Well, how far are we going back, madam? Because we have
2015.
We have 2014 in this book too, you know.
I think they just asked for 2015. 2015.
I just asking for 1915.
I will see if I can get the information in writing, but you should know you paid it.
I was there.
All right, members, let's proceed. We are, okay, thank you. Honourable Member for Caroni East.
002, Maintenance of Roads. You have rent lease of vehicles and equipment. Is it possible the Minister can indicate whether that is...
Yes, 09?
Yes, 09, and then 1 on 12, a slight increase for materials and supplies. That's the budget of 44 million for maintenance of roads. No, it goes on to 55 million. So, is it the lease of vehicles is 16 million? And, well, of course, material and supply 25 million. I have no difficulty with that. The vehicles, you lease vehicles for the maintenance of roads. Yes?
What's the question?
Is that a lease of vehicles, rent of vehicles? That
well,
is
I am
coming up to
struggling with the
16?
question because it says rent/lease vehicles and equipment. So you're asking me...
No, I want to just ask you
want to know is a typographical error?
No,
All right, one minute.
I want to follow up.
Question,
Yeah.
member for Carney, please.
Have you done a cost analysis to determine whether you purchase new vehicles as against renting and leasing, which is more cost effective, whether purchase of new vehicles, sale of old ones, and whether you continue to lease or you could have a mix of rental, leasing, and new vehicles? That's the question. Which one is more cost effective?
Certainly going forward for 2016, I will ask the THA to do that.
Good.
Chairperson, I know it has been asked over and over, this matter of contract employment, and under almost every head, there are large amounts for contract employment, and the standard answer being given is we'll provide an explanation. But I would like to ask something. You have wages and salaries and so on, but on top and above that, you have all of this contract employment. Why is the necessity of this amount of contract employment in the Tobago House of Assembly?
I would ask Member Tabaki if maybe you could point the Honorable...
Well, I'm pointing this case...
a particular item.
02, goods and services paid 58, number 16. And I've been looking at the figures as we went along this afternoon, and there are several, under every one there is contract employment, and there are large amounts. So, and I see, for example, in 2015, while we had estimated 7 million, it went up to 10.970 million. And in 2014, I don't know what the estimate was, but it was 12,042,000. So why is it, given that you have all the salaries and wages and so on, and you have an establishment, what is the need for this level of contract employment? And it's consistent, Minister, or under every head?
Well,
yeah.
I will get a response. Member Tabakit. Hello? I'm not sure. I will get an answer for you with respect to the need for contract employment. But I see no difference between this and what the UNC government did in 2015 in Trinidad. You had thousands of contract employees. Maybe you could tell us why.
Madam Chairperson,
may I just ask for clarification, Honorable Minister of Finance? Is this a decrease here in this figure? Are we looking at the same figure?
No, what has happened is that we have reverted to the original allocation for 2015. If you look at the 16 on page 58, 0216, you will see the original estimate was 7. It went up to 10.97. They must have felt the need to hire some people on contract, more people than originally anticipated. We've put it back at 7, so that if during the year the THA is of the view they need to supplement this vote, they will do so using the established procedures.
All right, Honorable Member for Oropuchi, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to ask a question they could provide in writing. What is that?
About the protocols with our devices, please. Honorable Member for Oropuchi.
That awful music just distracted me. Madam Chairman.
I'm sure your attention span is greater than that.
Anyway, back to sanity. The fees, Madam Chairman, fees as defined in the classification of expenditure for sub-items, goods and services, legal fees, antivirus agreement, slaughtering fees, jury fees, the prison chaplain, and so on. I'd really like to get a breakdown of how $18 million is spent by a division of infrastructure and public utilities. At page 58, $18 million spent by a division of infrastructure and public utilities on legal fees, antivirus agreements, slaughtering, and funeral expenses. I want that in some detail, please. A breakdown.
There really should be
to whom?
There should be a prohibition on asking the same question twice. You already asked me this, and I already said I would give you a breakdown of these fees. You have forgotten that. Please don't ask me the same question twice.
That is item 23.
Item 23, we want the breakdown.
But Minister of Finance, I believe, and it might be difficult for us to keep track because there's so many things, but I believe, Honorable Member for Oropuchi, a question was asked on item 23. No, of course I did. Yes,
It is arrogant way, Madam.
Madam Chairman, I would ask him to withdraw that. What is this thing about arrogance? Who more arrogant than you?
All right, members. Can we proceed? I would like us, really, to proceed on the note we left off on yesterday. Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, I am hearing, all right, and I think we are all above being provoked. We are all above that. Let's move on, please. All right, we are at page 61, subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. There being no questions, I move on to subhead 04, which is current transfers and subsidies, and it begins at page 62. There being no questions, I move on to Division 9, Agriculture, Marine Affairs, Marketing and the Environment, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. I again bind the Honorable Minister of Finance to the assurance that he had given. Page 65, subhead 02, Goods and Services. It begins there. Honorable Member for Tabakit.
Again, contract employment, I flag it again. Number 16, under goods and services, $5 million. You know, under everyone, in addition to the normal wages and salaries and so on, we keep seeing contract employment. I think that the public deserves some understanding. I'm not asking you for details, but I'm asking, you know, for some understanding.
Yes, you will get it, and I think the public deserves an explanation as to why you approved $6.8 million for this head in 2014 as well.
So that this will be given, explanation will be given in writing.
Yes.
Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much. I refer to item 27, official overseas travel. And I would have thought that official overseas travel would not be a priority in the context of our circumstances. Sorry. So that could I just get an explanation for the increase in official overseas travel?
Honorable Member for Naparima, I believe
yes, I would,
that we've had an explanation for this in all the other preceding subheads with respect to their being given a figure in 2016 that was representative of the same figure that was given in 2015 to give the Tobago Assembly the flexibility to move its big allocation to various areas as it sees fit, provided it gets the necessary authority. I believe that was given in each division head. I expect that.
And I also want to make the point, Madam Chairman, with your permission, that the statement I made with respect to overseas travel on the other head, that we gave them the same allocation, but we will speak to them during the year and ask them to see what they can do to conserve expenditure, will apply to every single time you see overseas travel. So this, what I said before, applies throughout. So there's no need to ask me every time you see overseas travel, what's going on? It's the same situation.
Honorable Minister of Finance, I guess you can say the same explanation applies. All right, because we're doing lots of things and some of us may not have the recording device to assist us. Okay? Honorable, we are in the item of minor equipment, which is on page 69, subhead 03. And therefore, can we go on to subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, which begins on page 70. Can we therefore go on to Division 10, which commences on page 72, Health and Social Services, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, subhead 02, and I repeat, the Honorable Minister of Finance is bound by the undertaking. And in subhead 02, Goods and Services, Honorable Member for Faisabad. Yes?
On the hospitals with regards, I'm not asking about an explanation for the increase, but if I can have the staff by category and numbers in terms of this allocation.
All right.
And that would apply to both hospitals and health centers, which is 03.
Yes. So you just want to specifically identify what you want in that undertaking?
That's correct. And I can have that in writing, Minister.
Repeat exactly what you want.
Okay, I want the allocation for salaries and wages for both hospitals and health centers. That would be 002, 003 by category and numbers.
Okay.
Samuel Barataria.
On 0243, the security services have decreased by 460,000.
At 02, we went to Goods and Services?
Yeah, goods and services.
Goods and Services, yes.
43, page 74.
And Goods and Services commence on page 73 for the guidance of members. Yes, please, Honorable Member for Barataria.
Yeah, just that I've noticed that you've decreased the security services.
Item 43.
43. Just an explanation. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. I will get it for you. So if things go up, you're worried. If things go down, you're worried. But I'll get the explanation for you.
Well, security in Tobago is necessary, Minister of Finance. So
Yeah,
that's
just
why
for
I'm
the
worried
benefit
about
of your
that.
colleague to your left, training went up.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious, you know. I mean, I'm really not facetious. I'm not being facetious. There is a problem with security in Tobago.
Given in writing.
He will definitely be in writing.
All right, Honorable Member for Caroni East.
For your attention, page 73, as we move forward. For wages, we under the heading Public Health and the Environment. And I see the wages and cost of living allowance is 64 million.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Yeah.
Are we in 02, which commences on page 73? Because we are in 02, which commences on page 73. We're not on page 73, we're on 02, which commences at page 73.
All right, no, well, I'll wait my turn.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Member for Urupuch East.
You're on 02, which commences at page 73.
Thank you so much.
And I am on page 76.
Thank you.
Did I go there?
Once you're in 02.
I'm in 02, Goods and Services.
Thank you.
Social Services. At number 16, 005, number 16, Contract Employment. This was $6 million estimate in 2015, and this is Social Services. It estimated at 2015 at 8.7 million, and then is reduced back to the 6 million. There's a decrease of 2.7 million, which is almost 3/4 of the 4 million of the overall decrease. I just wanted to get a listing of the persons who were employed on contract in 2015, but would not be employed on contract in 2016, since you have reduced by almost $3 million the contract employment figure. The numbers.
Madam Chairman, I would get that information, but I want to make a point that when you look closely at what is being done, again with this item, the original 2015 estimate was 6 million. So we have simply restored the original 2016. I'm making a point. We simply restored the original 2016 estimate, 2015 estimate, and the THA in governing the Assembly will make adjustments. I want to go back, still on 02, and that is identical to what occurred with security. The allocation, although it appears to be a decrease, is identical to the original allocation for security in 2015. So the identical formula will apply. We have simply restored the 2015 allocation, and then the THA in governing the Assembly will move funds around in accordance with the needs and requirements of the island of Tobago. So these things that you're seeing as decreases are not really decreases, because the allocation in total has gone up. So the THA has the ability to move funds around, and therefore I am craving your indulgence, Madam Speaker. This is a generic question coming at me every other page, that why has it gone up, why has it gone down? But the members are not looking at the 2015 original estimate and seeing that we simply reverted to the original estimate of 2015.
Can I address you, please? Because I think you need to translate a question here. We are very much wary of the fact that this 2016 estimate has gone back to the original estimate of 2015. The minister has in some instances, and he has told us that about 20 times. That is not the issue. The issue is, why was it revised upward? Not that it went backward. Why was it revised upward? How much was spent? And we want breakdown.
Yeah.
That is the issue. It is not that it went back to the original estimate. We know that. We can read that. Why did it go to the new estimate? What was spent? And the composition of that.
So you really want to know what happened in 2015?
Correct. Please translate that in his language.
Madam Chairman, I find it unconscionable that the members opposite asked me to explain what happened in 2015 under their watch. But if that is, Madam Speaker, I try my best when they are speaking not to interrupt them. So I would ask that when a question is posed to me, I would ask that I be allowed to speak without a running commentary from our coaches. The fact of the matter is, these are the 2016 estimates, and we on this side keep being asked what happened in 2015 under their watch. I will try my best to provide the information, but it is unconscionable that we on this side, who've only been in government for a couple of weeks, are continuously asked what you did in 2015, and for details of it too, and for reasons why.
All right, so in terms of, can we address all similar questions that the information will be provided in writing, because the Minister of Finance would not have available to him the information of the revised estimates in 2015. All right? Yes. Honorable Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Curiously, the Minister of Finance indicated earlier they had an excellent relationship with the THA, but he omits saying publicly that they have an independent budget, and therefore the query that had been raised earlier, I think, is more germane now in terms of the Auditor General's report. It is a notorious fact that it had not been available since 2007. There's been no audit. And therefore now to banter back and forth as to who had control, who knew, really is wasting time until we really deal with that very, very important issue. And I would also ask before I stop, whether in fact there will be any connection between the failure to have audits done and future budgetary allocations.
That's what line item you want?
All of them.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't deal with all. I could only deal with the one.
I beg your pardon.
I can only deal with the particular line item that the Honorable Chairman has addressed our attention to. Could you please tell me which line item you want?
Madam Chair, it is obvious to those who wish to appreciate what I've said that the answers given by the Minister of Finance is really to avoid the reality of the difficulties that we have.
But I don't know that we can really say that. I understand you, St. Augustine, Honorable Member for St. Augustine, to be making a statement, which, in terms of when last an audit was done by the Auditor General, and I think we had that information before being provided by the Honorable Member for Chaguanas West,
yes,
was 2007. And I think it has been said on this floor several times for the day that the Tobago House of Assembly has a certain amount of autonomy with respect to its budget, subject to a particular type of approval.
Yeah.
Okay? So I think, take it that your statement reinforces that.
It does.
All right.
I'm making the point that the banter back and forth about you under your, when you were in government or now, really is not assisted at all, unless we truly appreciate that, and we need to fix that.
And I think the assistance that we are going to get is, there is, as I recollect, in each instance, and I've been writing for myself, is that as far as what happened in 2015, because of the inability of this present government to give the information, it will be given in writing. And I propose, to save time, that I deal with that as one of our blanket ditto statements. Okay? So let's move on. Page 76.
Yeah. Under 005, which is...
Have we gone back?
No.
Okay, that's goods and services.
This is
Thank
ahead.
you.
Health and social services, you have social services. I just want to draw back to what my colleague from Tabakit indicated on contract employment. Across the board here, as is evident in social services line item number 16, contract employment is a preponderant issue.
Honorable Member.
16 items.
I have, and maybe, might I suggest, to keep track, because I believe we all have rulers and markers and so on. But maybe we mark off things. I have it marked off in my book. I might be mistaken. You correct me. That this has already been asked, and there is an assurance to give us in
It had
writing.
been asked on a previous item, but I just wanted to draw
Page 76, item 16, contract employment, is underlined by me.
All right. Can I just make one item, because we haven't moved from page 76 yet. It is quite evident that contract employment is the dominant method of employment across all the subheads in the THA. Whether you look at health and social services, whether you look at administration, whether you look at health centers, whether you look at public health and the environment. Is there a reason why contract employment is the dominant method of employment in all these subsectors of the THA rather than normal employment from the public service or for the THA? Because everywhere we look at 6 million here, 6 million here, 6 million there for contract employment. Is there an explanation for it? Why only contract employment is going on in all the subsectors?
Honorable Member for Carney, my recollection is that question was asked in a slightly different form. I can't say it was asked by you because I'm not taking track of who's asked it. But I think I am seeing another member ascribing the question to him.
All right.
All right? And I believe that was asked by the honorable member of Shogunas East. And we would get that answer in writing. Can we proceed, please?
No.
Kamuto, can we proceed, please?
Madam Chair.
Honorable member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to ask if the THA reps are here, isn't it some way that they can probably provide some of the answers regarding the audited accounts, just the audited accounts I'm referring to? Thank you. Through you.
2 points. I want to repeat that in response to a question from the member for Tabakit, who is the one who asked about why so many contract officers, I did give an undertaking for the whole of the THA, every single division, sub-item, subhead, to explain the recruitment of contract officers vis-a-vis public servants. So it applies to all. With respect to the issue raised behind the Caroni Central there, the fact of the matter is that I had indicated earlier, but I'll indicate it again because this may very well come up with the other heads for which I have the responsibility. Where there is no minister or member of parliament in this house who can answer, the responsibility falls to the Minister of Finance, so that the technical staff from the THA advise the Minister of Finance, but it is the Minister of Finance who answers all questions with respect to this head, and that will also occur with the judiciary, with the Parliament, with the Auditor General, all of the other heads where there is no minister per se. You have to remember, these estimates were prepared by the Minister of Finance, so that I am in a position to either answer immediately or to obtain the answers to any question anybody may have.
Okay, can we move on? We are now at minor equipment. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, which begins at page 77. Honorable Member for Barataria Sound.
Yeah, I just would like the Minister of Finance of Tobago House of Assembly people to indicate at each level 003, 04, 05, 08. I've noticed that all the 01 vehicles have been removed, all. And, you know, 010 on each level, the
Honourable Member is dealing with from page 77, minor equipment, and he's making a general comment with that sub-item 01.
Health centers, public health and environment, social services, and litter eradication program. So every single one, the vehicles are removed.
I will get an explanation. I suspect it's covered under another head, but I'll get an explanation.
Sure.
Would that be provided today or in writing before this budgetary exercise?
It can be provided today. It will be provided today because, for example, I've received information on the escrow account for Sudley Park, which I brought up before. At your discretion, Madam Chairman, I'll give that information whenever it is convenient. And if I get the information on this item, I will indicate to you I've received the information, and at your discretion, Madam Chairman, you will decide whether I should give the information.
So what I would ask members, before we go on to development program, I would ask the Minister of Finance if any of the information is available on questions which were either deferred or set to be given in writing, and we will deal with them then. All right? Honourable Member for Shogunas East.
Madam Chair, now that you have gone past the minor equipment purchases, may I go to item 04 on page 79, current transfers and subsidies? With your permission.
We are now on subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, page commencing on page 79.
Okay, thank you.
Honourable Member for Shogunas East.
And may I now ask through you for some details of item 06, line item 06, in terms of the disbursements and the breakdown of the special social programs.
Yes. This is page 79.
Page 79.
04, current transfers and subsidies. 06,
special social programs. What are they? What do they comprise of? And the details of disbursements.
I'll provide that to you in writing.
Yes, Honourable Member for Caroni East.
7, the emergency cases fund of 3 million. What are they about?
I'll provide that.
Barataria, Honourable Member for Barataria Sanwa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 009, the 05 grants towards necessitous patients. You've decreased it from 3 million to 2 million, and I would like to ask why it has not gone back to 3 million. And 2, the Tobago Regional Health Authority has now increased to 168 million. And could I get an explanation for that increase?
H18.
Two questions. 5 grants towards necessitous patients. It was initially in 2015 $3 million, right? And your 2016 estimate is $2 million. That's more or less like necessary items.
I would think that would have the generic answer, which we've said, that the Ministry of Finance has put back the same allocation.
They haven't.
The only difference with this is they've put the actual estimate for the revised estimate for 2015.
You see, Madam Chair, only from the discussions that have been occurring, when the Minister of Finance indicates that they have put back the estimates for the 2015, in this case they haven't. So I was going to ask him why he hasn't.
Well, if that's the question.
That's the question. Why have you done that?
If that is the question, I'll allow it.
Yes, why have you not done that here? Because it is necessary.
I will most certainly answer that. I would also, let me deal with TRHA.
The TRHA increase of 160.
I will get a detailed response for you, but this again would arise out of collective agreements and other factors that would have caused this increase, such as the employment of new staff and so on. Remember, there's a new hospital was commissioned recently and so on. So I will get an explanation for you for the increase. With respect to the fact that we have used the revised estimate for necessitous patients rather than the original estimate, in some cases, the Ministry of Finance, well, the Minister of Finance, who had to look at, I don't know how many, 50,000 items in a 3-week period. In some cases, we were able to get a satisfactory response from the accounting officers with respect to their actual requests for 2016 vis-a-vis the experience of 2015. So in those cases, and this would be one of them, there was consensus that the allocation could be put at an initial figure of 2 million because that was the actual expenditure in 2015. Again, if the THA is of the view that they need to assist more necessitous patients during 2016, they will just follow the established procedure and do so. But in some instances, we were able to get harmony between the requests and the appropriation. In other cases, we simply put back the original allocation because of the time involved to deal with 50,000 line items. We didn't get proper explanations for everything, but we got fairly reasonable explanations.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
My colleague for Baratara San Juan indicated in the TRHA, where there's an increase of 168 million. And for the THA as a whole, the increase has been $242 million. So would you say that this increase of 168 million for the TRHA is a substantial part of what you consider to be the increase of 242 million for the TRHA? So that is a dominant increase in the allocation for TRHA, which for Tobago House of Assembly, which is 168 million. Could you?
Well, if you look at the heads, some have gone up and some have gone down. No, you have to take a holistic view.
No, but the TRHA is 168 increase, and the whole of Tobago House of Assembly is 242 increase.
Yes.
So therefore, are you comforted that most of your increase is from the TRHA?
Madam Speaker, I'll try my best. You can't pluck out one item and simply try to say that that is the bulk of the increase. You have to look at the decrease in all of the heads and the increase in all of the heads and do a balancing act, and then you would get a better perspective. Even though the TRHA has gone up by 168, other heads have been decreased. The increase is an overall in the aggregate.
Honorable Minister of Finance, so the answer to that is no?
Obviously.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Faisabad.
May, on page 79, under current transfers and subsidies, 007 households, 04 emergency cases fund, just to get an explanation of what that would be covering.
Emergency cases fund?
Yeah, just to have an idea of what that
I
covers.
believe that, I believe that was dealt with, and we have an assurance for it to be given in writing.
Madam Chairman, I'm just struggling when members ask the same
Honorable
question
Minister of Finance, if I'm not struggling, I don't think anybody here should complain about struggling. Can we move on? Can we move on, please? And we're now going to Division 11 at commencing at page 81, Settlements and Labor, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we bind the Honorable Minister of Finance to the assurance that he has already given. 0, subhead 02, Goods and Services, and that commences on page 82. And therefore, can we move on to page 84, subhead 03, minor equipment and minor equipment purchases? Can we go on to subhead 04?
Madam Chair.
Yes, please. And
04.
may I call you at 04, current transfers and subsidies, and for the benefit of all of us, page 84.
Okay, the question I want to raise transfers to page 85. Line item 01, contribution to non-profit organizations. May it be possible for us to have a list of those and the sums that were disbursed to those non-profit organizations?
I'll put that in.
Can we therefore go on to Division 12, which commences on page 86, subhead 01, personal expenditure, and again, I take it as binding the assurance given by the Minister of Finance. And therefore, can we go on to subhead 02, goods and services, commencing on page 86? Can we therefore go on to subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 89? Honorable Member for Caroni East.
No, just something just caught my eye very quickly there. Something caught my eye very quickly on page 88 before you went to page 89, which is the social sector program. Obviously, nothing was done for it in 14, 15, and 16.
Give me the item number, please. I'm sorry, sir.
Page 88. Yeah. That's under goods and services 003, social sector program. For 14, 15, and 16, there's no allocation there for a social sector program. Is there an explanation for that under planning and development for the THA?
Page 88.
Yeah. You see blank.
003.
Yeah, there's a blank for 14, 15, 16. So no expenditure for 14, 15, 16 on the social sector program, which comes under the planning and development. Is there an explanation, a rationale, why THA has not sorted fit to bring in a social sector program?
I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. I suspect it's covered under another item. I will get the explanation for you.
You'll check it.
I will get the explanation for you.
That's all right.
All right. Can we therefore go on to minor equipment purchases, which is at page 89? Can we go on to subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies? And then therefore, can we go on to the development program? Just before we do that, as I indicated, Honorable Minister of Finance, I believe there are two matters which have been deferred, and you've indicated that you have the information for them.
Information on one of them.
Okay, please. And this is the escrow account, study part, I believe.
This is not it. Start with one.
Minister of Finance, I don't mean to hurry you. If you don't have it, then we'll take it in writing.
No, no problem. I just know that the chief administrator had it a little while ago. If I will pull from memory. I know what he told me. The Studley Park escrow account is an account used to purchase equipment for the quarry. And it was necessary to establish this account because the sums of money required to purchase equipment for a quarry are quite large and would not have been available under ordinary releases. So it's an account that accumulates over time until sufficient funds are available to buy a crusher or some other large piece of equipment. So it's simply set up to deposit funds that will become available from time to time for the purchase of new equipment for the quarry. And when the amount reaches the level necessary, or necessary, yes, to purchase a large piece of equipment, they purchase the equipment, and then they continue to deposit as they get funds from time to time into that escrow account. So that's what it's for. Certainly.
Right. Based on what we just looked at, was there purchase of new equipment or under the Studley Park escrow
I don't have
account?
that information. I'll get that for you.
You don't have the information?
No, I don't. I can't tell you what equipment is purchased when, but I will get the information for you.
Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you very much.
And can we now go on to the development program, Tobago House of Assembly, and we're looking at the draft estimates development program, this book. And can we start at page 20? And why I'm suggesting 20, 19 are the aggregate figures, 20 goes into the details.
Madam Chairman, just an observation.
Yes.
While I support your approach in terms of the method of going to every specific and asking the specifics, so ask a specific question on the beach and landing facility and so on. When we have the generic figures, like on page 19, there may be a couple questions of a general nature that members may wish to make. But if we only look at the specifics, we cannot get the general questions. So if you can permit a few questions on the general thing rather than just on the Pigeon Point Beach and the landing facility and
What
so on.
I'd say, Honourable Member, I will exercise my discretion with respect to that.
So Madam Chair, on that first page 19.
Honourable Member for Caroni.
Yes. What was estimated for development expenditure in 2015 was 384 million. But in fact, the revised estimates show that they spent more than 209 million more. So the revised estimate, the estimate for 2015 was supposed to be 384 for expenditure, but 593 have been in fact spent, which is 209 million more on the development program in 2015. Is there any area that the Minister of Finance or THA may want to answer that would have given rise to this $210 million increased expenditure from a global perspective?
This is in 2015, you're asking?
Is it because of elections?
Are you asking for something relating to 2015?
Yeah.
Well, I will get that in writing for you.
So you don't know whether it's for elections or
I was not in government in 2015. I did not have access. I did not have access to the records of the THA. I was not the Minister of Finance in 2015. There is no way I could provide the information you are requesting.
I think that question and the response will be covered by one of our blanket answers. You will get that information in writing. Honourable Member for Oropouche is?
Chairman, again, a general question before we go into the specifics. Could the Minister indicate whether we can look forward to audited accounts of the THA for 2006, 7, 8 coming? Because it's almost 10 years now we haven't had an audited account where billions of dollars are being spent. Are you satisfied with that approach? And would you give some undertaking that we will get audited accounts to explain what is really billions of dollars over the last 10 years or so?
What line item are you on?
We are permitted to ask general questions on the area.
You are, Madam Chairman?
We are permitted to ask general questions as relates to the information that is here on the books. And I might be mistaken, but I'm only seeing actual 2014, estimate 2015, 2015 revised estimate, 2016 estimates. Okay, so that I won't allow that question. Can we therefore go to page 20? And we're now going to item 002, productive sectors. It begins at page 20 and it ends at page 20. Honorable Member for Superior.
On page 20, please, Madam Chair. Under 01, Agriculture, Forestry and Fishing. Item 470, construction of marketing facilities. I see there is 3 million allocated, which was not, which just 400,000 was allocated previously. And through you, can we get a breakdown of which facilities these monies are to be allocated to, the $3 million? Do you have anything on page 20?
No, on page 20.
All right.
Which item? That is for the Scarborough market.
$3 million.
Yes.
Thank you.
Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to know what is the status of these facilities, 467, processing facilities for coconut, bay leaf oil, and pigeon peas. 474, establishment of agro-processing facilities. 478, development market research. 480, GIS GPS support system for livestock in Tobago. I would really like to know the status of those projects. Are those projects established? And if so, if they are established, who is setting up these projects? Is it the THA that is directly employing persons on these projects? Because if they are THA-funded projects, I want to know whether THA is actually doing these projects as part of THA's business, core business, or whether THA has devolved as the private enterprise. And if private enterprise is doing it, how are they identified, and what is the process for granting the subventions, if there are subventions?
Honorable Minister of Finance.
As you'll realize, these are ongoing projects. So that information would have been available to the previous government. But since you don't know what happened under your tenure, I will get the information for you and provide it in writing.
Madam Chairperson, I think it is really disrespectful for the minister to keep saying about my tenure and my tenure.
Speaking the truth.
1 minute, please.
Madam Chairperson, I have a right as a member of this House of Representatives and on behalf of the public of Trinidad and Tobago to ask questions that clarify how the money is being spent. And whether it happened under the term of the PP government or what, today we are here to ask questions. And Madam Chairperson, I just think that I have that right to ask those questions. That's all.
Indeed. And Honorable Minister of Finance, I understand you to be saying that the information for projects that preceded the fiscal year 2016 shall be provided by you in writing.
Within the limits of the information available to me, Madam
everything,
Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Finance, could only be done within the limits of what is available, and we understand that. Please, can we move on?
Madam Speaker, the member made a speech.
Minister of Finance, please. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
And services on page 21, head 15. There has been an increase from the estimate in 2015.
Excuse me.
No, we're not going back.
Still.
No.
Productive sector.
Productive, okay, yes.
So on page 20.
Page 21.
Yes. Page 21, no, we haven't, I'm sorry. Page 21 is economic infrastructure head, item 003.
Yeah.
So, member for Kamuto Mansinilla, are you within head 002, productive sector?
Page 20.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Right. I'll wait.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director to Minister of Finance, through you, Chair. If the projects, referring to 480, the development of a GIS, GPS support system, if the projects are ongoing, how is there no allocation? And is it that the project has come to an end, or has it been cancelled? Please, thanks.
Madam Chairman, That question was asked and answered.
No.
It was asked and answered. I said I would provide details of the status of these projects, the establishment of these projects, the purpose of these projects, etc. And I think in the rubric status, we would get an explanation as to why there's no allocation in 2016. And Madam Chairman, I simply want to say, members opposite are perfectly entitled to ask me to explain what happened under their stewardship. And I'm perfectly entitled to point out that they should know what they did when they were in government.
And that you provide the answer.
There are some things that they did that I will not be able to explain because they did a lot of strange things.
Honorable Minister of Finance, we understand that you could only provide what is available. All right, so can we go on to page 21, item 003, economic infrastructure. It commences at page 21.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Superior.
Under 01 of that economic infrastructure,
yes.
Agriculture, forestry and fishing. D, fishing, line item 143 deals with improvement to beaches and landing facilities. The revised 2015 estimates indicates that $17.3 million was spent. That is now in 2016 has been reduced. The allocation has been reduced down to $5 million. Through you, if we can be provided with a list of the beaches and landing facilities on which that $17.3 million was spent, a list of those facilities, and a breakdown of the $17 million, how much was spent, where, and to whom were such payments made.
Okay, and therefore this will be in writing, subject to whatever limitations of availability of information.
Madam Speaker, again, this is 2015.
We understand that, Honorable.
So they should know.
Honorable Minister of Finance, you understand that, and that's why we have the caveat. Can we go on, please? Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Under fishing, 165, has the THA set up any commercial tilapia prawn production facilities in Tobago? Are there any facilities set up by them? Because this is a continuing project again. Has anything been set up? Is there visible evidence of anything being set up?
I get the impression you were not living here last month, but I will provide the information for you. This has been going on for years.
So that this will be provided in writing?
As I'm possible, I'm being asked to explain things that were approved by the previous government, but I will.
Much obliged. And therefore, Honorable Member for Superior.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you would allow me just a moment, the Honourable Minister is repeating that these things were done by us. These things were done when the partnership was in government. They were done by the THA. The point has been made, no audited statements from way back 2007. And in fact, the numbers being brought here as revised estimates are the numbers being brought by the Honourable Minister of Finance. And therefore, to say that we were not there and we did it and we must know, there are new members here, they don't know. There are persons out in the public, they don't know. And nobody knows every single thing that is happening. And that's why the revised estimates that you brought, we want to ask further. At 463 on page, same page 21, Agricultural Access Roads, Tobago. In your revised 2015 estimates, you indicate to this House that $53.6 million was spent. Prior to that, the estimate was $5 million, and now you've come with a 2016 allocation of $5 million. Again, Madam Chair, through you, we would like a breakdown of the agricultural access roads on which that $53.6 million was spent, and to whom the payments were made for improvements to these agricultural access roads.
So this is a breakdown in writing for the estimates for the year 2015.
The whole year.
So long as the information is available. Let's move on, please.
Madam Chair, the member for Superior made a statement that is not accurate. The THA has advised me. They have submitted their accounts to the Auditor General's department up to the year 2013. So it is incorrect, misleading, and wrong to keep saying over and over that the THA has only submitted accounts for 2007. They have submitted accounts up to 2013. So please stop saying that.
Madam Chair, I made the statement that there are no audited accounts since 2007. If it is that they feel there is something that they did or didn't do, that's a different point. I made it very clear there are no audited accounts of the THA since 2007. And indeed, even the 2007, 6 and 7 were incomplete at one page, because in it, the Auditor General said that they had not received what it needed to receive from the THA. I'm not going on that point. The point is that they did not include those. So, Madam, if there is no more on that page, can we move to another page?
I'm so happy members are cooperating in us expediting this process.
Anybody else on those pages?
All right, so can we go on, please, to item 004, social infrastructure.
Page, please. Page.
And that is at page 31. It commences at page 31.
I'm sorry. No, please. I asked if we were done with that particular page we were dealing with the beaches. I do have a question on page 23 at item 538, still under agriculture. I'm still under economic infrastructure. 538, facilities for workers at Hope Farm. I note again in 2015, $2 million was spent. The allocation for 2016 is $200,000. Again, we would like a breakdown, the numbers of workers at Hope Farm and the nature of the facilities on which $2 million was spent, and to whom was the $2 million given to in payment for the facilities at Hope Farm.
Can we get that in writing, please?
We'll try, Madam Speaker. I will see what the former Minister of Finance did with respect to this item.
All right.
When he gave them the money.
So are we finished, members?
No.
Are we finished with item 003?
No, Madam
Economic
Chair.
infrastructure?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay.
On the
Member
same,
Cipriani.
yes,
Cipriani.
thank you. On the same page 23, under line item 580, Urban Forestry Program, I note an increased allocation of $1 million for 2016. It was 100,000, so a 900,000 increase. Again, through you, Madam Chair, a breakdown of what is this increase of 900,000 for.
Since for the first time you're asking about 2016, I will oblige.
Are you in a position to give it?
It will be given in writing.
Thank you very much.
In writing.
Okay. Page 24.
Honourable Member
sure.
for Tabaki, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Page 22, item 468. New project, 2016, $10.5 million. Is this Goldsboro project agricultural estate irrigation program? Is it owned by the THA, or is this a private enterprise that is being irrigated? Who owns this Goldsboro estate? THA?
It's owned by the THA. The money is for an irrigation system and other agricultural infrastructure. And the land is leased to private farmers.
So the land is leased to private farmers, but the infrastructure is being put in by the THA.
But clearly, it's part of the lease.
It's part of the terms of the lease? Well...
No, I'm just asking. Nothing wrong in asking, you know.
Madam Chair, very happy to see a copy of that lease that the Honourable Minister is referring to.
Sure.
So that is part of the lease.
So that the terms of the lease would be provided in writing. Honourable Member for Miaro.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I really did not raise my hand, but since you have called my name, I will dare ask a question. And I'm being very careful with this question here, and I know we're being pointed to items in the book, and I'm asking this question.
At least you ascribe any blame to me for putting you somewhere else.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Within
yes, I do.
the
Thank
item
you.
that we're dealing with.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you very much.
dealing with the heading Details, Head 15 of the House of Assembly, Tobago House of Assembly. I am listening, Madam Chairman, as a first-timer Member of Parliament in this exercise,
And
at page?
on page 21.
Page 21. Excuse me, please.
Yes.
But we going back? Okay, at page 21, item, Honorable Member Funyaro, item.
The item that I want to ask the question on, ma'am, is the answers that are coming in terms of...
Just now, please. Maybe ask item. If you could point us to the item so that...
I will withdraw for the meantime,
yes,
Madam.
I realize I put you on a spot by forcing you to ask a question.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry about that.
All right, no problem.
Okay, Honorable Member for Superior.
On page 33, don't forget you have your Scarborough Library, yeah? 496.
Honorable Member for Superior.
33. We are still on economic infrastructure, Madam?
Yeah. We're still on economic infrastructure.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at page 26. Item 748, construction of sea defense walls, which I'm sure are very needed in Tobago. There's an increased allocation of 11.9 million, making a total for 2016 of 12.9 million. Again, through you, a breakdown of where these works will be where this money will be expended and for which works. 748.
Construction of the sea defense
of sea defense walls, yes. A breakdown of where the 12.9 million would be spent.
So, thank you. Can we therefore move on to social infrastructure, which begins at okay.
Thank you. We talked about the walls on page 27, still on 003 economic 326 item 3. There's another one here, 326. 326, which is Pigeon Point infrastructure works. I note an 8 million increase. From 2 million, it has gone now to 10 million. And again, a breakdown as to what works are to be done there, on which this 10 million would be expended. And still on that page, if I may, I suppose in writing.
Yes.
Yes, then on the same page, enterprise development, 002 under G, business services under G.
Again, a breakdown of works?
Yes, ma'am. I see the 5 million allocation 2016. So some details. Yeah, 1 second. Then on 009, Enterprise Development Company of Tobago, I see 8 million for the company. So I would like, how does Enterprise Development and Enterprise Development Company work?
So you want a relationship of 002 and 009?
Yes, ma'am, because now you have a 8 and 5, $13 million. Part going to the development and part going 8 million, the larger part, to the company. And can we please get a list of the directors of the Enterprise Development Company of Tobago, please? Again, I guess all of that will be in writing. I said, I guess, so Madam Chair will guide us. I guess Ron will give us the answer.
Please, do we have the list of the directors?
The member has asked, what's the reason for all of this, in addition to the list of the directors and so on?
That's the reason, Madam Chair, please.
Madam
Minister of Finance, what was asked is the relationship between the two sides.
Yes. If you read the budget statement, you will see on the section on Tobago, we have decided to assist the THA in developing business activity in Tobago at the Cove Estate and other areas in Tobago. And this is all part of a new thrust to try to boost economic activity in Tobago. The details that you require will be provided. But I really wished I could even have given Tobago more to stimulate business activity and economic activity in Tobago.
Okay, any other further member for Baratari Sanu?
Just one question to the Minister of Finance. If he could check his heading number 465 from 003, page 22.
Thank you very much.
465.
We still in the same head. All right, we still in the same item of economic.
infrastructure.
Economic infrastructure.
Page 22, 465.
What's the question?
All right. Now, I know your attention span is decreasing as time goes on.
Do you want to know what a hyperbaric facility is? You want to know what it is?
No, I want to know if it's functioning.
Okay.
And how many patients have you seen last year?
Certainly, I will let you know what is going on with the Tobago hyperbaric facility. I know as a medical doctor, you know what that is.
No.
Yes, you do.
Could you tell me what it is?
Put it in writing. But you do know what a hyperbaric facility is. Oxygenation. You should know that. You know that.
Come on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Still on economic infrastructure, at page 29, under D, roads and bridges, line 523, major improvement works on secondary roads. Again, we note that the estimates for 2015 was 8 million, but the revised estimates for 2015, $26.8 million, and then back down in 2016 to 10. Again, through you, Madam Chair, a breakdown of which roads, secondary roads, this 26 million was spent on, and to whom were the payments made for the roadworks to the tune of 26.8 million in 2015. 2015 seems to have been a singular year in Tobago. All expenditures appear to have been increased, and now in 2016 decreased.
All right, so that the question only relates to the revised estimates in 2015.
26 million.
And therefore, Honorable Minister of Finance, I understand the same caveat, the same undertaking and the same caveat to apply.
Madam Chairman, I want to make the point. The statement made by the member for Superior is inaccurate. The THA spent its allocation in 2015, the allocation given to it by the then government. It is wrong to say that it was a spectacular year and every item. There were decreases in other heads. So you had increases and you had decreases. It is wrong to pick out increases and say it's a spectacular year and every head has been increased. That is not true.
Item 6, line, same page, 29, line 690, resurfacing program. The estimates for 2015 was $5 million. The revised estimate up to when close of the year brought here is $25 million, an increase of $20 million. Now allocated 2016, $5 million. Again, through you, a breakdown of the resurfacing program, on which this $25 million was spent in 2015, and to whom were the payments made with respect to the resurfacing program?
Minister of Finance.
Sure, I will provide that information in writing, but I want to point out the general condition applies. If you look at the 2015 original estimate, it was $5 million. Yep. The revised was 25. We have simply restored the original allocation.
That's okay, but
in 2016, we're talking 2016 estimates here, and if the THA decides in consideration of its needs to reallocate funds within its overall allocation to pave roads in Tobago, I will happily approve it.
So, Honorable Minister of Finance, do I understand that the statement made under recurrent in terms of the THA being given a blanket sum as approved applies for development program, that they can apply as they wish, subject to the necessary approval?
They establish procedures. Yes. It applies to the DP as well as the recurrent.
How was it $25 million?
I said I would answer that.
And Honorable Member for Superior, our members please. Honorable Member for Superior, I think he has given the undertaking that it will be given in writing. The chair just sought clarification for that other audience that we are all so mindful of. All right, so can we go ahead, please? Anything else under the head that we're dealing with, which is 003? And then can we therefore go on to item...
Madam Chair?
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
I know we're still 003. I'm looking at 576.
And could you guide me to the page, please?
Page 23. I just need an explanation for the establishment of this centralized composting facility. It's from 150,000 to 1 million. Just an explanation to the Honorable Minister.
Page 22. This is on page 22?
Page 23, please. It is
576.
yes.
I'm sorry.
See, member, what explanation do you require?
For the increase of 150 and what it entails, perhaps?
Okay, why did it go from 150 to 1 million? No problem.
And therefore, can we now go to page 31? Item 004, social infrastructure. And therefore, I call upon the Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Chair, line item 770 and 771. 771 has reconstruction of Scarborough RC.
Yeah.
And 770 has new construction of Scarborough RC. There's a conundrum there. Is it a new construction or is it a reconstruction? What is happening?
Both.
You can't have a reconstruction and a construction.
Asking and answering your own question.
Answer. Yes.
Satisfied with your own answer?
Finance, could we have the answer, please?
He asked and answered himself.
That's how we behave.
But let me answer you now. Since it is my responsibility to answer your question,
Answer it, I'm waiting for it.
I will now correct your answer. There is an old school, and as the former Minister of Education will know, that when you're building the new school, you have to maintain the old school. So that the reconstruction of Scarborough RC is to allow the students to at least learn in some sort of environment. So money has to be spent maintaining the old school until the new school is commissioned. That's a different question. You don't know where the Scarborough RC is? Yeah. You were Minister of Education?
Where you're building the new one?
You don't know that?
No, I don't know where you're building.
You never went to Tobago?
Finance, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm just astonished that the former Minister of Education does not know where the Scarborough Roman Catholic School is.
No,
I'm astonished.
Could you kindly answer the question?
Well, I find that...
Is it a new
am I being asked to tell him, who was Minister for 5 years, where the Scarborough RC is?
I think you're being asked to tell the committee. Could you kindly tell us, please?
It's in Scarborough.
Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you.
Item 814 on page 31.
Could we kindly proceed, please? Could you kindly repeat the question?
Item 814 on page 31, teacher training program. In 2014, it was 750,000. The estimate was 800, and actually 800,000 was spent, and it is now reduced to 100,000. In the context of the challenges we face in education, again in training, could you just give us an explanation for the significant reduction in teacher training in Tobago?
I'll have to get that in writing for you, but your point you keep making is well noted, that training is important.
And it is not accorded.
Any other questions? 04?
004, page
004.
Page 40.
Page 40.
No, I want to know.
I have recognized the Honorable Member for Superior.
You can come back once we're under the
Can I come back?
Yes, you can, once it's under 004. Page 40, housing and settlements. I'm looking at the line 454, Courland Estate Land Development. I note that in 2015, $18.6 million was spent on this land development project. So that the revised estimate is very low down at 900. Is it that most of the work has been completed? 1, 2, can we get a breakdown of the nature of the works that were done on which this $18.6 million was expended, and to whom were the payments made out of this $18.6 million in the revised 2015 estimates? And Madam, I have a few more on the same page. I don't know if you want me to continue or...
Maybe if you could just give us all, and then we would say that they would all be given in writing, because the details I suspect that you see.
Similar.
Yes.
So line item 476, Home Improvement Grant Tobago. I note an increase of 5 million, it's now 7, from 2015, 2 million. I would like to ask how many home improvement grants were given out in 2015 and the average value of each grant. In addition, so that was 476. Then we have 478, which is one was a home improvement grant, one was a home improvement subsidy again. The amounts, the numbers given out, and the average value of each. Continuing on that same page, 486, beneficiary-owned land program, new home construction, $1 million spent in 2015 revised, $2 million to be spent in 2016. Again, the numbers and the
So
average
what you want
amounts.
is for 2015,
The 2015 expenditures.
Yes.
Because we can't say what will be done yet. And there's also 484, home completion program, again, $1 million expended. So the number of these home improvement, what is it, home completion, how many homes completed, and average value per each of the homes to which the grant was given for completion. You had something on an earlier page?
Carney, Honorable Member.
No, but before you go to Caronies, you're talking about 2015?
Revised estimates.
So you don't know,
Of course I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
clearly. You weren't here.
Honorable Member for Carney East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to now remind the Honorable Minister of Finance of the Scarborough Library. It is on page 33. Could he explain the increase of the $5 million? You remember when I asked whether it's for maintenance, what it is for? You said it would be in the development program. So I'm seeing it here now. So I want to remind you to answer the question.
No, yes, it is within the head of social infrastructure.
When I ask about the maintenance.
What do you mean maintenance?
It's line item 490 on page 33.
That's development work.
So I'm just giving him a gentle reminder, Madam Chair.
I am told it's for outfitting of the library.
Outfitting, so the structure is complete.
The library is functional.
And you're still outfitting, you're continuing to outfit.
Why not?
That's $5 million more.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so you have answered it now. Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Member for Shogunas East.
Madam Chair, may I ask a few questions with respect to social infrastructure? On page 33, item 764, we have had continuous allocations to the Young Scholars Program. If we could get some details on that. With respect to item 782, that same page, if we can have the status with respect to the development of the Tobago Community College. On page 34, item 503, while we'd have had a one-off in terms of 2014, the establishment of a consortium of retired educators and specialist teachers. What's the status of that currently? I noted in 524.
Just 1 minute, please.
Sorry.
Can I? No, well, that's why I was asking what really is the question.
All right. The question with respect to the Young Scholars Program is...
sorry, excuse me.
Which one?
This is with respect to the establishment of a consortium of retired educators and specialists.
Yeah, the question is this still, is it functional?
no way I'm going to go back to 2014.
Okay.
It's not happening.
But Honorable Minister, the question is, even with respect to now, there's no allocation since 2014.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I understand the question to be a real-time question.
No, the minister is asking whether it was completed, and that goes back to 2014.
Yeah. Well, the question could be asked, why are no funds allocated to the project?
I will get an answer for you.
Right. Okay.
But don't ask me
Yes.
what you did in 2014.
Honorable Minister of Finance, the question is why no funds have been allocated in 2016, which I think is a legitimate question. Thank you.
May I ask another legitimate question?
Well, I'll determine if it's legitimate.
Madam Chair, item 524, on the same page, the development of library facilities. Can we know what are these library facilities? Where are they going to be located? Because there's an allocation in 2015 there and 16. It's reduced. So the question is, what are these and why have they been reduced?
Are you in a position to answer that, Honorable Minister of Finance?
Madam Speaker, the 2015 estimate was $1 million, and the revised estimate is 500,000. I will certainly get an explanation for this.
And finally, on page 36, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Item 592, why has there been no allocation to the establishment of skills-based technical vocational in 3 secondary schools?
But that has been going on since your tenure. This has been going on since 2015.
No, I'm just asking.
Ask yourself.
There's a THA now.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
The concern, but I wish to make a point. If a program was not allocated any funds in 2015, when the UNC was in government, it was not allocated any funds last year. Why are you asking me now why it's not allocated any funds in 2016? They should have the answer.
And Honorable Minister of Finance, I am certain that in writing you can provide a very adequate.
So they don't know why they didn't allocate funds?
And Honorable Minister of Finance, remember, we've said that there are other people who are interested in these answers. I'm sure you'll give a very adequate answer. Can we now have Honorable Member for Tabakit? You're forgoing the no? Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
I see all those projects the ones that didn't have an allocation.
I would really like to ask the Minister of Finance a general question.
I would like a question on an item.
Well, Chair, you said at the beginning that you would allow some general questions. And I was trying to get your...
Honorable Member for Caroni Central, I said that in a context, and that was with respect to the summary page which we passed a long time ago. And while I may not see everything, I do have assistant eyes here. And neither my assistant eyes or mine had picked up any. And you see how sensitive we are because we've picked up people who really haven't tried to attract our attention on more than one occasion. So can we, unless there's a line item within which we're dealing with, I really can't allow the question.
Could I then ask, Madam Chair, at the end of the examination of this development budget, if you'd give me the opportunity to ask a general question?
Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable Minister of Finance, the question was directed to the Chair. And Honorable Member for Caroni, I would really like us to stick within the agreed process. As I've said before, there are other mechanisms for questions to be put to ministers, and I would really ask members, therefore, to utilize that. It means we'll have an interest in Parliament with these other questions. And therefore, can I call on the Member of Superior, please?
with respect to your ruling that no general questions, I might understand no general questions can be asked in the Standing Finance Committee. Am I to understand?
Honorable Member for Superior, I can't even begin to answer that question because that's not what I said. And that is not what, I know you came late, so that you may have missed certain things. Please. And you may have missed certain things.
Sure.
We have allowed general questions in a particular context.
Because this is what
I am sure the honorable member for Oropouche East would be in a position to support what has occurred here in terms of general questions and the agreed procedure with respect to which we've taken general questions.
I did hear you in response to Carney Central, who was attempting to ask a general question, which was disallowed, and that's what I wondered whether people can ask or not ask, because I mean, we look at the standing orders, I don't think there's any prohibition on the nature of the questions once they're relevant to the budget documents that are before us.
I would say I did not disallow general questions. The general questions were allowed in the context of the figures before us, and the general questions came with respect to the bulk categories. That was the agreement. The way I understand this process is that questions are allowed with respect to the items
documents
that are before us.
But we didn't know what was the question Carney was going to ask. The question was disallowed before he asked it.
All right,
Yes, he said
so
general.
I have ruled on this. Can we kindly proceed with the process, please?
I have a line item of 546.
1 minute, please, Karen. I'm sorry, because I said the 4 eyes here are quick. I think I recognize Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 38, 07-387, as well as 410. On 387, I've noticed that there's a decrease in the dialysis, the amount for dialysis. But the non-communicable diseases rising, you would think that that would also rise or remain the same. So the 2016 has decreased. And also, the thrust of the government in your budget debate, you've indicated that primary healthcare services is high on the agenda, and so to dental services. But yet I see a decrease, in dental services. In 410. Both dialysis and dental services have decreased. And that is not in keeping with the thrust of the primary health care.
Honorable Member, Minister of Finance, are you in a position to answer the question?
This is capital, right? Thank you. I just want to make a general point. This is the development program. This does not deal with goods and services or personal expenditure. So that this would relate to purchase of pieces of equipment, refurbishment of buildings, and so on and so on. The decreases are small. You're talking about $100,000, and therefore I am certain there's a rational explanation. The THA may in 2015 have purchased a lot of equipment, and they see no need in 2016 to continue with that level of expenditure. But since the member has asked, I would most certainly try to get an answer as to why there's just $100,000 difference in the allocation.
And this would be related to 410, item 410, and
well, it's the two items the member raised. Dialysis Service Department, where there's a difference of 100,000, and District Dental, where there's a difference of, but remember, this is development program we're dealing with, not PE or goods and services. So it could be that they have enough equipment or not, as the case may be. So I will get the information for you.
any more questions on item 004? Yes, Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Madam Chair, item 546, which is operationalization of the New Scarborough Library.
Could you please assist us with the page you're on?
Page 35.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's a sum there for the operationalization, But I think the Minister of Finance consulted with his colleague from Tobago, where he said previously, in answer to the question, the money there was for equipping and the hospital.
Operationalization of new Scarborough Library.
The number?
546 of page 34.
Yeah.
5.
But you said it was already opened. So what does the operationalization mean for that?
Obviously, well, obvious to me anyhow, operationalization is an ongoing process. We have provided 3 million in 2015. You will see there's been a reduction in 1 million, which would, a reasonable person would conclude that it's almost fully operationalized. Clearly, there's a requirement to spend another $1 million in 2016 to complete the full operationalization of the Scarborough Library.
Thank you.
And you know, if the former former Prime Minister had met with the Chief Secretary,
Finance, Honorable Minister
you'd have got all the
Finance,
answers to all these questions.
Honorable Minister of Finance, have you finished the answer? And therefore, I will call upon the member of Superior.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Page 42, still under 004. C, sports. I note that a general reduction from 2015.
Honorable Member Superior, sorry to disturb you. Could you kindly repeat the page?
I'm sorry. Someone is disturbing us?
Yes, can you kindly repeat the page?
Page 42.
Thank you.
I'm looking at line items on the sports. I'm on the C, sports, page 42. Do you have it? Yeah. I note from the global numbers on the sports that there has been a reduction of, in 2015, 68.56 million on the revised estimate was spent. And for 2016, that has now been reduced to 17.4, so quite a reduction there. One of these has to do with 659, the Shore Park Recreation Ground and Cultural Complex, which was allocated $50 million, revised estimates last year, down to $5 million. So through you, if the Minister can give us an answer as to how complete is this Shore Park Recreational Ground and how much monies have been expended thus far on the Shore Park Recreational Ground. That was one with the big what?
Madam Speaker, first I would like to say, before you stop me, that if the Honourable Member of Superior had responded to the numerous requests by the Chief Secretary of the THA for a meeting, then she would not be asking these questions. That is a fact. He refused to meet with the Chief Secretary of the THA. And now to deal with the substantive item, since you refused to meet with the Secretary, I will tell you, I'm answering, that the Shore Park recreational facility is over 90% complete, and therefore there is no need for large expenditure in 2016. And if you had met with him, you would know that.
Same item, $50.1 million was spent, as shown in the revised estimates for 2015. And can we please have a breakdown?
Excuse me, members. Excuse me, please.
Provoked by Port of Spain South.
Members, please. I think at this stage, I suggest we take the tea break.
Can I just repeat this question?
At this stage, I suggest we take the tea break. This meeting is suspended for, what time it is now? We return here at 5 o'clock.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM. Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
Alonso de Lima is an unsung political hero who put country before self. Education formed a strong part of his life.
I was born in Trinidad and Tobago in 1939, August 20th. I went to St. Joseph Convent as a little fellow. Then I went to St. Mary's College. And as I grew older, I went to Belmont Intermediate. And then from there, I ended up in Mount Seminary College.
Alonso showed passion and strong leadership in his political career.
You know, it was novel to see how he performed. Yeah. You know, he had, there was another man in the parliament, and he was afraid when he see the speaker with his robe and so on. But Alonso never, he was a brave fellow.
He was not a person given to flights of oratory and that sort of thing. But when he spoke from the heart, and you know, that comes over. You can tell when you are listening to somebody whether you are speaking to someone who is just uttering rhetoric or one who is sincere. He spoke from the heart, and that was always very evident. He was also a person with a military inclination, military in the sense of that he was a cadet force officer and then subsequently the volunteer defense force. That, in other words, he's a man given to service at all, virtually at all levels.
Mr. de Lima, how did you get into politics?
I was never involved in any political party as a young man. I only got involved after the 1970 incident that we had here. I was involved with the Army Cadet Force in those days, because we had no army. Well, the army had just come in, I think, a year or so before. And when we had this, how could I say, Black Power uprising in the 70s, then I was sort of pulled into what was called the protective services at that time. And as a young second lieutenant, I found myself down at police headquarters in charge of the radio with a police inspector by the name of Anthony Prospect, who was the police bandmaster. And I spent most of my, when Dr. Williams declared the state of emergency, I spent most of my time there. I practically lived there.
A phone call came in for Lieutenant de Lima. He was a cadet force lieutenant at the time. And he answered the phone, so he said, speaking. And he said they were calling from the Prime Minister's residence to say that 4 soldiers turned up there for duty, claiming they were sent by Lieutenant de Lima. So they called for Lieutenant de Lima to come to check whether he in fact sent 4 soldiers there. He said, I know nothing about them, arrest those men. And obviously they were taken into detention. I'm not sure that I know how it turned out. But I suspect that must really have impressed Dr. Williams, because that was 1970. By 71, he was asked to be a candidate.
I was called by Dr. Williams to come and see him, and he asked me if I would come into politics and serve at a higher level. I told him, well, I wasn't really too interested in that, because I had much preferred the Army Cadet Force and what I was doing there at that time.
When the matter was first raised with him, he said, but I'm not a politician, I'm not given to that. But, you know, Dr. Williams felt that given his presence of mind and given his sense of being able to size up things very quickly and, in a sense, very accurately, this was a good man to have.
Nevertheless, he said, well, you wouldn't lose any of your ranks or anything like that. And so I happened to end up serving the first 5 years with TNM in the Northeast constituency. And then I ended up doing another 5-year stint with them. And when he died, then I decided that was the end of my political career.
Alonso served not as a minister, but from the backbench.
You have many backbenchers in the parliament. If you have 24 members, you will not have everybody as ministers. He was a businessman. I don't think he wanted any ministerial duties. He wanted to remain a backbencher.
When Dr. Williams approached him to be a candidate, he was reluctant. He said, I'm not a politician. And you know, I mean, he did not feel that that was the way in which his life was cut out. He saw himself as a person who served, who is, you know, as a businessman, part of the family tradition, but as a people-centered person, quite happy to serve people. And this is reflected in the way in which he devoted his time while in politics to the service of his constituents. It wasn't a question that he wanted to become a minister or a parliamentary secretary and was not chosen. That was really never his inclination. So there's, you know, no reflection on the fact that he wasn't.
How did Dr. Eric Williams influence you?
Dr. Williams is a fantastic teacher, aside from what people may have to say. And I really learned a lot from him that served me very well throughout the balance of my life.
Well, I think almost anybody who has worked with Dr. Williams has been touched by Dr. Williams. His approach influenced almost everyone who came into contact with him. He was a tremendous nationalist, and he put his country and his region first, and we are products of that, both Mr. De Lima and myself.
I ended up as counseling people. I ended up helping people in all different sorts of ways. Whatever money they paid me in Parliament, I would give it to the constituency to buy school books for some of these mothers that have 5 and 6 children, right, that have no money to buy no food. The fathers are not there, they're gone away and all that, right? And all those things I really enjoyed.
A man of the people, for the people.
Alfonso was a very, very good member of Parliament. He was very, very concerned about his constituents. In the speeches that he made in Parliament, he made it clear that he looked upon the interests of his constituents as a very important matter.
Every representative of the people have different approaches, but I know that once a week he used to go to his constituency office and the people of that area went to see him. In addition to that, he had a business and people used to come to meet him there. He was a very approachable man and a very friendly fellow, so people never complained about him as they do with others and say, well, he doesn't see me and he don't. Whatever they come to him, he will take note of it and he will act on it.
In politics, he spent more of his time servicing his constituency. And since he has left politics, he has maintained that tradition on a wider front through his connections with the Living Waters community. Merely to tell you that is to tell you the kind of activity he engages in.
I admire a lot of the stuff that he's done. I respect a lot of the stuff that he's done, and I kind of strive to be as good as he has been in his life. And what I've seen in setting up and helping Living Waters community and getting and doing his part to get it to where it is today, and waking up every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to Duncan Street to feed poor, sick people. And he would come back with the greatest stories of their lives, and those are the things that I admire in life. Not what you have accomplished, but who you have helped.
The man, Alonso de Lima.
I found him to be a very, very humble person, and someone who always gave people the respect which was due to them.
He is not one of those given to making the headlines and having his name in their papers, but a country can't really be a stable, peaceful country with respecting the institutions of the country if you don't have people like that who serve out of a desire to serve rather than those who serve in order for their own self-aggrandizement. He was a man of service rather than a man of self-aggrandizement, and I think that is perhaps one of the better contributions to the development of Trinidad and Tobago that any person can make.
He was such a nice fellow that everybody spoke well of him. And the constituency that he represented, they always liked him, you know, and it is of his choice that he didn't go back for election. But he was a very good man, and I must say that we were lucky to have him in Parliament. I wish we had some more like him.
When asked what advice he would give to an upcoming politician, he said,
Be straight with your constituents, be honest with them, and try to do as much as you could possibly do for your constituency. And never give up on them, because without them, you're nowhere. They are your bosses. You know, we are not their boss.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
The Office of the Parliament, in its continued television series on parliamentary personalities, highlights Mr. Gindra Rupnarine, former parliamentary representative for Siparia. Mr. Gindra Rupnarine served as the parliamentary representative for the constituency of Siparia during the period 1981 to 1991. When asked about his introduction to Parliament, he responded,
I got involved in the politics in 1978 when a by-election was called in the then St. Patrick County Council. I did not actually go into it because I wanted to get into politics, but Mr. Pandey came to me and he was looking for a good candidate, and I think the people in the area recommended me. And it's because I did not enter politics because I just came overnight into the scene. I had a background of service to the community. That was my, you know, I served the community well in various organizations, in the cricket club, in the community councils, in the temples or whatever. I was actively involved in several fields. And I think the people had seen something in me and they told him that I was the best man, and I was selected to run. Of course, I won the county council elections in those days, and in 1980 there was another elections, county council election, because it's a 3-year term, and again I won a seat in the St. Patrick County Council. I may add, in those days we just won 2 seats, and one of the seats I had won it in those days in the St. Patrick County Council. That is in 1980. And then the general elections came about in 1981. And I thought because of my representation at that level, the people wanted me at a higher level.
Mr. Gindra Rupnarine, I have known him for many, many, many years. And he was a people's person. He would attend every single religious function in the constituency. He would visit every home, especially almost every home, especially at Diwali time, at Christmas time. He's ready to assist the needy in good times and in bad times. He's always there with the people. He's a people's person. He have never yet refused to listen to people. Whether they were able to get things from him, yes or no, but he never yet, at least, let me say, forgo people for that matter. He always a people's person.
Mr. Rupnarine entered Parliament with a plan of action to remedy some of the social issues in the constituency of Siparia.
When I went into Parliament, of course, there were several things that the area, the Siparia constituency were lacking, several amenities. Basic infrastructure, The utilities, water and electricity was a major problem in the area. In my stint, although I was an opposition MP, I was able to achieve at least 40 extensions of electricity in the constituency. And pipe-borne water, maybe about the same number, where people got together, put up their money, mobilize the community, do the work, and get the work done.
Mr. Rupnarine realized that being parliamentary representative for Siparia was a challenging task.
It was extremely challenging. Of course it was challenging. But, you know, as I said, people understood. You know what? People do not really want too much of you, you know. Of course, they want the basic things. But at the same time, they want to see you that you must be with them and that you are trying to achieve these things, and you walk them the way through, you let them know what you are doing, and they are happy. One of my greatest struggles in the constituency was for water. There was a real terrible shortage of water in the Siparia constituency. Many of the areas did not have pipe-borne water. And even if there were pipe-borne water, there was no water in the pipe. I coined a phrase in those days when people were talking about potable water. I said that in my area it was potable water. You had to tote the water for miles to get it to where you wanted. But so I had a struggle for water in my constituency in 1990, which took me to the plant one day in Sign Village. And in a heated discussion, I told them I was not going to leave there until my people get a supply. And I stayed there for almost 3 weeks. I spent Christmas Day in Wassa plant. I spent up to Old Year's Day, and then we got assurances on New Year's Day I left the plant. And I just remained in the plant. I slept in the plant. I remained there for 21 days in the Wassa compound in Sign Village. That was one of my greatest struggles in 1990.
Leave his wife and children home, and we actually camped at the office in Sign Village to ensure that the people get some water. And of course, the government in the day actually listened to his plight, and they actually assisted the residents of Siparia in getting some water. It wasn't full time, but at least some water. And I admire that with him, his courage, his stamina. He actually, like any other politician, fought for his people to bring forth amenities.
Some constituents thought Mr. Rupnarine's performance as a parliamentarian for Siparia was a commendable one.
The person you will expect Mr. Rupnarine to be is a very genuine man from apparently what he does for the community. You know, he's a straightforward man, a gentleman, willing to assist any voluntary organization or poor people. Maybe in politics he had it a good few years, and he well assisted the people in my area.
I would say good. Good. He always make representation to the people of the Siparia constituency, knowing fully well the Siparia constituency actually forgotten, and Govindra has tried his best to bring forth amenities for his people.
He did a lot of good by helping people. Whenever you go to his office for any help, he used to always help people and give a helping hand.
Some of the major issues Mr. Govindra Rupnarine fought for while in Parliament included water, playing fields, housing, and infrastructure.
I entered the Parliament at age 29. I was very youthful. So my calling, I was playing cricket in those days, and the recreational facilities in the area, because I was involved, was poor. I was able to establish more than 15 recreation grounds during my term of office in the Parliament, although being in opposition in the first 5 years. And some of the grounds, there's one that is named after me now, the Gindra Rupnarine Recreation Ground, which is not too far from here. But several other big grounds in the area, like the Wilson Road Recreation Ground, was done under my tenure. And that is now playing international cricket. Today, most of the grounds, I don't think there were any new grounds in the last few years that was established. The grounds that have been presently lit up, all was done under my tenure of office. I was instrumental in the Susaland project. And again, that was another shortcoming in the area, housing. And although in opposition, I was able to mobilize the community with my colleague Trevor Sudama and John Humphrey but I was instrumental in this area because this is my constituency. And we purchased a large acreage, 340 acres of land. With the help of the people, we collected money from them as down payment, and we developed the land. And today, there's if you go to Switzerland now, is a thriving community. A lot of houses. We had initially distributed almost 400 plots of land for people, and people are very happy there.
Mr. Gindra Rupnarine can be considered a people's person, since he always tried to solve their problems. He was a very amenable representative.
As a politician, no matter what you do, you can satisfy people. But he has tried. As I've told you, he was a people's person. In every single community, you will find Gindra with his car going about, be it Saturday, be it Sunday, be it a public holiday, going and looking after the needs of the people. He was great in that aspect.
He was, at the point in time, he was very genuine to his constituent, always in progress, getting things going, and never hanging back. If I have to rate him as a person, I rate him up in comparison like past fellas like how the late Eric built up the country, he built up Siparia.
Mr. Gindra Rupnarine, he's a very blessed man and a person that whensoever you go to him, he always put a helping hand. And I'm very thankful for him that today I have a little place for me and my family to live.
The experiences Mr. Rupnarine took away from Parliament will serve him in good stead for the rest of his life.
The experience is something that I will always live with. The cut and thrust of the debates, the pick-ons, I have learned a lot with the bills that had to be passed. I have been educated so much during my term of office, and that I did not do any law, but sometimes in my contributions, some people wanted to know when I stood up in technical grounds and whatever and thing in the Parliament, and aborted some bills as well, I remember, that was legally flawed. They wanted to know if I had a legal background. The training was good, and I learned a lot, and I felt very good for those 10 years. I think that, that experience is serving me well now in my involvement. I continue to do community work. It serves me well. It makes me a better human being, that experience of the Parliament.
Since leaving politics, Mr. Rupnarine has devoted his energies to his business endeavors. He, however, continues to serve the constituents of Pinal and Siparia.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Like so many Pakistani boys, 5-year-old Ahmad likes nothing better than playing cricket with his father. The youngest of 8 children, Ahmad and his family walked more than 60 kilometers to escape military strikes in their hometown in North Waziristan. Leaving everything behind, they now live in a local government-owned school in Banu, a neighboring province. Soon after he arrived in Banu, Ahmad started vomiting and suffered a severe case of diarrhea, which left him hospitalized, says his father, Taj Ali Khan. Many other children of IDPs or internally displaced people like Ahmad are facing risks to their health due to unsanitary conditions in crowded camps. Due to sensitivities around privacy, especially for women, most IDPs are choosing to live in schools that are not equipped to deal with such an influx of people. A lack of clean water and sanitation facilities means more IDPs are likely to suffer from diseases that can spread very quickly. To address these basic health issues, UNICEF and the World Health Organization, together with local partners, have implemented a project called WASH, or Water and Sanitation Hygiene. In places with a high concentration of IDPs, new water tanks and motor pumps are being installed to provide safe water for drinking and bathing. IDPs are also provided with solid waste management bins. To further help IDPs, each family receives their own hygiene kit, which includes towels, toothbrushes, and soap. Distribution of these non-food items, or NFIs, are followed by briefing sessions, says WASH coordinator Zaki Ullah.
They take the message, the session with females and with the males and try to reinstate the message each time they come here, and they also try to witness their practices. And so with the passage of time, it takes some time to bring them to speed.
Ornamental plants are destroyed, very beautiful lawns are destroyed.
Principal Mohammed Kazim says he never thought his classrooms would become temporary shelters. And the impact of housing over 175 adults has been quite challenging.
They belong with the periphery and far-flung areas. They don't know the etiquettes of government institution, how to use that in right way. We provide them all facilities. The washrooms are properly washed by the UNICEF within a few days.
And it's not only schools that are bearing the burden, but also host communities accommodating IDPs. This is putting a major strain on existing infrastructure, such as water and electricity. WHO staff also provide education sessions and test water quality in certain communities and water points throughout Banu. Back in the makeshift shelter, Taj Ali Khan says he's grateful his family is able to access clean water, and he's hopeful that Ahmad will now remain healthy for as long as they remain here. This report was produced by Almina Ahmed for the United Nations.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament. This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Parliament Outreach.
Well, yes, I think that the parliamentary outreach which we had today, it was really effective and informative as it sought to really inform students of the roles and functions of the parliament. Because oftentimes we might take the parliament and the members of the parliament for granted. And I think that through this outreach and through direct engagement and interactions by the speaker and members of QRC, we were able to directly learn about the functions of the parliament. So I think it was indeed informative.
we in QRC doing that same type of abstract presentation, because you would observe students of my generation tend to want to participate and they are interested in color and abstract, and I was impressed in terms of how the speaker on the parliament and the stewardship of the speaker was able to, how to say, transform a system of that complexity to break it down for the average citizen, the man in the street, basically, to understand the importance of parliament in the role of democracy.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
I think the meeting has resumed. Thank you very much.
May I have the privilege of continuing this matter? Now, I just want to go to page 42.
Thank you.
Yes,
I was just asking you to guide me the page.
Page 42, and back to this course item 659, the Shore Park Recreational Ground and Cultural Complex. I wanted the Minister to give an undertaking to indicate to us what is the overall cost of this complex, when did it start, when is it anticipated to be completed, and at what final cost they anticipate that will be completed. In 2015, we understand from the data that there was an enormous amount of activity on this project. So far the project is, I think, about 95 million, but there was a lot of activity. We'd like to get a list of the works done in 2015, the scope of works, the list of contractors, and how much money was paid on this particular project, 659, in 2015. And what is anticipated in 2016, the continuation of the works, scope of works in particular.
I'll check Minister Hawaii's records and revert to you.
Much obliged. I don't see him.
I think the break did you all well. So can we go on to item, please, members, 005?
Hold on. I'm still on that as well. There is an item here on the Brian Lara Cricket Complex in Tobago. The same would apply.
724?
Yes. The same question would apply if we would get a list of works to be done in 2016. To be done. And what is the overall cost of the project, when it is expected to be completed, and the list of works to be done in 2016. I'm moving on the same subhead.
Just clarify, you asking me about 2015 in that too?
No, for the Brian Lara Cricket Complex.
You just want to know 2016?
2016.
Fine.
I think you should hope to be able to answer
Any question on 2016 I can answer?
Yeah. So I will move on the same subhead. We have here 774 is on page 43. Yes? Yeah. The Elite Athlete Development Institute. I wanted to get from the minister in writing when this institute was established, what is the purpose of the institute, a breakdown of this expenditure of 500,000 in the coming year, 2016, and the list of the athletes who have benefited from this program in 2015 and to benefit in 2016.
Asking me to go back beyond 2014?
What I'm saying is that I want to get an idea of the objective of the institute when it was established as a historical
it was
data.
Clearly established before 2014. So you want me to tell you what happened in 2013 and 2012?
When was it established?
Before 2014, because there's an expenditure of
since both of us don't know when, maybe you can just find
before 2014.
Yeah, but you can't say whether it's in 2009 or 1825.
Madam Chairman, I want a ruling on this. How far back am I supposed to go?
Let me just ensure that I understand the question. What I understand the member to be asking is the purpose and objective of the project, when it was started, and the current expenditure. So you're not giving all the financials for the people.
But I got all that, Madam Speaker. But the point I am making is that when you look at the estimates, you would see that there is an expenditure of 750,000 in 2014. So that obviously this thing began either in 2014 or before that. So how far am I supposed to go back, Madam Speaker? Suppose you ask me a question.
But I don't want the estimate for 2009, 10, 11, 12.
And Honorable Minister of Finance, I agree that the question doesn't say how far you have to go back, because how far you go back will be determined by when the project was started. But that is just a historical fact. Started in 2009. Purpose this, current position that. So we're not going through any story.
But Madam Chairman, you realize that if that approach is adopted, then I would be asked to give explanations on matters that go all the way back to 10 years ago.
Honorable Minister of Finance, I hope you're not being anticipatory. All right? I think if it's just a question with respect to when it was started, the objective, and what the current situation is, I think...
Madam Deputy,
I'm
sorry. Yes, I hear
that
you.
it is reasonable.
I understand.
And that the member is entitled.
I will try my best to go back in time, but I can speak about the 2016 estimate.
Yes, and that's primarily what you have to
I would
speak
have
about.
difficulty going back in time.
All right?
Ma'am, but yes, you're very clear.
Another?
Yes, I have another one, apart from the Elite Development Institute. There's also the Youth Development Institute. Now, again, I'll ask the question, Madam Chairman, whether it was started in 2014 or in 1920, I don't want annual reports on what was done and so on, just when it was established. I don't need a report on every year. But I'm very concerned that for the Youth Development Institute, their program for 2016, what that entails, that they estimate $500,000 to be spent
Madam
on
Chairman,
it in 2016.
can I intervene here? And I am being anticipatory, if you don't mind. I've looked at the standing orders. We are supposed to be looking at the 2016 estimates. Any other matter of a general nature or otherwise is by resolution of the House. And there has been no resolution of this House to go back in time beyond the 2016 estimates. So I am asking for an interpretation on this, and I'll refer you, Madam Speaker, to the relevant standing order. Before we get any further, we're still on the second head.
He's wasting time.
So I am not wasting time. I'm trying to make sure you don't waste time. So can I go to the relevant standing order, Madam Speaker? Is it 83 and 84? 84?
Let's see.
Yes, procedure on examination of estimates, page 52. And Madam Speaker, it speaks about the consideration of each head and each provision, but I had also seen in another standing order that if we are to go outside of the consideration of the estimates, then there needs to be a resolution of the House. I will find it, Madam Speaker. I will find it. Standing Finance Committee. Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I don't know why the member for Sipari is mumbling like that. 82, 4. And I think that is very clear. By resolution, the House may, in its discretion, refer to the committee any other matter or matters relating to expenditure. But we are dealing with the 2016 estimates, not the 2014 estimates. And I would ask for an interpretation on this, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair, the questions we ask have nothing to do with estimates. We do not want estimates of 2015,
and therefore there needs to be a resolution of the House for
it's
that.
Simply to ask when a program started.
My interpretation of this is a resolution of the House is required. I am not going back to your time. 84. I'm not explaining what you did.
In terms of standing order 82-4, the way I understand it, and even though the question is not coming in that sort of way, and maybe members on the other side need to be careful with respect to how they're framing the question. If the intent of the question is really to question whether this is DP or whether this is recurrent expenditure, I would allow that type of question. Anything outside of what is presented in the details, I would think is not permissible under the standing order. So that I think the information that the honorable member may be seeking to get, he may get it framed in a different way. Okay?
Okay, let's go now. The establishment of Tobago Youth Development Institute, 500,000 in 2016. Could we have a breakdown of how this 500,000 in 2016 would be spent? And could we also have could we tell us how long that program has been in force?
I can tell you that the allocation for 2016 is not for the startup of this program. You can't catch me.
Anybody else? Are there any other questions or matters for clarification under this item 004? And if not, I suggest we go on to item 005, which commences at page 47. On item 005, multisectoral and other services. Then, honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,748,800,000 for Head 15, the Tobago House of Assembly, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,748,800,000 for Head 15, the Tobago House of Assembly, now starts part of the schedule. I'd like to thank the members from the representatives from the Tobago House of Assembly for coming and assisting the committee. I wish you all a safe return journey to Tobago. So you all are relieved. In terms of, can we finish? Can we? We're going back to Ministry of National Security to complete the exercise we started. While the technocrats find their seats, maybe we can just all get on the same page. We are at Head 22, Ministry of National Security. And I don't have mine in front of me, but we at subhead 09. We're about to begin the development program. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we shall now proceed to continue the examination of Head 22, Ministry of National Security. I would like to remind you that the question for consideration of the committee is that the sum of $4,656,513,910 for Head 22, the Ministry of National Security, stand part of the schedule. Honorable Member for
you would allow, as per direction earlier, you would allow for a couple general questions at the beginning?
Just no, please. Head 09 Development Program.
Yeah.
Just 1 minute, if you would just wait 1 minute.
Sure.
Honorable Member for Oropuch, I believe what I had indicated from the start is that the general questions would be allowed under the general category and not within their estimates. Okay? Okay, so this is ready. We at page 60. Okay, item 004, social infrastructure. Yes, Honorable Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 60, line item 026.
036, upgrade of training.
Yeah.
Yes.
026, establishment of a marine ship safety.
Thank you.
I note that 2015 allocated 5 million, but in the revised nothing was spent. And now we see 8 million in 2016. My question through you, what is the 8 million? I'm saying there's no increase from what was estimated earlier, 5 million. What is the reason for the differential in cost? No work has been done, but there's now appears to be a cost increase, and an explanation as to that cost increase.
Basically, is what the 800 with the 8 million is going to be spent on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Security.
That is for the establishment of the Marine Ship and Safety Port Facility Security Unit. It's a new building, new construction. It's a purchase, in fact, purchase of a building. Purchase of a building, that's for the Marine Port Security Unit.
It says establishment of a marine ship safety and port. So that $8 million is to purchase a building?
Purchase a building.
And can we ask then which building and from who?
Yeah, where's the building?
That I'll have to provide in writing. I don't have that information.
Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Member Fumiaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Honorable Minister, I'm looking at item 015, construction of Coast Guard facility at Galeota. Can you give me an indication of how far along that? I'm assuming it's a new facility that is being built. And secondly, if any provision for new vessels that will be stationed in Galeota in the new port, if you can speak to anything on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of National Security, do you have the information?
Page 60, 045, establishment of Coast Guard base at Charlottesville, Tobago. I note an allocation was made in 2015, but revised none was spent and none has been allocated in 2016. Isn't this program or this project is now stopped or scrapped? The Coast Guard base in Charlottesville.
We're still pursuing land acquisition for that base, and that's still in process. Acquisition of the land to construct the base. That's happening.
And whose land? You don't know. Do you have
I'll have to give you that in writing.
Has the land been identified?
The land has been identified. You'll get it in writing. I can give you that in writing.
What will I get in writing? I'm continuing my questions.
You're going to get a lot of stuff in writing.
Finance, please. I think it's a valid question, Minister of National Security. Has the land been identified?
I said the land has been identified, Madam Chair. Yes, has been identified. As to the owner, I'll have to provide that in writing.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the stage of the acquisition.
That can be done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. So there's no, through you again, is there any cost of this process for acquisition?
But that's why I asked him to say the whole process.
The process.
Of
Thank
the
you, Madam.
Of the acquisition.
The status of
so that would say what stage they have reached. And as an attorney at law, I'm sure you understand
the process
of contract. Yes?
Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Honorable Member for Oropouche East.
Go to within the same subheading, is it page 62?
Page 62.
165, base infrastructure for camps at Laramine South, Felicity and Forest Park. Is the Minister aware that at Felicity, those lands were diverted for other uses back to agriculture?
Madam Chairman, I'd like a clarification. That has nothing to do with this provision in the 2016 estimates. I would ask that you make a ruling on that, whether that is a fair question or not.
Madam Chairman, if the Minister is aware that the lands are not available in Felicity, then those the estimates and allocations would have to be readjusted. It is concerning the money, because the money is for 3 items, and I'm asking the Minister if he's aware that the Felicity lands have been reverted to the Ministry of Agriculture, so that clearly you're looking at Laramine and Forest Park.
I think it's a fair question. Well, you're asking him.
Yes.
Are the lands?
Yeah.
Are the lands still available?
Are the lands still available? Are the lands at Felicity still available for use by the
for that project?
For that project, for the camp?
I'm unable to answer that right now. I can produce that in writing for you. The answer in writing.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 61, still under the same item, at line 049, refit of 2 coastal patrol vessels. I see $8 million has been allocated, and I would like to find out which coastal vessels are to be refitted from these monies. Which coastal vessels are to be refitted? Two vessels. Which 2?
Yes, these are for CG21 and CG22, 2 coastal patrol vessels.
And the cost for each one?
This is in fact, there was a $25 million charge. This is the balance of payment that 2016 that's been made up for those vessels.
Okay.
To refit them.
Go ahead. I'm okay.
Madam, yes. I can move to page 65, or is it too far? Item 004.
Yes, it's 0.
So I'm looking at 191, ma'am. In the budget debate, the member for Point Fortin, of course, was very happy to announce the Point Fortin Fire Station construction project. $3 million is estimated for the 2016 expenditure. It's a new project, of course. Is the minister aware that the total cost of that fire station is estimated without VAT at $95 million, and very little will be done with $3 million for that project? And what would be the minister's approach to funding that project in Point Fortin, given that it would be in excess of $100 million, and you have provided $3 million in the estimate?
I will answer that. This allocation was made by me, and it is designed to get the project going. It's designed to do all of the necessary engineering, planning, and tendering to get this project going. And if the implementation proceeds rapidly, then consideration will be given to providing additional funds to meet the needs of the project during 2016.
Honorable Member for Sugonas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May I go to page 62? I didn't realize we had gone quickly. Yeah.
Once you've written the head,
okay,
you can move between the pages.
Okay, thank you. Air Guard, item 030 and 046. Will the Honourable Minister indicate why no sums have been allocated either for the refurbishment or upgrade of the Air Guard C-26? And further to that, what plans do you have for this aircraft? Or these two, I think it is two. These are the fixed-wing aircraft.
I'll provide the answer for you in writing. Yeah. Yes.
Honorable Member for Miaro.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Minister of National Security, on page 65 under item 156, can you tell me if any of that developmental allocation has been made for the purchase of fire appliances for the Miaro Fire Station? Thank you.
156. The allocation here is purchase high-volume pumps for the fire service.
Honorable Member for Superior.
It's okay, Madam. Thank you.
That's all right. If there are no Honorable Member for Urupuchis.
I'm at page 64 under prison service. The ongoing project, the fencing project at the prison, is that captured here, Mr. Minister? And under what heading would you have that to complete that project?
Honorable Minister of National Security, would you want that answer deferred for a little later in the evening?
So, Madam Chair, I just had to find it.
All right, so can we defer it while you get assistance and we can continue? You have another question, Honorable Member for Urupuchis?
031 acquisition of closed-circuit television system.
Yes.
There's an allocation here of $6.5 million. I'm at 031, yeah?
Yes.
I want to ask the Minister to tell us what is the total cost of this project. My recollection is this project was a bit more costly than this. And what scope of works you intend to undertake with $6.5 million when the project itself may be significantly more? If you can give some information on what exactly the $6.5 million would do in the context of a much wider scope of works.
I'll provide that in writing for you.
Sure.
Honorable Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 64 on the immigration. I wondered why it is that no monies have been allocated for the purchase of a launch for the Immigration Division, given the amount of human trafficking we are hearing about and illegal immigrants who are coming into the country, for which the Immigration Division has some responsibility?
A new security apparatus is being looked at to incorporate the immigration, Coast Guard, and so on, so that has not been done as yet. So there is no conceptual clarification to purchase the land at this point in time.
Honourable Member for Chaguanas East.
On page 67, I have two issues I'd like to raise. 046, upgrade of machine-readable passport to e-passport. The allocation of 4 million. We recognize this is a new project. If we can get some details as to... sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're not?
Yes, we're still at item 004.
Okay, all right. I'll get back to that.
Yes.
Could the Minister of National Security indicate, I'm now looking at 006, outfitting of PIC 9 building for Immigration
Division. Could you
Division.
refer to the page, please?
Page 64.
Thank you.
006 under Immigration.
Yes.
There's an allocation of $2 million. Mr. Minister, could you indicate whether that $2 million will complete the outfitting work? And to my knowledge, much more is required for the completion. And when you expect that this project would get further funding?
That is for IT infrastructure. That is some allocated there is for IT infrastructure.
So this is only for the IT
infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Can we then go on to item 005, multisectoral and other services? Yes, Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Madam Chair, page 66, 002, institutional strengthening of the forensic. We spoke about that yesterday, and I see that there is no allocation of it for it to help to bring the forensic in line with requirement for accreditation, etc. Could the government or the minister make any statement as far as whether there is going to be any further need for allocation there?
I'll have to provide that to you in writing.
Do you intend to do some work on it?
There's been no allocation for the last 3 years.
Okay,
under you.
You are in government now. You are in government
2016.
now. And Madam Chair, the next question. Yeah. There's an establishment of a DNA database for a new project on item 012. Can you just give us some information on what that database you're hoping to establish?
Staff has been hired to do that right now, and we're in the process of doing that, hiring staff to
You think
pursue
you
that
could
right
go a
now.
little further and tell us what type of database you're trying to achieve? Database of whom? It's not a national it's not a hidden secret, but
that I'll have to provide in writing. I don't have that at my
we had
hands
passed
right
some legislation requiring we had passed some legislation requiring the consideration of providing database for employees of the security services at one time. Is that going to be a consideration of the present government? No.
Honourable Member for Caroni East, you have directed it to the Minister of National Security.
Provide in writing.
We are continuing to develop the database at the Forensic Science Center.
You don't want to be a little more clear?
No, no.
You can't be, or you don't want to be?
I've answered you, what we're doing right now.
Honourable Member for Oropuj East.
On page 67, I'm looking at 056. Now, you have a new project called Joint Border Protection Agency, where you have allocated $3 million. Mr. Minister, is this the $3 million to be spent on the consultation to kick in that process and other related preliminary discussions, or is this for a building, or what is this $3 million for?
For preliminary works and setting up the agency.
Preliminary works and setting up the agency.
Yeah.
But you indicated to us earlier in the proceedings that you were going to embark on a consultation process before you begin anything. When is that process due to begin?
There's ongoing discussion among the agencies right now.
Oh, you have started it already?
That's right.
Okay.
We have started that.
Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now return to the question I was going to ask before. Page 67046, the upgrade of machine-readable passport to e-passport, $4 million. I'd like to get some details on this, please, in terms of commencement, completion. That's with respect to the e-passport. The second item is on 054, upgrade and expansion of the MyPad program. But when I examine the schedule under the Ministry of National Security, no mention is made of the MyPad program. Mention is made of the MyLAT program. So I was wondering whether there is some anomaly here or whether this, I noticed that you have a new project, and I'm not sure because currently the MyPad program is resident at the National Energy Skills Center.
Okay. With respect to your second question, I'll have to put that in writing for you, some clarification.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And your first question with respect to the machine-readable passport, we are pursuing cabinet approval at this point in time to proceed with that venture.
Okay. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Madam Chair, page 67, item 032. Could the Honourable Minister give us some idea of what are the programs that, if he wants, on the citizen security program that will constitute the $28 million in expenditure for this year?
It's a continuation of the same program that was run in 2015. It's the same program, it hasn't changed. So that it's based on, it's the same program that's been run in 2015. So you'll notice it's the same figure.
There are no new projects within the program?
No new projects. It's the same program that's been conducted.
All right. And part of it is funded by IDB?
Yes, sir.
Has IDB done any review of it so far?
I'll provide that for you in writing.
Are we getting everything in writing? We might as well go home and put everything in writing.
Of finance, please. So that the response will be given in writing.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Honorable Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 68, line item 008, acquisition of naval assets. I note that the revised estimates 2015, $557.1 million would have been spent.
008.
And I see 2016, $273.3 million for projected to be spent for naval assets. Would the Honourable Minister be so kind as to tell us?
008 on page 68?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The last line there.
Thank you.
What this 273 million? Would the Honourable Minister tell us what it is he proposes to spend the 273 million on? And further, in keeping with the words of the Honourable Minister of Finance for locking down your borders and so on, do you have plans for additional naval assets in addition to what these payments are for? Because I see no other item for naval assets.
I'll be able to provide that for you in writing. I'll
Thank
provide
you,
the answers for you.
And whilst you're doing so, would you also indicate whether any new naval assets would be acquired? These are assets that were ordered previously in 2015. Some have come and some are still on hold. Any other naval assets to help you with your border protection that you spoke of? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Tabaki.
Madam Chair, page 67, item 048. I'm trying to understand the logistical support for helicopter and the meaning of the words MTH. I notice the allocation has fallen to $10 million. Can we get an explanation of what is this about?
So it's now going to recurrent. Based on the insurance has now gone to recurrent expenditure, and we're supposed to purchase some inlet barrier fillers.
Sorry?
Inlet barrier filters.
The allocation, the other expenditure items associated with this item are elsewhere on the recurrent.
So the $10 million is a specific part or something?
Insurance is going to recurrent.
Yeah, I know.
Because the end of the 5-year program.
But you have 10 million. The 10 million is for what?
To purchase the inlet barrier filters. For the aircraft.
Honorable Member for Caroni Central. Did I observe that you tried to get my attention just now?
Just one question I had, which had to do with this citizen security program. That program was a successful program that was positively reviewed, and I think that it was due for expansion. I just wanted to ask the Minister whether the expansion is going to be executed in 2016, or you might be considering it, or whatever.
There are plans to look at expanding the program, but that's based on discussions and so on going forward.
Any other matters on item 005? If not, can we move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund? Go to the back of our books. Thank you very much. And then can we go to item 004? Social Infrastructure 004.
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
Madam Chairman, I'd asked a question before the Minister was supposed to get back to us, but
yes,
we found it. Minister is on page 284, the prison service and the IDF. You have allocated $8.7 million for the construction of the perimeter fence. I dare not ask when it started, but could I ask where it is, in the sense that I suspect that is much more than $8.7 million to complete that project. It what?
There's no expenditure in 2015
this
or 2014.
was transferred from the Ministry of Justice.
Okay.
You won't know anything about that. So, could I ask?
You did it.
Well,
I guess I would.
He's yes, and therefore you should allow him to tell us.
Chup. Yes, ma'am. Through you, ma'am. To the Minister of National Security, could I have an indication of the amount of money required to complete this project? This project, I anticipate, was in excess of about $65 million. How much money is required to complete it? It had started some time ago. And whether this will complete the project, or you will have to get some other monies by mid-year for it.
I'll have to provide that for you in writing. I don't have that.
Provide that. Okay,
yes, I'll
sure.
provide that for you.
Great.
Honorable Member for Tabakit? Yes?
Page 284.
Yes.
On the fire services. I noticed in 2016, on the construction of Shagaramas Fire Station and construction of Aruka Fire Station, and my emphasis on the word construction, why does no funds have been allocated for 2016 and as well for the Tanapuna Fire Station, the Point Fortin Fire Station, Tanapuna, Point Fortin, the Pinal is 3 million, Blackrock, and the Wrightson Road Fire Station. Why it is that no money has been allocated for those fire stations?
Want to answer that question?
The answer will be different to each one, so I'll have to put that in writing for you.
And as we move on to, can we go now to item 005 Multisectoral and other services. And this is at page 285.
Sorry, I should be asked first. Should I go ahead?
Yes, please. Sorry, Honorable Member.
Public buildings on page 285, 001, construction of 6 purpose-built Supreme Court of Judicature buildings. Would that be taken up now by the ministry, by the judiciary? And is there a vote in the judiciary for that? Because there is no vote for here.
Minister of Finance.
We have given the judiciary a global allocation. As I indicated in the budget statement, we're going to hold extensive consultations with the judiciary with a view to allowing them full control and responsibility of their procurement requirements. And therefore, if during 2016 we are able to settle the mechanism, well, not if, when during 2016 we settle the mechanism for the procurement by the judiciary of contracts for its buildings, an appropriate allocation will be made.
Yeah, but are you thinking of seeking their support to construct
What I would
these?
say is that I listened very carefully to the speech made by the Honorable Chief Justice at the opening of the law term, and one of the points he made, or it might have been in an interview after that, one of the points he made was that he complained that over the last 5 years, none of these buildings have been built. So it's obviously important to the judiciary that we build these multipurpose buildings. So as one of the people who would be meeting with the judiciary, I certainly would seek clarification on this. And if in fact it is a priority project, then I would most certainly make funds available within, of course, the constraints of the national budget. So we will be meeting with the judiciary, we'll work out the mechanism, and then we start to make funds available to them for their buildings, including this one. Okay?
Can I consider that item 005 multisectoral and other services is now complete? And therefore, honorable members, the question is that the sum of $4,656,513,910 for head 22, the Ministry of National Security, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $4,665,513,910 for head 22, the Ministry of National Security, now stands part of the schedule. Therefore, can we relieve the technocrats from the Ministry of National Security? I thank them for their assistance. And can we now move on to head 64, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and I'm sure there need to be some infrastructural changes. Therefore, can we just suspend for 2 minutes to allow the accommodation? So we'll be back here at 5:55.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Parliament Outreach.
I do think that there are some biased comments that go out there into the media, especially in newspapers when you read articles. You could pick up on the biasness, as also in terms of letters to the editor, certain opinions, when there are many people who write letters to the editor, but only a few are selected to be published, and that shows some sort of biasness.
I think they should report on what is truthful and not really what they want, because if they report on what they want, then they would just make shock headlines in order to increase their revenue.
No, I don't believe they should report on everything, because it's all about how they sensitize things. Some things the media will not be able to handle. The public will not be able to handle. And to display that to the public could cause a lot of uproar and eruption of emotions. And so it should be sensitized and limited to some extent.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org.
Is resumed, and we are now at head 64, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the sum of $3,284,118,000. I will now invite the Minister of Finance and Economy to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, what I would ask, I will make a very brief opening statement explaining the financial relationship between the police force and the Ministry of Finance. And then I would ask the Minister of National Security to make an equally brief statement on whatever relationship there is between his ministry and the police service. Madam Chairman, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in recent times has been given its own allocation. The police service thereby applies directly to the Ministry of Finance for releases, so therefore there is no financial relationship between the Ministry of National Security and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. There would be an operational relationship with respect to the police operations. So with respect to allocations, the allocations are made by the Ministry of Finance in consultation with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So in terms of the estimates, it is the Ministry of Finance that would have received the request from the police service and made the allocations. I'll now pass over to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to emphasize that in terms of the relationship between Minister of National Security and the Commissioner of Police, with respect to operations, he reports directly to me. With respect to finance, as mentioned a while ago, it deals directly with the Ministry of Finance. However, he is here to give us that necessary support, and we will proceed as required. Just want to put that on the table, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,284,118,000 for Head 64, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $3,284,118,000 for Head 64, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We are at page 399, details of estimates of recurrent expenditure. And might I call subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, police service.
I now understand to be the ruling you gave earlier. Would be allowed to ask any general questions on page 399?
Once they're related to what is here, certainly.
Yes, thank you very much. On the personal expenditure, page 399, personal expenditure, I note the increase of $1.175 billion. And again, the question we've asked for all personal expenditure is the breakdown, the ditto line that we have for all personal expenditure.
A similar undertaking,
Ditto.
and that will apply to personal expenditure right through this head?
Ditto.
Thank you very much. Okay, so can we then therefore go on to, I'm sorry, Karen Hayes.
I just draw attention to the overtime monthly paid officers. If you look at the figures, they keep increasing from 2014 from 290 million, and the revised estimate in 2015 to 300 million, and 2016 to 400 million. Would the Commissioner of Police, who has responsibility for the operation, would he be, or the National Security Minister, National Security Minister, be able to give us an understanding of why this increase in allowances continuing to move upward?
Honorable Member for Karen East, wouldn't that be?
No, not necessarily.
Isn't it under personal expenditure?
Those are allowances separate from salaries and remuneration and NIS contributions.
Well, I thought it was salaries, COLA, and everything under personal expenditure.
I think that deserves some explanation. Yeah.
We'll see.
Yes.
Honorable Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question with respect to overtime is based on the operational demand of the police service in relative to the shortage in manpower.
Okay, so there's more demand for increased activity and increased work by the police service. Yeah. And would that go similarly for the monthly paid officers, which have also been continuing to increase from 280 in 2015 to 480 million in 2016. That's another 200 million more. So allowances in total have increased by about 300 million from 2015 to 2016 for officers. Yeah. Is that the same explanation?
Let me answer that. That is part of the overall personnel expenditure. That would involve the arrears, increases in allowances, and so on. It's part of the ditto answer, and we will explain this increase in allowances under that rubric.
Okay.
Honourable Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Honourable Minister of National Security just said that part of the need for this high level of overtime, the 100 million extra, was the shortage of the manpower. People have to work overtime. Can the Honourable Minister let us know how many police officers, therefore, are currently employed? What is the number that reflects a shortage? Is it 1,000, 2,000? By how many officers are you short? Or have you done an analysis to understand how many officers you don't have that you should have? And my final question, on any one shift of the complement of officers you have now, how many officers are on duty?
National Security, are you in a position to answer that orally?
You did it?
There's 6,711 police officers, and right now there's a shortage of 996 police officers. The remainder I can provide that in writing for you. Yeah, well, that's good enough.
Right. Of this, the other part of the question probably missed it. Of the 6711 that are available on any one shift, depends on if you could 8-hour shift or 12-hour shift. Yeah. How many officers are on duty in the country on any one shift?
I'll have to provide that for you in writing.
But it's not fixed.
Yeah, because it's not fixed. It varies based on situation, based on the operational tempo. So in any one day that could change. Any 1 month that can change. So I'll have to provide that in writing.
And therefore, would we want some time period?
Yeah, precisely.
Honourable Member for Tabakit, in relation to that question, is the time period for 2016? Or, yes?
It would have to be for 2016 going forward. It would have to be based on an estimate of the numbers requested.
Honourable Member for Caroni East.
That are not within your establishment. Could you just give some minimal explanation, if it's at all possible, of what are your plans to fill these 900 positions?
Yeah.
I'll provide that to you in writing.
2760.
If you, well, you see, that will link with one of the questions I was going to come with, if I can ask it now. That's a question of training. I see you have reduced the expenditure for training, and therefore, if training is concomitant with bringing new police officers.
Madam Chairman, may I ask under what line item training has been reduced?
Trying to find.
Are you a CMA?
Where training was.
Goods and services.
Please.
Yeah,
okay, so we haven't reached goods and services yet.
No, I just wanted to bring it.
Members, please.
If it's interlinked.
Well, you see, then honourable members, we'll be all about the place.
All right, so when we reach there, ask the question related to what went wrong.
You see, because then we would just we wouldn't have a sense of organization. We'd be all about the place. Honourable Member for Oropouche East.
Ma'am, could I ask the Minister of National Security, you just told us a few minutes ago that 900 plus police officers you have less than what you need. Could you tell us in 2016 alone, how much police officers you intend to recruit and train. What number? 100, 200, 300, no 100? That's all I ask.
I'll reduce that in writing for you.
Could you put something else in writing to us? You reduce that in writing to tell us how much you intend to recruit in 2016 and what is the estimated cost of that. Good.
For members go on, can we go on to 002, goods and services, which begins at page 400. Item 1, Police Service Trinidad. Honorable Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam. On page 400, several items, basically the same question. So I'll state the line item first. Line 01, traveling and subsistence. Uniforms. Electricity. Down to 09, rent lease.
So 01 to 9 inclusive? All of them?
Ma'am.
Okay.
Identify. I'm sorry. Can
Yes.
May I repeat, please?
Yes, please.
01.
Yes.
Then 04. Sorry, 01, 3, and 4.
Yes.
Then we're looking at 09.
Yes.
10, 11, and 12. And the question is, all these items have been decreased. Each line has been decreased by, in some cases, the second one, uniforms, has been decreased by $20 million. In 2015, the estimates revised was 40 million. So an explanation as to why the decreases in each of these line items. What exactly is being decreased? If we talk about uniforms, is it that you have enough and you don't need as many? When we come to rent, lease vehicles and equipment, we have a $4 million decrease. Again, why? Why are we having these decreases? Is it that we have enough of these things and less expenditure? So each of these items decreased.
When they recruit new people, no uniform.
I'll have to provide that for you in writing, because it spans a number of different line items.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Member for Shogunas.
Decrease.
Yes.
If I may just finish the items.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, madam. I'm sorry, member. To 401, a similar situation where we have 13 maintenance of vehicles, also decreased by 21.8 million. Repairs and maintenance of equipment decreased by 500,000. 16 contract employment decreased by 16.5 million. Line 17 training also decreased by 12 million. Official entertainment 19 decreased down by 40,000. 21 repairs and maintenance decreased by $14 million. 1, 2, 3, 14. And the other one is short-term employment decreased by $7 million. All of these continuing. 28 other contracted services, a decrease of 2 million. Extraordinary expenditure, 3.2 million. 1, 2. 40 food institutions, 1.5. Then medical expenses decreased by 15.8. Thereafter, promotions, 1.5 decrease. 5 million decrease in hosting of conferences. And in fact, it goes on, madam, in the global figure, under goods and services, there has been a dramatic reduction in the amounts being allocated, and an explanation as to why for the reduction in each of these and what is being left out as we go forward. They put in writing.
Thanks, the Minister of Finance.
I have some answers to some of the questions. What I'm told I'll use uniforms as an example, that the award of contracts for uniforms go through a cycle, so that you may be at the end of a procurement cycle in 2015, and thereby you would have a large expenditure, and then you may commence a new procurement cycle in 2016, and therefore the the need for money would not be as significant as in 2015. So it has a lot to do with the procurement cycle in terms of the acquisition of these items. But, you know, there are lots of different explanations here with respect to each item. But I would prefer, rather than telling you orally, I just picked out the uniforms one.
Mr. said he would give us.
I know that, but the fact is that these, I want to reinforce the point that this is an estimate, it's an allocation, and this would have been an appropriation that is being proposed by the Ministry of Finance based on a request coming from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service directly to the Minister of Finance, and the Budgets Division would have looked at the procurement cycle and would have made an allocation that is consistent with a consideration of exactly when funds would be required. But in terms of all of the things you've asked for, I think it is best that we give further details in writing. I just picked out uniforms to explain that to you.
So just for clarification, would it be that in terms of the details, uniforms, some of them are coming from Ministry of Finance and some coming from...
Some of the answers would come from the Ministry of Finance because it would be unfair to ask the Ministry of National Security to explain why the Ministry of Finance has reduced a certain allocation with respect to the police service, because the Minister would not be involved in those discussions.
Okay, can we move on to Shogunas East, please?
Given the answer from the Honourable Minister, he's saying that the Ministry of Finance will explain why the decrease is. But I think I asked a little more than just why. What is being cut? May I complete my question, please? May I complete the question, please?
1 minute, please. Can we go on, Member Superior?
The other part of the question is what exactly is being cut within each of these line items?
Yes. And that's why I think I saw the clarification that some answers will come, or some parts will come from the Ministry of Finance, and some answers and some parts thereof will come from the Ministry.
That's what we said.
That's what I wanted to make it clear. Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just concerned, the question really is on page 401, item number 15. We would have seen it highlighted there as repairs and maintenance equipment. And when we did the Ministry of National Security, that item was really transferred to, it was seen as an item 96, new sub-item, but we see it listed here in the same page under number 96, fuel and lubricants. So I was wondering whether there's any confusion in the accounting, or is it the appropriate line item? Let me just make sure that I'm very clear what I'm saying. When you look at what we did before in the recurrent, you would have seen maintenance and repairs of equipment. You would not have had an item there, no allocation, because it was a transfer to a new sub-item, number 96. And I'm seeing it twice in here.
No, but I really am struggling a little bit. It's quite clear. Previously, everything would have been subsumed under the heading maintenance of vehicles. But in this year, in a number of ministries, or particularly in national security and its related agencies, fuel and lubricants have been given their own item. That's all. I don't see any problem with that. Don't you want to look at fuel and lubricants separately as a specific item?
No, Madam Chair, that was not the issue I was raising.
What's the issue then?
What I was saying is that for the accounting purposes, when you did the Ministry of National Security, Minister of Finance, you would have noted when I made the comment, we were saying that there were no allocations, so equipment, repair and maintenance, and that was because that item was transferred to a new sub-item number 96. And what I'm pointing out to you is on page 401, both are represented with allocations. So I was just asking the question.
No. I thought I made myself very clear. There was a total allocation for maintenance. The total allocation has now been split into two parts. So obviously if you split into two, you will see two allocations where there was one before.
Honorable Member
obvious
for
to me.
Shogunas, if I may assist, I do recall the question was why the sum was a smaller sum under the vehicles and the maintenance and so on. We were told that the lubricants and fuel were taken out and put into a new car. That's what I understood the explanation to have been. Honorable Member for Talbot.
I'm looking at on the goods and services page 401, maintenance of vehicles. Of course, the 10 million would have probably been taken off from there and put under lubricants, so that's how it got to 40. $10 million. Yeah. But the question I want to ask is, this allocation for maintenance of vehicles, is it for maintenance of vehicles to be done by in-house personnel, or does VIMCAT and other service providers come under this?
We have a question. I think are we getting an answer?
Yes.
Okay. You're on it.
Minister, what I'm told is that approximately 50% of the vehicles are maintained by VEMCOT. There are a number of vehicles where they're supplied by companies, and included in the contract for supply is also a contract for maintenance, and that makes up the bulk of the remaining 50%. And then there's a small percentage where there are other maintenance providers that maintain the vehicles. Okay. No, I think
Mr. Minister.
No, I think Tabakit is still on the question.
I will regulate this.
Sorry.
Mr. Minister of National Security, given this violent slash in the budget for maintenance of vehicles, where 21,800,000 goes, but 10 million is in fuel and lubricants, where is the next 10 million that you took away from maintenance of vehicles? And is it that we will reach a stage now where when citizens call for police, the police will say they don't have vehicles, or vehicles not working, or they're down and they haven't been properly maintained? Because given that 10 million is missing, 2015, 61 million, we are down to 40. From 20, only 10 is in fuel and lubricants. Do we have anything to be concerned about from a national security perspective, not a finance perspective?
No, I will answer that.
From a national security perspective.
Let me answer that.
Could you give us a reassurance, Mr. Minister of National Security, that the citizens of this country can be assured that when they call for a police vehicle, and so on, the police will have vehicles up and running? Mr. Minister of National Security, as opposed to Mr. Minister of Finance.
You're asking an operational question based on the estimate.
Based on this, I
can't give an operational answer. I can't give an operational answer. I give you a financial answer.
Having regard to the answer from the Minister of National Security, apparently there's some assistance that can be rendered.
Satisfied with the answer he gave.
Madam Speaker, you have made the point that the public is watching.
Minister of Finance, if it is that the member doesn't want the answer.
No, but the public needs to know.
I'm sure the question will come in another form and we will then deal with it.
Really?
Yes. Can we proceed, please? Can we proceed?
That is not right. You put
the Minister of Finance, please. Honorable Member for Carney East.
Madam Chair and Honorable Minister, I'm a little concerned about the reduction in the training estimate from 20 million to 8 million, bearing in mind that we need to recruit and train more police officers over the next period of time to get the 900, plus those who would be leaving the service on a yearly basis. Is there a reason that you have reduced the training where we need to recruit more and train more? Is it compatible?
ask the Minister of Finance to ask that with respect to allocations.
Yeah, you would probably have to ask him.
I will now use this opportunity to make a general statement on the one before and this one. The fact of the matter is that within the overall context of the $63 billion budget,
what line item you got?
The same line item you just asked about training.
Training, all right.
You asked me about training. You asked the minister about training. You wanted to know why there's a decrease in the allocation for training. I will answer. Within the context of the overall allocation given to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, it has to fall within the context of the $63 billion budget. And therefore, some heads have been increased and some heads have been reduced. And I want to make a statement. The requests for allocations for the police service come directly to the Minister of Finance. And I want to put on the record, it has always been so. I want to put on the record that this Minister of Finance will give the police whatever they require within the context of the national budget. So if there's a need for training and funds are available, this Minister of Finance will give the police service what they require. And that goes for maintenance of vehicles too, and anything else that the police requires.
Honourable Member for Tabaki.
Madam Chairperson, I was trying to finish my question as asked earlier on. And it was a very simple question. Two parts to it. In maintenance of vehicles, this $40 million that is allocated, how many vehicles are there in the police service that this $40 million is supposed to cover, the number of vehicles for maintenance? How many vehicles do you have?
No, we'll provide that for you in writing.
And secondly, as at September 7, how many police vehicles were functional and how many police vehicles are non-functional? And thirdly, how many vehicles were there at VIMCOT to be repaired? And over what time have they been at VIMCOT to be repaired?
September 7 coming forward.
September 7, just at September 7, going to VIMCOT yard, how many police vehicles are there and how long have we been there and not repaired and returned to the police?
So that answer will be given in writing.
September 7 to date.
Yeah.
To date.
As at September 7, how many vehicles to be repaired on that date were in possession of VIMCOT? Right? How many vehicles were there in VIMCOT to be repaired? And for how long have they been there and not returned to you? And of that amount, what is the total number of vehicles that this $40 million covers in terms of maintenance? And how many vehicles were functional actually on the road and the hands of officers on September 7th?
Right. And we have captured the question and that will be given in answer.
Right.
Shogunas, Honourable Member for Shogunas East.
Madam Chair, a similar question in terms of the decrease and the impact of that decrease.
This line item?
Line item 21, repairs and maintenance buildings. And we have had a substantial decrease. And we have been hearing and seeing as well the requests from the police to ensure that they have good...
East, if I'm not mistaken, the member for Siparia
she had raised all of those items.
Yes, with respect to questions, there are certain questions.
Decreases, and that will be answered.
And she had just therefore identified the items, the sub-items, which were to be captured by those questions.
Okay.
Yes, Honourable Member for Tabaki.
Sure. Under item 16, contract employment, of course it's been decreased by $16.5 million. And I want to take item 22 also, short-term employment. What is the nature of this contract employment in the police service? What categories of persons are employed here? Is it the SRPs? You know, who is it employed under contract employment? And what's the nature of the short-term employment also in the police service?
It is made up in the main of civilian contracted officers, like some of the officers behind me, for instance. Civilian contracted, not policemen, civilian contracted officers that support the police administration.
So these positions as contract officers, they are not positions normally advertised. The police service can recruit these people as necessary.
They are advertised.
They are advertised.
They are advertised and go through a process.
National security. If you could just give us an explanation, and it must be simple. The medical expenses decreased by $15.8 million. What would explain such a decrease?
I think, Honorable Member for Oropuch East, I believe that is also captured by the member for Superior, item 15.
And you have committed in writing to...
Yes, yes. Okay? Can we go on to item, sub-item 002, Police Service Tobago, page 402. Honorable Member for Superior.
402, once again, we see the slashing of expenditures here under mining equipment purchases first, vehicles.
We are really at 002, Police Service
I thought that's
Tobago.
where I was. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm there. On page 402.
003, then mining equipment services.
Are we on 2 or 3? Sorry, madam.
We are on 002.
02. Yes, that's where I am.
Right.
So can we go on to 03, minor equipment purchases, because that's where you are?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if anybody
and
has.
which item is it that you're referring to?
Ma'am, I don't know if anybody had on 02, so.
Well, it seems that no one wanted to ask.
Okay.
All right, so you can go ahead with your question.
Okay. Mining equipment purchases. I note that vehicles has been cut. There's been a cut of $15 million. And the question will be why, when it is that the revised estimates were 32 million. So you've cut it by 15 million. Again, the reasons why. Is it that the Tobago police don't need these vehicles? Sorry, mining equipment, police service, Tobago, Trinidad, Lord,
Yes.
excuse me. So is it that the police service doesn't need, the same amount as last year? Is it because they have acquired many vehicles last year and therefore need less? So why the cut of 15 million? Secondly, on the office equipment, which is just small, 500 we can pass, but on the furniture and furnishings again, a cut of 2.3 million. And other minor equipment, a cost of 5 million. So what is it that we are cutting out under each of these items, madam? For expenditure in the next year, in fiscal.
Need some level of detail.
Madam Speaker, with your permission. No. We have given the police service an additional $1 billion in 2016.
For salaries.
That's not the point. The police can apply to the Ministry of Finance to transfer funds and via funds. I want to put on the record again, it is wrong to say that things have been cut when they got an additional $1 billion. And I want to give the assurance the police will get what they require in 2016. Yes, but another one went up by $1 billion.
I need your guidance. Am I allowed to ask questions on the line items that have been slashed? That's what I'm speaking about.
Minister
we were dealing
cannot
with the
answer
line
you.
items. Minister of Finance is saying an increase. That is not a line item. If I'm following your guidance, that we are under. We are under 03 and the subs under the item, line items there.
What is the line?
And they're all slashed. They've all been cut.
And therefore, the question is to provide an answer for why they have been slashed.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I really would prefer we not use language like slashed. There have been decreases. And what I would say, no, she's simply repeating what you said. And what I would say is that the equipment needs of the police will vary from year to year. It is based on discussions with the Ministry of Finance. And in discussions with the Ministry of Finance in 2016, we will allocate whatever they require within the constraints of the national budget. I increased it by $1 billion.
So can we go on to 002, Police Service Tobago? And this is on page 403. Can we go on now to 04, which is current transfers and subsidies, page 403. Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
Madam Chair, to the Minister of National Security.
Item 001.
We are on item
Regional
04,
bodies.
current transfers and subsidies.
Yes.
That's where you are.
Yes. 001,
yes.
item 001, regional bodies.
Mr. National Security Minister, I noticed where, yes. Yes, ma'am. That's exactly where we are.
Thank you very much.
Association of Caribbean Commissioners and so on.
Thank you.
I've noticed that unlike what obtained before, where we had a slash in all the others, we have increases now for regional bodies, international bodies, and so on. We have an increase of $3 million for current transfer and subsidies that deals with international bodies, the Interpol, and so on. Could you just tell us the reason for these increases in light of the slashing of minor equipment purchase, police vehicles, maintenance, and so on that has been violently slashed? We see increases here. The reason for the increases to the regional bodies, to the Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police, and to the Interpol.
So you're dealing with item 001 and
Yes.
item 004
Yes.
together?
Yes.
So anybody who has any question on these two items, we will take them then.
We slash everything, but more money to the Interpol.
Can the answer be provided now, Minister of National
Those are the fees payable to these regional bodies, Madam Chair.
fees
Payable to them. Yes. Okay. They have.
All right, can we go on to item 005, non-profit institutions? 007, households. Honorable Member for Tabrikit.
Non-profit institutions, police youth clubs. I see, and I totally agree with the increase of $1 million for police youth clubs. But I hope that under the development fund, there will be provisions for the construction of.
Honorable Member for Tabrikit, I guess we will come to the development fund, and maybe a question.
I just think that $5 million is too low.
There. Okay.
You had a question or not?
Could we please move on? And we are now at 007. There was no question. It was withdrawn. The member will ask his question on the development fund. 007, page 404. 009, other transfers. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Chair, my concern is a question of training still. I noticed you have an allocation for the Police Academy of 23.
We are page 404, other transfers, 009.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago
Thank you very
Police
much.
Academy.
Thank you.
23 billion, which has remained steady basically from around 2014 to 2016. Is that part of the training, or where does training fit into the Police Academy? How do they link together? The allocation for training, which is a certain amount, and you have the Police Academy, which does training as well for $23 million. Can you give us where one is in relation to the other?
Right. Included in that estimate is the recruit training, which is done at the Police Academy, and expenses related to running the academy.
But how does that relate to the other training we were speaking about earlier on? How is that differentiated from this?
This is for the recruits. This is for the recruits. The other training is for the other ranks.
Okay. So the other training is for the other ranks, as in
and other staff.
Okay. Yeah. And this one is
for the recruits.
These recruits at the academy and related costs.
The institution itself.
All right. You have cleared it up. Thank you.
So can we now move to the development program 09? And We now go to page 183 of the draft estimates of development program. And item 004, social infrastructure.
Go to the line items. Can we ask a general questions at the start here?
Once it relates to what is presented here, sure,
Definitely.
please.
Madam, I note that the entire development program has been slashed by $53.9 million. So there has been a decrease. Given that decrease in terms of allocations for 2016, I know when we go inside, we'll find the specific line items to decrease. The question is whether there is anything. You see, I wanted to ask it on the recurrent, I didn't ask it on the general part, so I may not be able to at the end. I'm taking it at the start then. Whether there is anything in this development program that is new in the fight against crime for the police service as we go through.
Before that question is answered, that question is wrong. There has been no cut by 53 million. That is the allocation for 2016, 53 million.
Okay.
There's no cut of 53 million.
He's right, it's 7 million. A cut of 7 million.
Putting incorrect.
Yeah, 2015 revised and 2016. Yeah. Million. Has been a decrease in the allocations in 2016.
Yes.
And I'm asking if there's anything new within the development program to assist in the fight against crime.
Any new project?
Yeah.
Any new initiative? I believe that's the question. Is the minister in a position to answer, or can we defer it and you find the answer and give it in the course of the proceedings? Okay, so can we go to...
Yes, ma'am, a second general question.
Yes.
Is there any provision in here for local constabularies? I know when I raised the question on the national security, I was told that is for the police to do and the police to do. I have looked at it and I've seen nothing here about local constabularies.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Yes. So that falls within the program of local government reform, which we hope to complete, which I said during my budget statement.
One minute, please, Honorable Minister of Finance. It is my clear recollection that the response to that was local government. That was my clear recollection. Okay, can we therefore...
I just want to make the point, there will be no allocation until the relevant amendments are made to the legislation and the new system is implemented,
Honorable Minister of Finance,
end of 16.
I would really ask if you would save that explanation to when the question is properly asked so we can save some time. Honorable Member for
41. Can the minister say where this $3 million for the establishment of police youth club facilities are going to be utilized? And I ask that question because the Commissioner of Police had given his permission to break down the old Grand Couver station for the construction of a police youth club there. And I would like to see
Could
whether...
you guide me with respect to what
Yes, item 041.
041.
On page 185.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, Honorable Minister of National Security.
There are several areas included, including Maraval, Cunupia, Grand Couver.
And would you please include the furniture for Mortar Trees Tabakit? The Commissioner knows the building is up. The police, the activity center, police youth club activity center, but there is no furniture, therefore it cannot be used.
Noted.
Can we go on to... That's it? Right. So, Honorable Member for Oropuchis.
We are on the public order and safety, social infrastructure. Yes, good. The allocation improvement works to police station, estimated at $3 million. I'm asking whether or not that is sufficient for the quantum of work that must be done in police stations across the country. $3 million is estimated.
Item 001.
001.
Page 184.
Correct. And $3 million, we just spend that on 2 police stations. That is, that's why CPEP had to fix police station.
It's not adequate, but it's being worked it right now. It's being worked on.
Honorable.
Yes.
Tabakit. 1 minute.
National security. I notice here there's no estimate for the expansion of the penal police station. Is this one of the items that suffered from your prioritization exercise? I'm asking the Minister of National Security.
The location. That'd be Minister of Finance.
Well, then I withdraw the question because I know the answer. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Madam Speaker, is that really allowed?
The question has been withdrawn.
That really allowed to put a pejorative statement? It was a pejorative statement he made.
In terms of?
He said his things suffered from my prioritization.
Minister of Finance, the question has been withdrawn.
The pejorative statement he made?
Honorable member for Couva South.
Okay.
Madam Chair, you on general under multisectoral and other services administrative.
We are still on item 004.
4, yeah, I know, but
so if you can
on?
just hold, and then when we come to 005, honorable member for Tabakit.
Under social infrastructure 018, I notice under the expansion of the homicide prevention unit, there are no funds allocated for 2016. And this in the face of an increasing rate of murders in the country. Can the minister explain why such an important unit has not been provided for in the estimates?
There has been a change in strategy and a change in the way in which the police do business, and therefore it's now the Homicide Bureau of Investigation. So no request was made under that heading. The police have changed their strategy in terms of homicide.
And finally, Madam Chair, 019. The Mounted Branch facility moved from $3 million to $2 million. But the $2 million that is allocated in 2016, can you have an understanding of how that $2 million is going to be used? Is it to buy horses?
No.
Or is it to train people? What is this about?
Facilities.
It's used to refurbish the facilities.
Okay.
Okay, honorable member for Siparia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 184, item 002, purchase of vehicles and equipment for the police. I note that there has been no allocation, zero allocation, from what in 2015 was a 15 million. There's a zero allocation for purchase of vehicles and equipment for the police. Why is this? Is it that they have all the vehicles they need? All the equipment they need?
I would answer that question. They will be provided with adequate funds in accordance with their needs.
Why is it at zero now, madam? Through you?
The police service has been...
Is it they do not need these things?
The police service, I'm saying this now for the third time, has been provided with a global allocation of $3.2 billion. If the need arises to supplement a vote in the normal manner, the police service will make a request to the Minister of Finance for environment, and I am certain the Minister of Finance will approve any pressing requirement of the police service.
Madam Chair, the question again, if I'm to interpret it, is that I'm trying to find out why has there been no allocation for vehicles and equipment for the police. The minister is saying if they need it in future. So if I'm to interpret that, does it mean that they do not need it now?
No, but Madam Speaker, there's something
So I
else
need
that
to know
needs to
why
be.
now?
There's
Why
something
now?
else that needs to be considered. You see,
2016.
Madam Speaker, the members opposite are putting pejorative statements on the record, which are not based in fact. This is the development program. There are other items within the overall police service, such as goods and services. So don't say there's no allocation. There's no allocation under the development program. There are other allocations within the police service. And if it is required to put an allocation under the development program for vehicles, we will do so. And if it is required to put one in goods and services, we will do so.
I think, Honorable Minister of Finance, you have now clarified the issue.
Again, for the
Well,
fourth
you've now
time.
clarified the issue. May I call upon the member from Miaro?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Mr. Minister of National Security, sir. I notice on item 033 on page 185, refurbishment of Beach Police Station. Can you let me know if the refurbishment has been completed, since I see no allocations for 2016? And secondly, item 039, expansion of facilities at the Homicide Area East. Exactly what facilities that are being expanded? I do know Eastern Division is one of the best performing divisions in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, so I'd be very interested in what additional facilities they'll be looking forward to this year. Thank you.
Repairs to the Beach Police Station has been completed. Next one.
It's not Eastern Division, but it's Area East, which is in Aruka, and we have increased the...
Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
The second question, the second part of the question is not Eastern Division, it's Area East, looking at Aruka as such. Yeah?
Right, Honorable Member for Oropuch.
Yes, to the Minister of National Security. The item 038, establishment of new facilities for traffic and highway patrol branch. You have received an allocation of $2 million. Could I ask, where are these new facilities to be housed for the highway patrol branch? And what is the total cost? Because I doubt very much it is $2 million for new facilities for traffic and highway patrol branch. What is the total cost of the establishment of these new facilities?
A request has been made to Property and Real Estate Division, and they're waiting on the assignment of that property. This is to make the initial
to put it into readiness.
To put the place into readiness when it's
So
provided.
this estimate is just an estimate given to pay down on rent or something like that?
It depends on what Property and Real Estate Management.
Could I ask if there's any consideration to follow up on the proposal to use the part of the car park of the Brian Lara in South for the highway patrol?
That was undertaken with you, the contract.
There's no plan. Not that we have that plan, so we have to put that in writing.
Okay, sure.
Why is this here?
Can we therefore go on to our item 005, and I call upon the member for Shogunas, Cuba South. I think I had you all a question on the 005.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Within recent times, in the very tranquil community of Dow Village, 4 persons were gunned down. 1 died, 1 is still in the intensive care unit, and a person was murdered, kidnapped in McBean and cremated on Wednesday. And I see that for the transformation of the police service, 003,
yes,
have allocated $3 million, and then we speak about the establishment of a police management agency. I would like some further details in relation to the operation of this agency and a police service inspectorate, what it is designed to do constitutionally, how it will operate. Will there be the need for legislative changes? And with $1 million allocated to the Community Safety Partnership, what this is, And could the residents of Dow Village and environs feel safer with this? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Minister of National Security.
You have asked a range of questions there, and therefore I'll have to produce that in writing for you and to give you all that you have asked for.
All right, and can we now go to the Honorable Member?
Madam Chair, whilst I am hearing about the communication and writing and so on, the nation has been told in the budget presentation of 2016 of a police management agency and a police service inspectorate and so on. And I would not, whilst I welcome the fact that I would be communicated, I would like the national community to hear what is being proposed. This is not Madam Chair, I wish to inform Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. I'm addressing you.
And I have heard your question. I think the Minister, Honorable Minister of National Security, says that having regard to the range of issues, he will provide the answer in writing, as I had indicated.
I am hearing you, but I'm not satisfied in the context of crime being on the front burner.
Okay, so Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
Madam Chair, my question was really about these same new agencies described as new project 004006. I thought the Minister might be willing to explain what the police management agency would be.
Yes, sir, you can.
And what the police service inspectorate would do, and what the community service safety partnership, how it is conceived as being established and evolving. Because these are new institutions, and we have a police service, we know how it functions now. We have other agencies that are connected with the process. And the idea would really be, if money is being allocated for these things, do we have a clear concept of how they are going to be operationalized?
Honorable Minister of National Security.
It seems to me as the same question, and therefore I will provide that for you in writing to give you detail of your question, the answers to your question.
Okay, so are there any other questions under Honorable Member for Oropouche East?
Madam Chairman, I'm seeing here 037, page 185, establishment of divisional interview suites.
We are in multisectoral and other services.
Oh, you have gone past that already?
Yes, for some time.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, proceed.
Honorable Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam. On the same, with respect to the Police Management Agency, the Inspectorate, and safety partnerships, how would the Police Service Inspectorate compare or work in tandem with something called the Police Complaints Authority? Are they two separate items? And would you require legislation for any one of these new things to be set up? It's not the same question, they just said they want to operationalize.
I'll be able to provide that for you in writing, some clarification in writing too.
Community safety partnership as well. But I wanted to know that in the context of the reduction in the budget for the community comfort patrols. Thank you. The community comfort patrols that budget was slashed to 20 million from 60 million.
Yes,
so I wanted to know the relationship to this community safety partnership.
In terms of the question that was answered, and the undertaking for the writing, it would deal with the issue.
We can proceed, ma'am.
And therefore, can we go to the Infrastructure Development Fund? Item 004, Social Infrastructure, and it is on page 337 of the Draft Estimates of Development Program for the financial year 2016. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. If we can turn to page 338. Yes, Honorable Member for Superior.
Yeah, on B, Police Service.
On the B, yes.
Police Service, the lines there will be 002, 003, 004, 5, 6, I think up to 7.
Yes.
No allocations, up to 8, sorry.
Yes.
No allocations, and we'll really appreciate an explanation as to why. And it continues on the same page, madam, so we could perhaps answer 021, 022.
Okay. So that the Honorable Member for Superior is asking.
I think I need to have answered this question.
Sure.
All of these allocations under the Infrastructure Development Fund were done by the Ministry of Finance.
Sure.
So what I would do is I would provide an explanation from 01 all the way down.
No, it's just up to 9, I believe.
Yes, all the way down to 9.
9, okay.
In terms of the ones that don't have allocation in 2016, I'll provide an explanation.
Sure. Minister, whilst you do that, could you check if it's because all these stations are being completed?
That is instinctively, that could be the answer.
Thank you.
But before I say that, I would check it and I'll provide an answer in writing.
It was completed by the former administration.
And therefore, can I know, honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,284,118,000 for Head 64, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $3,284,118,000 for Head 64, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, now stands part of the schedule. So that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is now relieved. I want to thank the Acting Commissioner of Police and all the other supportive staff for coming to assist the committee. We can now go on to the next item, Head 48. That is the Ministry of Trade and...
Chair, yesterday we were told that we deferred the office of the Prime Minister to today because the Prime Minister was ill.
Yes.
This is a matter of public record now. Is the Prime Minister still ill? No, the record reflects that we were told that the Prime Minister is unwell. In fact, we wished him best as well. And we will do this today. The Prime Minister is not here. Is the Prime Minister still unwell?
The Prime Minister had a dental appointment, which has been highly publicized in the news.
Yesterday.
So that's to be clear up the record. He had a routine dental procedure.
So, but the government, hold on, Madam Chairman, to you, the government indicated to you that the Prime Minister was unwell, he was ill. Today we are here and it was a routine dental appointment.
I was on the news last night.
So
somebody misled this committee yesterday and misled the chairman.
Well, I understand ill to
mean anything.
Dental appointment.
Could mean anything.
Dental appointment.
Might have had a toothache.
That's not the issue.
As I say, I understand ill.
Mean anything.
Particularly in our parlance, to be a range of complaints. I think from what the Honorable Minister of Finance has just indicated, he has given the specifics of the nature of the illness. I can't speak to that. I could only speak to what I've said. I don't think that I was misled. I did not have the specifics. Okay, now, members, it is 7:02. With respect to yes.
We would prefer that you defer examination of the estimates of the Office of the Prime Minister until the Prime Minister can be contacted and asked to make himself available for examination of the estimates. We would prefer that. I'm not finished. But if members opposite insist, as Minister of Finance, I will answer the questions.
That the government ought to have the highest degree of respect for this committee? Is it that the Prime Minister is still unwell and they request us to defer further the examination of the Office of the Prime Minister? If that is the situation, we can consider that. If the Prime Minister is well and much better, the Prime Minister, like any other minister, ought to respect this committee and attend the committee to investigate and inquire into his allocation. Did the Prime Minister attend the Cabinet meeting this morning in this very building? Is the Prime Minister well in the morning and unwell in the evening? But we ought to have respect for the Standing Finance Committee, all ministers of government, irregardless of whether it's Prime Minister or another Cabinet Minister. Again, if the Prime Minister is unwell and you indicate that to us, we may be prepared to consider that.
Just answer that question.
Minister of Finance.
As I said, if you insist, I have been authorized by the Prime Minister to answer questions on the estimates relating to the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam,
I think I've made myself very clear.
Did the Prime Minister request from you his apology to be excused from this meeting because he's unwell or for any other reason? Or is it just a disrespect for the committee?
Well, Honourable Member for Urupuch East, what I understand the Minister of Finance to say is that we have a choice. Either we can consider the item of the Office of the Prime Minister on another day when the Prime Minister can make himself available. If not, and we're insistent on dealing with that matter today, the Minister of Finance can deal with it. Our third option is that we go on to another head. I don't see the Honourable Prime Minister here, and therefore I think these are the choices we have available to us.
We would like to take one of those choices.
Yes.
And the choice you have indicated is that the Prime Minister is not present.
Yes.
That's the fact. The Prime Minister, we are not told why. Yes. Indeed, you yourself have not been informed why. And we would prefer to examine the Office of the Prime Minister whenever the Prime Minister may find it convenient to attend upon us. Whenever he would find it convenient, we will wait to deal with the Office of the Prime Minister. But for the record, I think it is gross disrespect that we are not informed of whether the Prime Minister is still ill, whether he's well, whether he's absent, and he has not tendered an apology or an excuse to this very, very significant committee. And I'm very concerned about that. Thank you.
Right. And therefore, can I say that we will go on to head 48, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and if we can just allow the technocrats an opportunity to take, or the ministers, I'm sorry, to take their spaces.
Give me 2 minutes.
And therefore, this meeting is suspended for 2 minutes, just for everybody to get in place.
So may we proceed? Okay, members, may we proceed, please? I'd like to welcome Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, also her technocrats, her Permanent Secretary and others. Welcome to this House. Head number 48, Minister of Trade and Industry, $158,841,500. I will now invite the Minister of Trade and Industry to make a brief opening statement. To make a brief statement for no more than 5 minutes. Kindly proceed, Madam Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Our nation at this time is facing serious economic challenges, and the objective as a government is to strengthen the economy, as its ultimate goal is providing a decent and sustainable standard of living for all of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Over the last few years, our economy has not experienced any form of real growth, most notably in the energy sector. In fact, it is the non-energy sector that has remained the pillar of the economy, insofar as recording 15 consecutive quarters by year-on-year growth until the fourth quarter of 2014. The focus of the Ministry of Trade and Industry must now more than ever be on the non-energy sector vis-à-vis increased trading activities, diversification and investment activities. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $158,841,500 for Head 48, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $158,841,500 for Head 48, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, is comprised of monies proposed for the expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We now proceed. Subhead, personal expenditure.
Sorry, go ahead, Leader.
Item 001, general administration.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Chair. The chair, the substantive chair of this committee, had given a ruling, I understand, earlier today that we can ask general questions before we go into the specific line items. Do I have your permission to do?
No more than 5 minutes.
Well, I won't be that long. Thank you. So we note here that all recurrent expenditure has been slashed by 86.02.
Page 327.
I'm sorry, page 327. Decrease of $86.02 million. So there has been a decrease in all items of personal expenditure. of all recurrent expenditure. $86.02 million. You had it estimated in 2015, 260.7. You've gone down in 2016, 130.6. So my question is, why has there been this decrease when we've seen for personal expenditure elsewhere? What the minister talked about is $5 billion carry forward to pay public servants, public officers, and so on. Why is it that these officers are not included in that increase? And why do we have a decrease in expenditure across the board on the recurrent expenditure? I guess that would need
So, Deputy Speaker.
Chairman, sorry.
Deputy Chairman, I'm very sorry. This question has been asked in different forms on multiple occasions, and I will give the same undertaking as I gave with every other item of personnel expenditure, that an explanation will be given for the adjustment to the allocation.
I thank the honourable member for his answer, but like every other answer, he prefaces it with something, and in this case it is wrong. This is the first time we are asking about a decrease in personnel expenditure.
Doesn't matter.
The ditto items that we...
is a change.
You know, can I finish, please?
Go ahead, proceed.
The ditto items that we agreed to in the last few heads that we looked at was the increase in expenditure personnel, and we wanted to get, well, how much was arrears, how much was in an increase, and so on. This is the first time, as far as I can recall, we are asking for decreased personnel and recurrent under a new head of expenditure, which is Ministry of Trade, and the items there.
Sure. It's a new head, so I would...
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I gave an undertaking that I would give an explanation for the changes in personal expenditure on all items of personal expenditure under every single head. And if I am not, I will forgive the Prime Minister the former Prime Minister, because the Leader of the Opposition was not here all the time. So perhaps did not hear me when I said on multiple occasions that I will give an explanation for the changes in personal expenditure, whether decrease or increase for all items of personal expenditure. A written explanation.
Thank you.
Chair, Honorable Chair.
Could we then proceed?
I don't think he is representing correctly that statement he made. What was discussed and what we had agreed to was that he was going to give information on the increases. There was no discussion on the decreases.
Why are you repeating?
He's now
being
giving that, so we will look at that.
No, you cannot make a statement without fact.
It was a general statement dealing with all items under the personal subhead.
But it's all right. Mr. Honorable Chair, can I now ask a question?
Understanding, member for Caroni East,
yeah.
Right, in terms of when we would have started early on this month.
No. Okay. Based on the statement made by the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, whereas the government is now going to pay specific attention to the non-energy sector, and trade and industry forms an important part of this movement forward. And bearing in mind that there is a decrease in spending of the $86 million, is that in keeping with the trend or the thrust towards improvement of the non-energy sector when trade forms an important part of it and you're decreasing the expenditure of trade? It's just the opposite. It's a paradox. So could the Minister explain, or the Minister of Finance explain, a decrease in expenditure and you want to have an improvement in the trade and industry which would improve the non-energy sector?
I will answer that. In addition to my undertaking to explain all changes in personal expenditure, all variations, whether they are increases or decreases. In addition to that general undertaking, which would apply to this ministry and every other one, please note that this ministry no longer contains communications. So, as I said in the budget statement, these estimates are not wholly comparable. This ministry no longer contains communications, and therefore communications is dealt with in a separate ministry, the Ministry of Communications. So before statements are made about reductions, add in what is provided for the Ministry of Communications and see whether there is in fact a reduction or an increase.
Okay, members, let's move on to subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. We are on page 327, just at the bottom of page 327. No, 330, sorry. 330. My apologies. Member for Naprima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Under item 08, rent lease, office accommodation and storage, we see that it has increased from 10.2 to 11.7, and we'd like to know which subunits, given the fact that they've already lost communications and others, which units will be occupying those. I'm on page 330. 330, item 08. Under 02. And the question is, there is a 1.5 million increase in lease and rent property. And given the fact that the government has constructed significant offices close to this building, and in addition to the fact that you would be losing communications and other divisions, what is the reason for this increase? And secondly, from whom it will be leased?
Done with personnel. Okay.
Yes, Minister.
Yeah. Thank you. The increase is largely due because we rented another floor, which is 1119 in Nicholas Towers, from April of last year, and that is to accommodate the consumer affairs, which came from legal affairs. So that's primarily it, and also that will include facilities, warehousing facilities, trade zone facilities at El Socorro, in Chaguanas, the Fernandez building in Laventille as well, weights and measures in Arima, in San Fernando, consumer affairs in Point Fortin, and also the trade licenses in office in Barataria.
Member for Point Pierre.
Chair, we're still under Goods and Services, item number 66, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. There's a drastic decrease in that expenditure of 3 million. Just in keeping with the opening remarks of the Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment, given her preamble, I'm just asking, given where she wants to take the Ministry of Trade and Industry, why is there such a drastic decrease in hosting of conferences in this area?
Simply because large conferences are planned and there is nothing on the agenda planned, and therefore the amount which is there is allocated towards hosting the TIC conference and also to support CARICOM and other little technical meetings. But if in fact we were having a large conference, that would be there, but it would have been planned from long before. So it takes more than a year. There's nothing large.
Honorable Chair. Page 330, same goods and services, item number 16. I want to refer the Honorable Minister to this. Contract employment on page 330.
Page 330 to the bottom. Yeah, we're on the same item.
Yeah. You'll see that contract employment, the estimate for 2016 is $11.5 million. And the entire salaries and so on for the Ministry of Trade is $22 million, 22.746. It seems as though, therefore, and could you explain why contract employment in a ministry is about 50% of the entire personnel within the ministry? Is $11.5 million here out of a total of $22 million, which is basically 50% of the emoluments for personnel. So therefore you have possibly about 50% contract employment in the Ministry of Trade. Could you explain that?
I think there was a plan by your good selves when in office for a 6-year plan for contract employment, and I think this would form the basis of it.
Ministry to have public officers within the Ministry of Trade.
We do
you have 50% approximately now.
We do have public officers, and you'd notice that vacancies go out as well, so we're continuing to try to fill those vacancies. This is just these are for 61 positions which are already on the establishment, which you would be familiar with.
And basically how many employees you have, if you can?
In the ministry? About 200. It's in excess of 200, but we have several vacancies as well, in excess of 100.
So you have vacancies in the public service, and you have about 61 positions. You're going for 6-year contracts.
No, not 6 year. No, I did not say
2-3-year
that.
contracts.
There are 61 positions under contract at this time. I couldn't tell you the duration.
Well, bearing
of the
in mind, we have heard comments from the then opposition, now government, indicating that they didn't want to see much contract employment. But here you are moving to the position of keeping or probably increasing contract employment within that ministry, which we are speaking about now.
These are contracts that we have met, and they are on our books at this time.
All right, okay. I just wanted to bring it to your attention in case you probably didn't notice it.
All right. Member for Siparia.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Page 331, line item 65, expenses of cabinet-appointed bodies. Through you, sir, if we can get a list of the persons appointed to these bodies, the various bodies that fall under the Ministry of Trade, a list of the persons appointed to those bodies, please.
Right, noted. Right. Okay. Point up here.
Thank you, Chair. On page 332, staying still under Goods and Services, under head item Consumer Affairs Division, specifically 08 line item, and also line item 21. Maybe I misunderstood the Minister, the Honourable Minister, when she said that Consumer Affairs was moved to a floor in Nicholas Towers. Is that correct, Minister? And so I'm seeing an increase in rent in 08.
Member for Point of Here, is it that we have no other questions on the general administration, because we have now gone on to item 003?
Oh, sorry. No.
Right, so let's call it one time. 002.
Oh, sorry.
Needs and measures. Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. You may proceed.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Again, under Consumer Affairs Division, item 08, there's a rental increase of $400,000 approximately, and also item 21, an increase of $1 million, where that line item of line item 21 has always budgeted for $50,000, and there's a steep increase of $1 million now.
08, 003, 8.
We will get clarification and answer that in writing.
But I can answer the second one. Which you were querying is which one?
8 and 21.
21, remember we spoke about contracting level 19 at Nicholas Towers. Well, that figure of 1075 is for the outfitting of that floor. And that is the house, as I said before, Consumer Affairs as well, which came up from Duncan Street.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Follow up to the question from my colleague from Point of Pierre, where item 08, rent lease, office accommodation, and I'm thankful to the Minister for elaborating on where, in which regions we will be renting, the Ministry will be renting properties. But has an analysis been done about rent, lease, purchase before we expend taxpayers' money in a situation where we have reduced revenues? Or is it that the first option is to rent or to lease?
A review is forthcoming and will be done in the coming year.
Right. Item 004, research and planning. Item 005, consumer outreach and protection. All right. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Are we now on page 335?
Honorable Chair, I wanted to go to 0. Oh, yes, all right, that's fine. You go ahead.
Members, please, I am looking up in order to see, any one of the mics being lit, and then I will proceed accordingly. Sure. Right? So we're going now to item 001, general administration, under subhead, minor equipment purchases. So we are on page 335.
Gents, I was going on goods and services, just 007, which is the Freedom of Information Unit, on the same page 48, which you are on now.
48.
Page 335, head 48, page 335.
Item 48.
No, item 007, Freedom of Information Unit.
Okay.
I see no no allocation for 20...
It has gone to communications.
Oh, it's gone to communication. All right. That answers the question. Good.
So we now go to item 002, Consumer Affairs Division, under minor equipment purchases. Right. So we go on to subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 004, international bodies. Item 008, subsidies. Item 009, other transfers. Yes, I am member for point of view.
Thank you, Chairman. When I look at 01, financial assistance export TT, and I refer also to the State Enterprise Investment Program 2016. I'm a little bit confused given what, again, with the preamble of trying to diversify the economy, especially in the manufacturing sector. Why, again, there's a decrease of 1.3 million in this particular area?
Having regard to economic circumstances, we expect to do much, but exercising greater efficiency and acting prudently in everything that we do.
Carney Central, I recognize.
Chair, thank you very much. Through you to under other transfers 009. But before I do that, through you, I appreciated the presentation by the Minister of Trade and Industry, in which she highlighted the consistent growth of the non-energy sector over the last 4 years. And I thought that that was important. In terms of the other transfers here and the institutions that are involved, these are going to be some of the key institutions that actually make further growth and expansion possible. But I don't see one institution that was mentioned by the Minister of Finance as having a role in the process, and those institutions have to do with the economic zones. Are those under your, they're under the ministry?
Yes.
I don't see any allocations for them though.
But I believe that's within the development program.
Development, it will be there? I'm just asking, I'm not sure.
It's not under recurrent.
All right, okay.
Is Couva South first?
No,
It's not? Okay, my apologies. Couva North.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Under 00926, National Academy for Performing Arts Hotel, I see it's a transfer from Ministry of Tourism, and there's an allocation for 2.5 million. Can we get some clarification with respect to that?
Sure. That's a recent transfer to the Ministry of Trade. Now, an exercise had been done quite recently, I believe, a general review of NAPA. So we're waiting that report, or I think it has been presented, but we're going to analyze that report and see where we go forward with NAPA. But you would appreciate, I haven't done that as yet, but it will be done. It's going to be analyzed. So that's just a provision for the hotel.
I need to make a point.
Yes.
Yes, just to make a general point, this is simply for the hotel.
Just a hotel.
There are three elements in Napa, as you may know. You have the auditorium, you have the hotel, and this is for the hotel, which would fall under trade and industry.
Carney East.
The creative industries, that is item number 23. Under other transfers, 009, item 23. Trinidad Tobago Creative Industries Company. My understanding is that the government had indicated that they're paying special emphasis on a number of these areas in the diversification program. But here it is, we have a diminution or lessening of the expenditure on the creative industries, whereas we should, if you're saying that you want to make it an important aspect of your diversification, why are you reducing the allocation to the creative industries rather than even maintaining or increasing it to some extent so that you can achieve through that one area, some degree of improvement in the diversification program?
As you'd agree, this is a recurrent as you would know, this is a recurrent expenditure.
You have somewhere under
there's money under the development fund as well for special projects as well. And when we get there, you would see that there's a bit of an increase.
Thank you. That's last one. The betting levy board, is there a reason for removing the $10 million, taking it out altogether from the betting levy board, improvement of the local horse racing industry?
The $10 million, I'm told, was an abnormal allocation, but in any event, allocation, when you would know about that?
We don't know about normal allocation.
But what I can tell you, it's, yeah.
If you go back to the prior years, you'll see there was no allocation. If you look in the original
Yes, 2015, there was a
original 2015, it was zero.
Well, no, I seen here revised estimate for 2015, 10 million.
I think I said original for 2015, it was zero.
Right, so
it went up to 10.
We gave the betting levy
As the
board
minister
some money.
is saying, it was a one-off extraordinary allocation. And all of these things, betting levy board and so on, will now come within the rubric of the gaming and gambling sector, the sector, which should be under the purview of the Ministry of Finance. Okay? So it's going somewhere else.
Item 010, other transfers abroad. Item 011, transfer to state enterprises. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory bodies and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. No. Subhead 06.
The Bureau of Standards then. Only Bureau of Standards. Yeah.
So could we now proceed to subhead 09 under developmental program? So we need to proceed. Page 155, still under Ministry of Trade and Industry, Head 08, Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Yeah, different book. We are now draft estimates of development program. Member for Point of Pay, I recognize firstly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Item 014, Business Development of the Creative Industries. Again, in keeping with the Honourable Minister for Carney East and his question in recurrent, I noticed in the Creative Industries estimate from 2015 was 15 million. The revised estimate in 2015 was 6 million. And then now in 2016 it's 10 million. Given again in the budget statement on page 39 what we're trying to do, what the government is trying to do with diversifying the economy, do you feel that this is sufficient for that particular area that you talked highly about?
Well, as you'd realize, the revised estimate is $6 million. For expenditure in 2015 was $6 million. So they are, in fact, getting an increase. to $10 million, an increase of $4 million. So we're at the point where we're doing strategic plans for the film industry, music industry, and also the fashion industry. And work is on the way.
Chair, my colleague must have just gone ahead slightly, but you remember we were saying that we might be permitted to make a general statement on the overall area. And so, therefore, I just want to comment on the question on page 155, which is the entire area on development program. There is a reduction.
Honorable member, please, let's ensure that when we go to the new subhead, let's ensure that we make those general statements before, rather than we go into the actual items.
But my colleague went too fast.
Okay, well, proceed. I'll give you the opportunity at this time.
That page and he went ahead.
I'll give you the opportunity at this time.
So the estimate for 2016 is 28 million. And what was spent, according to the revised estimate, was 77 million. So we have a reduction of 49 million on the development program in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And again, it brings me to the question, if you want to expand the non-energy sector and move to diversification where trade becomes an important aspect, trade and industry become an important aspect. Here it is, when last year you had an allocation of 77 million, this year you have reduced that by $49 million out of the 77. So you have now only an allocation of 28 million. How is that in keeping with your overall philosophical approach of saying that you want to diversify, and Ministry of Trade and Industry, an important aspect of that, which I drew an analogy earlier on to it, under the recurrent expenditure. And here it is under the development, which is supposed to be a more important area for expansion. You have a massive reduction in your allocation. Could you explain that? In keeping with the government's philosophical approach of improvement and diversification. So it brings true to the fact that you're really not interested in diversification.
Finance, no more than 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted clarity that I had a whole 5 minutes to respond. Thank you very much. I won't use the whole 5 minutes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chairman, or Mr. Chairman, because you are chairing the committee. It would appear to me that the Honourable Member for Caroni East was absent when we dealt with the recurrent expenditure for this ministry, because I distinctly said, and he must have been absent, because I distinctly said that this ministry used to have the Ministry of Communications in it. I said that, but I'm assuming based on what the Honourable Minister has asked that he was not here when I said that. You are making a statement that we have drastically reduced the capital program, the development program for the Ministry of Trade, and this is such an important ministry, and why are we doing that wickedness? So I am assuming that the Honourable Member was absent when I gave the explanation for recurrent, because communications has been removed. If the Honourable Member will go to page 158, because I'm assuming you were absent when I was talking before. Well, you had to be absent, otherwise you wouldn't ask this question. If one goes to page 158 under 06016, you will see that under the Ministry of Communication, you had a communication policy and strategic roadmap, $40 million, and you also had a digitization of government media, $3 million, and there are several others. So that if you were present, you would have heard me say that recurrent has gone down because communications has hived off into a separate ministry. Development also, the ministry no longer has responsibility for communications. If you add up, you'll get almost the 49 million that's bothering you. So you were obviously absent.
Thank you. Item 005, multisectorial. and other services. Member for Siparia.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm not sure we did page 156, economic infrastructure. And I'm looking at line 001, investment promotion initiatives and development of collateral investment promotion material. I note that this has been reduced from an 8.4 million in revised 2015 now to 2 million. And I'm asking through you, sir, why the significant drop in this with respect to promotion investment? Are we going to find other ways, or are we just promoting investment initiatives and development?
I will answer that. In the development program is very different to the recurrent program. No, you don't. Because in the development program, Mr. Deputy Chairman, why can't I be allowed to answer the question? I'm constantly interrupted. I'm seeking your protection.
The Minister of Finance is answering your question, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. In the development, what's that commentary going on down there?
Proceed, Mr. Minister.
In the, another one?
Members, let's maintain the decorum of the House, please. Right, let's respect each other. The Minister is on the floor this time. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much. I don't know how I'm going to begin, you know. They keep talking.
Members, the Minister is responding to the question. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman. The development program is very different to the recurrent program because the development program is comprised of projects, so that projects come to an end, and therefore when a project comes to an end, there's no need for the same level of expenditure in one year as you had in another year. So that throughout this document, when you see adjustments in the allocation for, it's comprised of projects, so that the projects that are going to be done in 2016 may not be the same projects that were done in 2015. Projects may have come to an end in 2015, which are not continuing in 2016. So throughout the development program, you're going to see variances in allocations because the life cycle of projects has come to an end. It's completely different to recurrent expenditure.
The answer, a general answer. I am asking specifically with respect to line item 001, investment promotion initiatives and development of collateral investment, where there has been a decrease in the allocation, and I'm asking why. I've been told that we will see that a project has come to an end. Am I to say that this project is then winding down? This project, not generally in the development program. Why?
Regards. This particular project?
Actually, I've been told something, that in some of the people hired by the former administration were going on joyrides all over the world, so that the allocation has been cut to avoid that kind of extravagance.
Currently, Central.
Waste and mismanagement.
Chair. Mr. Minister.
Once again, through you, sir, given the response, how much out of the allocation in 2015, 8.4, on this project was spent in the joyriding that the Minister is speaking about?
We will provide that information in writing.
So how much of that was spent on joyriding and how much was spent on other matters?
We'll provide it in writing.
And your own office. Information in writing. Let's proceed. Currently Central.
Yes. Chair.
No, it's the people you
would
brought on.
You would appreciate that the concerns about this ministry really has to do with the fact that the growth of the non-energy sector is absolutely critical to the development of the country. This is a position that the minister articulated, and this is a position that the government articulated in the budget debate. The explanation given about the reduction in the development expenditure, I may be wrong, but based on the numbers I see here, I think we have a problem, because you have a reduction from 77 to 28. And when I look at the communications development budget, I see for 2014 3.6 and nothing for 15 and 15, and I see 2016.
Member for Caroni Central, what page we are on the line item? That's clarity.
Sure. The line item I'm dealing with in the Ministry of Trade
and page number
is on page 158, and it has to do with the
line item
06 General Public Services.
Okay.
And then the strengthening of the institutions below.
Moved to to a different ministry, transferred to the Ministry of Communications. Yeah, they all moved to communications.
This is your government working for you. This is the $40 million you squandered on government working for you.
It has been answered. Let's proceed. Minister of Finance.
We will not.
The point I'm making, I don't think has been absorbed by the Minister of Finance.
So let's get to the point, Honorable Member.
First of all, I do not see any line item in development for the economic development zones. So I would, if I am wrong, just point it out to me. Okay?
I don't know what line item is looking at.
So are you making reference, member, the economic development zone?
Yes.
It's prior knowledge that you have, and you are not seeing it?
No, it was mentioned specifically in the budget statement. And I asked the minister before if the economic zones were under her. I did not see it. She said it's not in the recurrent budget, it's in development budget. Now, I did not remember seeing it in the development budget, but I didn't argue with her because the answer was logical, that it might be there, but I don't see it here. Make a political point. I just want to understand it.
Okay. Okay, Honorable Member. The ministers are conferring. Minister of Finance.
Yes, I have received an explanation that there was a loan being negotiated with the Chinese government, but because the previous administration had maxed out the debt ceiling, that loan could not be consummated, so that the projects are being looked at, but I'm afraid that the government of Trinidad and Tobago can't borrow any more money because you maxed out the debt ceiling, like the overdraft.
Okay. We now proceed to subhead.
Maybe that explains something else, but it doesn't explain the line item not being here and mentioned.
The line item cannot be there unless there's an allocation for it. There cannot be an allocation unless the loan is consummated. The loan can't be consummated until we deal with our debt ceiling, which you maxed out.
Okay, let's proceed. Infrastructure Development Fund, item number 005, Multisectoral and Other Services. Page 322. Draft Estimates Development Program. Carney East.
Probably. All right. Sense of the e-tech, evolving technologies and developing the company. No allocation.
Is it there as an item?
Yeah, it's here.
What line? Tell them.
295, item 295, page 157. No money.
Carry 295. Which one is it?
We are at the Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services, page 322, sorry, of the draft estimates of development program. That's the booklet that we're in. Yeah. 322. Right, so I'll just give a couple seconds for us to just get to the page.
There are three areas I want to ask about here. The Wallowfield Industrial and Technology Park. The estimate for that is 12 million as opposed to 39 million that was spent in 2015. Is there any explanation for that? Why such a drastic decline in the expenditure for that Wallowfield Industrial and Technology Park? I thought you all were moving towards expansion of technology. Is it under construction? If not, how long will it take to be completed?
Ministers?
Yes, I'm advised that the Wallowfield Industrial and Technology Park was just going on and on and on forever under the previous government, so that the new government has decided to put an end to this mismanagement and will be opening the Wallowfield Park on a phased basis using funds from 293 and 276. In other words, we just won't be squandering money and just spending money and not opening these parks. So that's your answer.
Carney Central?
Yes. Chair, the issues that are being raised, which basically suggest that on our side we feel that the development side of the Ministry of Trade is underfunded because of its importance to the diversification of the economy, is because the reason we are saying that is because when we look, for instance, at Ministry of National Security, and we saw all the contract items having to do with human resources, when we looked at the House of Assembly at the same time, and these are the productive sectors of the economy that really need to be funded. And we have to see that in the context in which the development budget was reduced by $1 billion, approximately, a little more than that. But it was reduced to $7 billion, yet the recurrent budget went up, and we had the highest budget of $63 billion. So it's a very real issue that we are raising here about what are the priorities for funding if two of the things that you must do is manage your fiscal space and manage your growth. That is what we are raising.
Minister?
As a general answer to the general statement just made, the former administration spent hundreds of millions of dollars on wasteful and extravagant projects. We do not, Mr. Deputy Chairman, I did not say a word when the Honorable Member for Caroni East was talking. Caroni Central was talking. Not a word. I would ask, and he said all sorts of things. I would like to be able to answer, please. I want to answer.
Order, members. Order. Kindly proceed.
Because the question is, the member is asking how come the allocations in particular areas are lower this year than last year. And it's a simple answer. We're cutting out the corruption, the waste, and the mismanagement. You spent billions of dollars and achieved nothing. And we are now going to complete these projects using far less money, using proper procurement, with honesty and integrity. And we'll do much more with much less.
Okay, members. Honorable members, the question is that the sum...
Siparia first.
Member for Siparia, okay, she give way.
Yeah, and then
Caroni East.
come after.
In the government's trust for improved tourism, just referring you now to the Vanguard Hotel, formerly Tobago Hilton.
299?
Yes. The government's trust towards improved tourism, and particularly in Tobago, where Vanguard Hotel, formerly Hilton, is an important aspect of the improvement in tourism. I see no expenditure there, and also in Trinidad for the Hilton Hotel. If there's a trust for tourism, is there a consideration for improvement in these hotels and for assistance to these hotels?
Minister?
With regard to the Vanguard, what we have at this time is a one-year arrangement, year-to-year arrangement. And so the focus is on really finding a long-term entity to, in fact, manage the Vanguard Hotel. So that's where we are with it.
Member for Siparia, still?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. Again, back to page 322, E-Tech. Development works on industrial estates, Waterfield Technology Park, well, the Vanguard, of course, was there, Hilton, Trinidad Conference Center. You've answered on the Hilton, but the others, sir? The decrease, I'm dealing with 276, 293, 297, yeah?
I think the Minister of Finance answered 276 and 293 in that we're prioritizing at this stage. Much funds have been...
I haven't asked the question yet.
Oh, sorry. Please.
I haven't asked the question.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking at development institutions, E-Tech, okay? We see 126. Now down to 59, so the reduction, that was a question before. And the minister gave the explanation that he was cutting out waste and corruption. So I would like to find out for 2016, out of the 2015, the revised estimates brought, $126.4 million expended. On what was that $126.4 million expended? And it's broken down 32.5, 39, 5, and 7. On what was it expended, one, and what part of that, how much of that was on corruption, and how much was it spent on waste? To please identify those specific parts of the expenditure.
Be very happy to give you a detailed written report, which we will also publish on the corruption, waste, and mismanagement in your expenditure for 2015 on this item. I'll be happy to do that. You'll get it in writing. All the corruption, all the waste, all the mismanagement of your administration. Happy to do it.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $158,841,500 for Head 48, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $158,841,500 for Head 48, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister of Trade and Industry. Members, thank you, Minister of Trade and Industry. Thanks to the technocrats. and your senior members, thank you for coming. Right, we'll now move on to Head 68, the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. Page 441.
Mr. Chairman, earlier today, and I believe yesterday, the Leader of the House indicated that we will meet from 1:30 to 8 p.m. today. It is now past 8 p.m.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, hold on. I'm deputing for the Leader of the House.
Okay, hold 1 second. Remember this morning, the chairman of the committee said that we'll be either doing 7 heads or 12 o'clock. That was made clear this morning by...
So
by
is it now that the chairman of the committee has decided without the consensus of the House or even the government,
remember,
when the committee will meet?
There was no objection when the chairman
yes, there was.
That point this morning.
I raised the point that we had an arrangement with the government.
The House resolves
Is the House,
not the chair. It has to be put to the House.
Minister of Finance.
I am deputing for the substantive Leader of Government Business, and I'm saying for the record that we shall be going until midnight, or we shall do 7 items, whichever one comes first. For the record.
Yes, members, we are now in draft estimates, details of estimate of recurrent expenditure, and we are on page 441, and we are going to proceed with Head 68, Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. Honorable Minister of Sport, you and your team, I must say welcome. Welcome to your senior members of staff at the ministry. We welcome you all to this house. And we'll kindly proceed at this time. Head number 68, Ministry of Sport, $516,807,924. I will now invite the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs to make a brief opening statement for no more than 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. As you know, in my budget presentation, and no secret to the country, the Ministry of Sport, now Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, have some investigations with regards to a major program there. Nevertheless, we will be focusing on, over the next year, to ensure that we clean up systems and policies with regards to internal aspects of the ministry and our boards involved. We'll be working very closely with the national governing bodies to ensure that they are compliant and that they are also clean up their act with regards to their accounting processes and policies. We're going to be ensuring that we are data-driven when making decisions, which is something that has not occurred before. We want to gather data where we could make the right decisions, also encouraging NGBs, the national government bodies, to do the same. So when they come to us, we all be aligned with regards to moving forward. There have been issues as regards to the maintenance of what we have right now. We're going to be implementing a schedule of preventative maintenance and purchasing software to assist us with that. We want to ensure that we finally become OSH compliant. And again, we'll be working to cut the wastage, the corruption, and the mismanagement that has been occurring. And our main focus, as you know, this year, fiscal year, is the Olympics. And of course, the World Cup qualifying, and of course, working with the young people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $516,807,924 for Head 68, the Ministry of Sport, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $516,807,924 for Head 68, the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Member for Princestown.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister, in sub-item 08, vacant post salaries and COLA without incumbents, the allocation is 560,000. Could the Honourable Minister indicate how many posts are presently vacant? Can he also list the vacant posts? How many are expected to be filled within the financial year? And if also he can give us a description of these positions and in what method they intend to fill these posts.
Yes, Chairman, just finding it here. With regards to the staffing of permanent with the Ministry of Sport, we have currently 92 present vacant spots. 92 spots, sorry, of which 31 are vacant and 51 have acting incumbents.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister, can the Honourable Minister give us some examples of which positions are currently vacant in the ministry and within the next financial year, how he intends to fill these vacancies? Now, with respect to the first question, if you can also give us an idea of the description of the positions within that ministry. We understand that there are a number of positions that are vacant, but if you can give us a description of those positions and what methods would they be using? Would it be through GHRS? Would it be advertised? How do they intend to fill these positions? Is it within the ministry itself or subsets of the ministry?
Permanent positions are always through the Service Commission. However, the rest of the answers we will answer in writing.
Carney East.
Well, it's in keeping with the arrangement of ditto, where there's an increase in personal expenditure from 2015 to 2016 by $28 million. And we would appreciate if the Minister of Sport will provide the same information, or the Minister of Finance will provide the information on that aspect of the personal emoluments, salaries, cost of living, which have increased as well.
Yes.
Correct. Which they agreed to.
Yes, I repeat for now the 14th time that I will give an explanation of the variation in the personal expenditure for all items. But I wish to draw the former minister's attention to the fact that this ministry is now the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. So youth has been added. So that would naturally cause an increase. But you will get your explanation in writing.
Item 01001, General Administration. Item 002, Physical Education and Sport Division. Item, Member for Carney East.
In the previous government, the Ministry of Sports gave assistance to the Ministry of Education.
Which line item, Honourable Member?
This is salaries and cost of living allowances. I wanted to just ask the Ministry of Sports was being transferred, certain positions in the Ministry of Sports was going to be transferred to the Ministry of Education, particularly the areas of physical education. I want to know what is the arrangement now, because that was going to be effected close to the end of the last fiscal year. And if there is any arrangement now where the Ministry of Sports is going to be helping the Ministry of Education on that physical education aspect.
Deputy Chairman, we'll put that in writing. Right?
Thank you.
You put what in writing?
The answer to your question.
You all are joking.
Item 005, Youth Affairs. Item 006, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship. We'll then proceed to subhead 02, Goods and Services. Member for Princestown.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister. Item 16, contract employment, we see that there is an increase of 1.9 million. Could the Honourable Minister indicate to us in the ministry what areas of contract employment are they looking at, and whether or not this is specifically with respect to the ministry itself or any of the subsets within the ministry?
Deputy Chairman, we'll answer in writing.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman. On the item 22, short-term employment, I see an increase of, it's
not going to fall for your tricks.
A decrease of 1.64 million. Could you give an indication of which jobs have been excluded, so that which would result in this $1.6 million decrease?
And which line item is that again?
22. Short-term employment.
Page 444, line item 22, short-term employment.
So that's several different. Yeah, that's a lot of information there, Deputy Chairman. So yes, we'll get that in writing.
But I will give you a general answer, though. A lot of people were hired on 3-month contracts for the general election, and therefore the incoming administration, this is an answer with respect to contract employment. Mr. Deputy Chairman.
Members.
I have 5 minutes to speak.
Members, Minister of Finance is answering the question. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Under the specific head of contract employment, the former administration, short-term employment, the former administration had a number of people on very short contracts hired in the context of the general election. And we are not going to condone that sort of waste and mismanagement. So we are doing a review, and we are going to be reducing expenditure on short-term employment.
Member for Oropuch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Finance first. If you can provide us in writing with this policy of short-term contract for general election purposes, and whether there was an ad in the newspaper, please apply here it for the general election for 3 months. And I want to see the ad in the newspaper to that effect. My question to the Minister of Sport. Minister of Sport, I invite you at the beginning to put it in writing. The provision for graduate employment, if you could just give us a note of the policy objectives, the qualification apart from just being graduate, and the number you intend to hire over the period of time.
And the line item is?
The line item is 16. If you can indicate us the policy objective, the amount of people in fiscal 2016 you intend to hire, the overall criteria apart from graduate alone, I'll be very happy in writing.
I will answer that. We put a line item as indicated in the budget statement of $55 million for graduate employment in ministries and Tobago House of Assembly. It works out at approximately $2 million per ministry, give or take. The purpose of the graduate employment is a lot of graduates who are unemployed, who are in highly specialized fields. And I gave an example in our commentary that, for example, there are people with degrees in petroleum geoscience who have been victims of the worldwide collapse in oil prices. So that we felt, we have these graduates outside there who have done very specialized programs. You'd have people doing accountancy and so on. So we have decided in each ministry, related to its core functions, so that the Ministry of Energy would be hiring primarily persons who have a specialization in energy-related studies. So we wouldn't be hiring people with a degree in English in the Ministry of Energy, for example. And it's not a program of apprenticeship, but it is a program of development of these graduates to assist them to become leaders in their respective fields. So that's the answer.
I want to thank the Minister of Finance very much for that qualification. Because what the Minister is saying is that the graduate program, to use the National Security Minister thing, the conceptual clarity, is that it is for graduates, meaning postgraduate with specialized... Okay, so because you see a first degree is a gateway degree. If you're looking for the highly specialized, as you use the energy sector as an example.
It's like an internship. So you take a person with no experience. A person with no experience who has qualified in a specialized field will be put into a special training program to enhance their skills, to become leaders in their field.
And my two questions to follow up that. So you are looking at, our maths will tell us 100? 160?
No, it's about 500 people.
500 people divide in how much ministries?
23 ministries.
23 is how much? 500 into 23. That's how much persons you are looking at per ministry.
Yes.
About 20.
So approximately 20 per ministry.
So 20 persons per ministry under this program.
Approximately.
All right, so it is not a mass of people. But the question is this, is that how does that differ? But you're not permitting me. How does that differ fundamentally from the graduate recruitment from the OJT?
We will give you a detailed explanation with the underlying philosophy.
Okay.
But since you seem to want the answer now, it is very different, because the on-the-job training program is not specifically designed to work, to function as an in-service training program in order to create leaders in their respective fields. But we will give you an underlying philosophy in writing so you will understand what we are seeking to do. But I must tell you, the unemployed graduates outside there are very, very happy about this program.
Sure. I'm sure they are.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Finance has given us an examples with regards to the Ministry of Energy. We would like to have some clarity with respect to some of these areas of study that we will be focusing on with respect to graduate training program, in that we are looking at approximately 20 positions in every ministry. And if the Honourable Minister can indicate if there are any further follow-up programs that would create sustainable employment within the Ministry of Sport and also in the related field, apart from those 20 jobs, or if that is a primary focus they are looking at this point. So we are looking at specific specialized areas in the field of sport, as the Minister of Energy, as Minister of Finance has indicated in the area of energy, but we're looking at specialized area in the Ministry of Sport that we want examples of. What sort of remuneration we are looking at with respect to that, and to any further follow-up program within the ministry that the Honourable Minister has identified that will create further sustainable employment, or is it that we're just sticking with 20 jobs per ministry?
Firstly, it's remuneration, not remuneration. I did answer the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The fact is that this is not going to be a one-off. This is intended to be a rolling program. And what we are hoping, there are so many vacancies in the public service and vacancies within the state enterprise sector for people with specialized skills. So what we expect to get out of this program, as we take in these specialized graduates and we put them into an intensive training program, a targeted training program, they will be able to fill the vacancies within the public service, be able to work in the state enterprises, and give us that critical mass of trained specialists that we so sorely need in this country. So it's a rolling program, and I might tell you, to forestall any similar questions, the Ministry of Finance is going to give guidelines to each ministry with respect to what is defined as a specialization and the kind of skill set the person should have in order to qualify for this graduate employment program.
Member for Naparima.
Item sub-item 08, rent lease office accommodation. And I note that there has been a decrease of 2.5 million, but 50 million of taxpayers' money is still being spent. For that expenditure, I'd like to know how many properties are being leased or rented. 2, has there been an analysis of purchase option, lease option, rental option? I would like the address of each space being rented and or leased, and the monthly rental cost for each office.
Deputy Chairman.
08, page 444. Rent, lease, office accommodation and storage.
Right now, Deputy Chairman, the information 08, right? We currently have a building in number 12 Abercrombie Street that has been the Ministry of Sport. Now is, of course, the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, where we pay approximately $300,000 there a month. We also have 8 Cuban coaches from the previous regime that rent apartments in Tunapuna to the cost of $32,000 a month. The ministry, as you would have known, Deputy Chairman, that the former regime had, they took youth away from the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs and formed the Gender, Child and Youth Ministry, which is in this building, which that they don't pay any rent for here. And then there's the sports company, Sport TT, and their office is in Park and Henry Street, and their rent is approximately $250,000, of which, of course, as you know, it's Henry Street is Port of Spain. They have to pay for parking for their staff, and many visitors, which is approximately 10,000. Yeah, per month. And the
Ministers.
This one is what? Stadium.
Don't worry, they didn't ask you about it.
Yeah, it's a lot here because the list goes on for several pages, Chairman. So that's just to give you an idea.
Commit to it in writing, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister for Carneys.
The point that the Minister was making, Minister of Finance, on the graduate program, as far as I can recollect.
Line item are you on? Which line item are you on?
No, you were speaking, but my colleague went on to another point, but I had my hand up.
I just want to ask what line item you're on.
And the graduate program said approximately $2 million is being going to be given for ministry. And $2 million, it said they want to employ at least how much, 20 people at the beginning? 20?
20 persons per
If it is 20 people at $2 million, it means that one person is going to be employed at 250,000? The $2 million at a salary of 10,000 per person will give you 200 employees. So where is the calculation? And the minister said that he wants to spend $2 million and employ 20 people. That is incongruous.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, I know it's late. I know the member is tired. I know he was apparently absent when I explained this many times before. He must have been absent because it's approximately $2 million per year per ministry. Divided by 20, you get $100,000 per person. Divided by 12, you're going to get, all right? I have said this 4 times, like you're not here when I'm talking.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister, we see a slight increase with respect to item number 27 on official overseas travel. Could the Honourable Minister indicate to us that with respect to some of these upcoming international events, whether or not this slight increase was because of that anticipation?
Deputy Chairman, again, this is an extensive list, but the sport company with regards to the Olympic and internship at International Stadia, and the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, the 10th Commonwealth Youth Forum in Malta in November this year at the CARICOM UN.
Those are other meetings coming up.
Yeah, and these are other meetings that are coming up. Right, but again, this is an extensive list that I could send to you again. We spend all night with it. Yes, in writing.
Mr. Deputy Chairman.
Member of Parliament for Princestown.
Through you, could the Honourable Minister indicate those persons who will be qualifying to attend on behalf of the ministry? It has been the practice in the past where we have chosen persons from within the sporting fraternity outside of ministry officials to attend and represent Trinidad and Tobago. Would a similar approach be adopted?
Yeah, as I said at the beginning, when the chairman asked me to give brief remarks, again, we're reviewing everything that happened in the past. We're collecting data with regards to that, and we make decisions based on best practices internationally, what is best for the ministry and for the country.
Member for Princestown.
So, Minister, in effect, what you're saying, you can give no commitment at this time to members of the sport fraternity that they will be representing Trinidad and Tobago in some capacity, even though if it is in addition to members of the ministry or the sport company. There's no commitment.
Chairman, again, I said there's a commitment to review.
Member for Naprima.
Thank you, Chairman. Look, item 17, training, which has been increased by $36,000. And official entertainment, which has been increased also by $36,000. Is the minister telling us that there is an equal priority towards official entertainment as it is to training? Thank you.
I just want to point out that this is the merger of two ministries, so there would naturally be an increase in votes.
Yeah, that explains the increase, may explain the increase, but not the prioritization.
Member for Caroni East.
There is a division of National Youth Development and Apprenticeship and a division of Youth Affairs.
What line item and what page, please?
It's, as we moved along the different line items, the National Youth Development is personnel is 006. And the Youth Affairs is 005. Is it possible, 444 and 443, what is the difference between one area and another? Youth Affairs and National Youth Development and Apprenticeship. National Youth Program and Apprenticeship and Youth Affairs.
No. Deputy Chairman, I thought we passed that already.
Hold on, the member is making a comparison with regards to page 444 and making reference back to page 443.
No, there are two different sectors of the Ministry of Youth.
Okay, one is residential and one is not. That's what they boil down to.
One is the youth camp.
Yes, youth camps. One is residential.
They call them the white dance. You see, we see this answer.
Item 001, 002, Physical Education and Sports Division. Page 445, the bottom half of page 445. Item 003, Dwight York Stadium.
Want to commit yourself in writing to the...
Mr. Deputy Chairman, may I ask on a point of clarification? We had already completed the examination of personnel expenditure. Are we now setting a precedent that we can allow members to go back to personnel expenditure? We're on goods and services.
No. Honorable Minister, the member was making a clarification from the present item we were dealing with to a past item. So I give them the opportunity to proceed. Right? We are now on...
No, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, both items were under personnel expenditure. Both of them. They are both under PE.
We haven't gone on to goods and services.
What?
Members, let us proceed. Right. We are now subhead 02, Goods and Services, and we're on item number 003, Dwight York Stadium. Member for Princestown.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you again to the Honourable Minister. On line item 16, we see contract employment in the financial year 2016 being increased by over $60,000 at a tune of $337,500. Could the Honourable Minister indicate to us through the Dwight York Stadium which areas of contract employment are they looking at? How many positions are we looking at as well? And in terms of, if you can give us an idea of what sort of skill sets we're looking at in terms of filling these vacancies.
Deputy Chairman, that is a lot of information again, so we'll put that in writing.
Item 004, Youth Centers. Item 005, Youth Affairs. Item 006, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship. We'll now move on to subhead 03.
Deputy Chairman, if we can return to National Youth Development and Apprenticeship.
006 will be on that one. Go ahead.
Yes. Item number 22, again, we see short-term employment. If the Honourable Minister would indicate to us how many positions they are looking at, what areas, where, in terms of Trinidad and Tobago, in terms of the sports facilities, whether or not this would be in ministries, whether or not these would be in a sport company, whether or not it will be through any of the other facilities, whether it be the National Aquatic Center, where is this short-term employment going to be instituted, how many positions, and also if we can get a description of the remuneration packages for these persons.
Deputy Chairman, I'm advised that short-term employment is not associated with positions. It's employment that is for a period of 6 months or less for situations that arise from time to time as a result of unforeseen matters. And this actually has come from the Ministry of Youth. It's not in the Ministry of Sport. If you want a better explanation, I am sure we can provide that to you in writing. Okay.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, I think that will be most useful if the Honourable Minister can give us that in writing, so we get a clear indication of where this is coming from.
And what short-term employment is and so on. No problem.
Okay. Member for Tabakit.
I was trying to get your attention, Mr. Chairman, but I didn't. But the Dwight York Stadium, there's a line item for that here. Are there similar line items anywhere for Atto Bolan and Manny Ramjohn and so on? And I did not see any of those, and I'm wondering how are those being maintained? And as we're on the question, there are a number of very good recreational facilities which were built recently across the country. And is the does the Sports Ministry have any inclination to providing financing in order to ensure that those don't get dilapidated very quickly also?
Deputy Chairman, Dwight York Stadium is under the Ministry of Sport. The other stadium that he's speaking about is under the sports company. So that's the difference there.
Sports company. They need to do a better job.
The company
we plan to improve from the past 5 years. Yes, correct.
For the last 5
We're
years,
going to manage it much better.
Honourable members, we move on to subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item number 001, general administration. Member for Princestown, you caught my eye.
Deputy Chairman, through you again to the Honourable Minister. With respect to item 01, vehicles, we see here that there has actually been a removal of this line item in terms of its expenditure and its allocation. Could the Honourable Minister indicate to us? Could the Honourable Minister indicate to us how do they intend to operate and function without any allocation being given with respect to these vehicles?
Yeah, Deputy Chairman, I've been advised that 4 were purchased last year and we don't need any. We're trying to cut down on the wastage, so we're good there with the 4.
Right, thank you. Item
Mr. Deputy Chairman, could the Honourable Minister indicate when these vehicles were bought? And was it?
In May.
In May.
And also the type of vehicles? And the cost of these vehicles? And whether or not it was bought specifically for the Ministry of Sport?
I'm being told it's 2 Prados and 2 Wing Roads, no Porsche.
Okay, so that means that the partnership government would have provided for the Ministry of Sport. Thank you.
Item number 002, physical education and sport
vehicles that you didn't need. Taxpayers paid for that.
Page 449. Item number 002, physical education and sport division.
That's the area that I was asking the minister to clarify where is the physical education officers who were in the Ministry of Sports, and there was a decision to move some of them to the Ministry of Education. Where is that? Is it in limbo? Has it been clarified?
They're still in sport, but again, as I said before, we're reviewing and we're having discussions with the Ministry of Sport.
They're still in sports?
Yes, they're still in sport, safe in sport. And just to clarify, Deputy Chairman,
that is for
the former regime didn't purchase the taxpayers' money, purchased the vehicles for the use of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I just want to clear that statement.
Item number 003, Dwight York Stadium. Item number 004, youth centers. Item number 005, youth affairs.
Deputy Chair.
Yes.
004 on youth.
Cuba South?
Yeah, on youth centers. Is there any allocation in terms of furniture and furnishings and so on for the California Youth Facility?
Deputy Chairman, I don't want to get into specifics because each constituency could ask that. We'll get that in writing.
Item number 006, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship. We now move on to subhead 03, minor equipment. Sorry, my apologies. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item number 002, Commonwealth bodies.
451.
Item 005, non-profit institutions.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I, under item non-profit institutions, line item 32, there's an increase of 2.5 million. If it be possible for us to get a listing of what constitute those bodies.
Deputy Chairman.
Then item 32. 29 to 32.
29 and 32.
Sure, we'll get a listing. We'll get a listing too. Sure. That is grant funding, so you have to wait until.
You can give us a few examples of what you consider non-profit organizations.
Are you in a position, Mr. Honorable Minister?
2932.
Like the NGBs, the national governing bodies, the youth bodies, and so on.
Okay.
Right. So when they come to us, the grant funding,
the sporting bodies,
and youth as well.
National sporting bodies. Okay.
Mr. Tabikit?
Yeah, Chairman. The regional complexes, nothing has been allocated them. Is it a 12 and 20, for example, come under sports company also?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member is not reading properly. 10 million has been allocated.
Line item 34.
Oh, it's down below.
10 million. It's not down below, it's on the line.
No, but under, if you look.
34.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah, 34. It's 10 million.
Yeah, but there was a 12 up on top also, regional complexes. You saw it? There's a 12, item 12, regional complexes. And there's nothing allocated.
The other one. Okay, you are 12.
Yeah, but is the 12 and the 34 the same?
Page 451. 12 is regional complexes.
Right.
And then we have line item 34, regional complexes.
Community development.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, a number of things have been merged from other ministries. If you look at the whole line item, you will see there was never any allocation there under regional complexes under this ministry, Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. This newly created ministry now has an allocation of 10 million for regional complexes. It would not have had it before. It didn't exist
So
before.
the Chaguanas Regional Complex will come under this?
You give me a list.
Deputy, we'll give you a list, because again, all the constituencies can start asking that.
Right, point taken.
So, all right, Chairman, what about St. Paul Street Gymnasium? Would that fall under that?
List, right?
Deputy, didn't I just say we'll give a list?
Yes.
Again, we don't want to start nitpicking and...
Okay.
Yeah, but we're not sure we get a list, you know.
Member for Tabakit, assurances have been given that all information will be provided in writing, and I anticipate that it will be done.
We'll try to do it faster than them. They sometimes took years.
Thank you. Maybe no. Question again, Honorable Member for Tabakit?
Getting almost $2.7 million, and they're always saddled with all kinds of confusion, it seems,
under the UNC,
that we read in the public. What is the approach of the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs towards ensuring that the Boxing Board of Control functions properly?
Deputy Chairman, we're cutting out the waste, the corruption, and the mismanagement. And they probably will have a new board in there pretty soon. So it will stop by then.
Item 007, households. Member for Caroni East. Item number 007, households. Member for Princestown.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister.
Silence, please.
We're looking at item number 3.
Chairman, can I just make a comment? The member for Caroni East just told us across the floor that we have no moral authority. I don't know what line item he's talking about. Could you control him, please? He should not say these things.
Member
Which line item?
Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister, line item number 3 under households. If we can get an idea, a sense from the Honourable Minister, we know it's being transferred from the Ministry of Gender, Youth and Child Development. Over the next year, 2 million has been allocated for hosting of vacation camps. If we can have an idea, especially with the government's emphasis on rural development, whether or not and how much of this will be allocated to constituencies that are considered to be rural, and how long it intends to be run, and how many children do they intend to facilitate through these summer camps?
Very good question, Deputy Chairman. Again, it's only 3 weeks, and we have a team working on that, and they'll be providing a list to us shortly.
Thank you. Item 009, other transfers.
Mr. Deputy Chairman.
Shugona cease.
Okay. May we get an explanation as to this?
Members.
May we get an explanation to this significant decrease? Line item 04, the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago.
They're cutting out the corruption, the waste, and the mismanagement. And it was particularly bad. That is the ministry that had live sport in it. All right. I think we could save a lot of money.
I identify the member for Princestown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, through you to the Honourable Minister. Under other transfers 009, I see we have the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago. Could the Honourable Minister indicate to us how soon would we be seeing a new board in place, one, and also the vacancies that exist in the management of the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago? How soon could we see that being addressed in terms of finalizing persons within positions, one, or two, advertising for positions that are currently vacant or persons acting within those positions?
Deputy Chairman, you have seen the speed at which we have been accumulating our boards, unlike the former regime we took over a year. So I think he could be a little patient to wait on us. It will be done in the next few weeks with regards to the sport TT board.
Right. Item 011.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, so at this point we can say that we are without a board for the sport company?
Deputy Chair, we'll put it in writing.
And also with respect to the management and the positions that are currently vacant, one or two persons acting in those positions, could we have that in writing as well?
Sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Carnies?
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises.
Sure.
01 for Citizens Bank Limited, repayment of loan on the Brian Lara Cricket Stadium. Could the Honourable Minister tell us what is the outstanding balance on the loan for the Brian Lara Stadium? Number one. What is the total cost of the loan? What is the cost of the Brian Lara Stadium? I'm going through slowly. What is the cost of the Brian Lara Stadium so far? What is the total cost of the loan? What is the amount
one member at a time, please.
Outstanding balance on the loan? And what is the government, the present government, what are their plans for the Brian Lara Stadium for the future?
Minister of Finance.
I believe the cost of that project is somewhere around the amount of money stolen or wasted in the life sport program. But we will give you the particulars that you have asked for in writing.
You don't want
I think it could be close to the amount of legal fees that you pay to lawyers. About the amount you pay to lawyers.
Would you care to provide it in writing?
We'll put it in writing.
Thank you.
Just giving them an idea.
You're ashamed to give the cost of the Brian Lara Stadium.
Right.
You're ashamed to give lawyers.
Members, let's proceed to subhead 09, Development Program. Member for Caroni East. Minister, I would like to proceed to subhead. You have a question?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Minister, Honorable Minister.
As the epitome of diplomacy here, let me gently speak. As someone who has always remained calm in this house.
Members.
If I respond to you, I'll make 3 editorials. So could I ask the question?
It's getting late. Kindly proceed.
On that item there, could I also ask the minister in writing? Of course, I don't want to ask the minister.
Which line item?
On the line item of pathway program, the loan repayment. There's nothing there. Could I ask the minister if that loan payment has come to an end? And if it has, why have they not removed it as a line item in the first place?
03.
Yeah.
As number 10, I could answer that. That loan was
completed.
Was paid off for obvious reasons.
Okay, so they could remove it
as life sport, yeah.
You don't want to see life sport in documents.
So they clear it up quick.
You want it out. You want life sport out. I understand why you want it out.
Subhead 09, Development Program. Item number 004, Social Infrastructure. And we proceed to the draft estimates of Development Program 2016. And we are on page 209. You all are with me, members? Yes. Nice. Excellent. Princess Tang.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister. Line item 122, establishment of a Sports Institute of Trinidad and Tobago. 1 million has been allocated to this project, it being identified as a new project. Could the Honourable Minister indicate to us exactly where they intend to function and operate the Sports Institute out of? Would it be a new building or would it be a new facility being established? And may I wish to also suggest that if it is a new facility being established, that we would also want to look at several of Trinidad and Tobago's leading and premier sports personalities coming from South Trinidad, and seeing that this government has placed so much focus on rural development, that they may wish to consider constituencies like Naparima and Princestown, Urupuchis, etc., to establish a sports facility of Trinidad and Tobago, whether or not they have considered utilizing the Brian Lara Stadium or any other facility for this purpose.
Deputy Speaker, what is the question?
Where, when, who, and how of the establishment of the Sports Institute of Trinidad and Tobago, item 122. They have identified 1 million for that. We are asking whether it's a new facility. Is it for the startup, for the construction of a new facility? How do they intend to establish this? How do they intend to run this? How do they intend to man this? What exactly is this Sport Institute of Trinidad and Tobago about, and we're also making the recommendation that seeing that they have focused so much of their energies on rural development, that they may wish to consider some of the southern constituencies where there is available land use and so on. Because when you look at line item 124, you see the construction of the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, but you see nothing in several of the other southern and central constituencies.
Well, Chairman, clearly that question is very long, so obviously the answer will be very long. So we'll put that in writing.
So, Madam Chairman, we can clearly see again that there is no planning.
Honourable Member for Princess Town, I don't think that's a fair conclusion to the answer that you were given. Please. I believe you haven't.
Yes, since we put this thing in the allocations, we had the Sport Institute of Trinidad and Tobago. We are talking about line item 122, establishment of a Sports Institute of Trinidad and Tobago. Page 209, Development Program, 004, Social Infrastructure, 122, establishment of a Sport Institute of Trinidad and Tobago. This is a brand new project. It was a manifesto commitment, and it is in the budget statement, and the $1 million is the startup funds to do the planning for this institute, which is an entity. It is not a building. It is an entity, like UWI is an institution, UTT is an institution. This is an entity. So the $1 million is startup funds to do the planning, because this is a brand new entity.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'd like to, through you, to ask the Minister of Sport, item 124, construction of the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, $25 million. And if you could give us an idea of who this will serve and what would be the facilities offered, and when could the constituents of Naparima look forward to a similar facility?
Member for Naparima, in terms of who it will serve, as it's a line item, I will allow that, but I don't see anything for Naparima here to allow that second part to your question.
Well, thank you, Chairman. It's clear in the line item, it's a Diego Martin Sporting Complex, so I think it's clear as day that it will be serving the people of 3 constituencies of Diego Martin.
For Oropuch East.
Small question. I've seen here under recreation and culture, Mr. Minister, you have the upgrading of the swimming pools and so on. And I'm wondering if under this heading as well, is there any funding for the construction of the swimming pool in Lavantil, which the UDICOT is now pursuing as part of a commitment, a budget commitment? Are you also involved in the construction of the swimming pool in Lavantil that UDICOT is now designing? Because the client ministry would do that.
No, but isn't that you'll have to assist us here, since you were the minister for UDICOT. Wouldn't that be under UDICOT establishment?
Is it what?
Wouldn't it be under the UDICOT allocation?
Normally, how it works is that the client ministry would have the allocation, and they would work with finance and send the funds
so
to
you're
UDICOT.
saying that
but it's really, if you're building a swimming pool anywhere,
but this
is a matter of the Ministry of
one that you
Sport.
referred to, was that under the Ministry of Sport previously?
It was an announcement made in the budget, and the UDICOT is now moving in the budget debate. And
which budget?
In the recent debate, I think the member for Lavantil West, Lavantil West announced a swimming pool, mentioned it. And UDICOT is now actually moving, I think, with good haste to look at construction of the swimming pool in Lavantil. I'm wondering if you are the client ministry for it, or if there's another client ministry. You're not?
No, Chairman, no, we're not, but we're happy to hear that UDICOT is moving forward with that project.
Good project.
Is that?
1 minute, please. Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Yeah, on the question of swimming pools.
Yes, on the question of swimming pools, so we're still on
Would there be
096.
upgrade of swimming pools for use by students in the ministry, from the Ministry of Education? Does that include swimming pools for education?
Chairman, yes, it does.
Yes,
Yes,
good.
it does.
Okay.
That's good, very good.
Can we go on, please?
Build some more.
Can we go on to 005, multisectoral and other services, page 211? Honorable Member for Princestown.
Madam Chairman, just to go back to 004, I was trying to get your attention earlier. If the Honorable Minister would be kind enough to explain to us line item 005, the development of a youth employment policy for 500,000. If you can give us a synopsis of what that entails, please.
It's on page 210.
Madam Chair, as I said, only 3 weeks we met with the youth arm and they are working on this as well, and we'll get this in writing to you as soon as possible.
Madam Chair, through you, can the Honorable Minister explain his words when he means the youth arm, what youth arm he refers to? As far as I know,
Tobago Youth Council and Trinidad Youth Council, I met with them, actually one of the few ministers to meet with them, and I'm planning to go to the actual meetings next week with them at their different locations.
Okay, so can we go on to 005, page 211, multisectoral and other services? And therefore, can we go now to the Infrastructure Development Fund? And if we move to page 346, no, 347. 347. Okay. Social infrastructure, 004. And therefore, can I then say, honorable members, the question is that the sum of $516,807,924 for Head 68. The Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $516,807,924 for Head 68. The Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs now stands part of the schedule. Can we kindly, on behalf of the committee, thank the members of Sport and Youth Affairs and relieve the technocrats who have attended. Thank you, please. No. I didn't. Just agree that as we have the Honorable Minister of Finance in the chair here, we shall go on to Head 20 and Head 02.
Speaker, when you were not present with us, there was a discussion with the Deputy Chairman and we had discussed a 30-minute break at this time. We'd crave your indulgence to have a 30-minute break. I think the members opposite might be agreeable. No, not with you. We spoke to the Deputy Chairman. Right here.
Excuse me. I would like to ask that if I give a 30-minute break, if we are going to 12:30. No, well, we'll just continue Oropuch East to reach to 12 items, that's all. I can arrange for members to stream out.
You see, Madam Speaker, I can't stream out. I have to stay. I can't stream.
He has not a break at all.
I mean, you took a break.
Well, we could skip Auditor General and we still have to be your phone. So, all right, so I would think to be humane to the Honorable Minister of Finance. We would have a 20-minute break and return here. So we resume here at 9:23.
Thank you so much.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
The Office of the Parliament, in its continued television series on parliamentary personalities, highlights former independent Senator Parvati Anmol-Singh Mahabir. Parvati Anmol-Singh Mahabir was born and grew up in Aruka. She's the last child in a family of 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls, of a well-known and respected family. Her parents had always instilled in her positive moral and social values, which had a tremendous effect on her life, and she considers her parents as her mentors. As a result of this upbringing, coupled with a background as an educator, social and cultural activist, a community-based citizen, and a member of several non-governmental organizations, she was an ideal candidate to be selected as an independent senator. She served as a full-time senator during the period 2002 to 2007. What was your reaction when you got the call from President Robinson to serve as one of his independent senators?
Well, initially I was a bit surprised, but I always consider it a great honor and privilege to be called upon to serve my country.
Former Senator Parvati Anmol-Singh Mahabir's performance as an independent senator was so impressive that President Max Richards further utilized her as one of his temporary independent senators.
Parvati was pretty new. She could have gone some more. She had something to offer. She would have made for continuity, you know. So those were the things that those were the factors I think would have played in the mind of His Excellency when he would have asked her to go back.
And what were your main objectives when you entered the Senate?
I knew I had a lot to contribute, and I wanted to see mainly good governance above all. I wanted to see some changes being made with regards to ensuring that citizens of this country have a better standard of living, that they have access to the services that they deserve to have, and of course, they must be part of the whole democratic process.
Senator
and Mulsing Mahabir really typified my understanding of the role and purpose and function and stature of an independent senator.
She's very much gender sensitive, I will tell you that one. And she first worked, the very first thing that she did was the NIS, the bill passing the NIS bill. And having done that, having worked so diligently with Mr. Dolsing, she was able to make life easy for those people who could not quite understand the process of applying for the NIS.
Many commentators agree that your most passionate contribution in the Senate is the issue of the NIS. What is your take on that?
With regards to the national insurance system, a lot of benefit could have been derived from it, but a number of elderly people approached me from time to time stating that they were not receiving their due benefits. And I felt that this should not be so. These are civil servants who have worked in the vineyards of our country and served and helped develop our country. And I ensured in Parliament, I brought up the various issues, I pointed out the deficiencies in the system. Mind you, the NIS system is one of the best insurance systems we have. But I brought out the deficiencies so that they can correct it. Mr. Heward Dolsing had the correct statistics. So I appealed to him to assist me in regards to ensuring that all these hard-working, retired civil servants get their due.
She contacted me to discuss several matters pertaining to the national insurance system. She knew very little about the system, but she had a passion to assist the elderly, wanted to find out how can people benefit from a national insurance system. And I had the knowledge and she had the power. She had the voice. So we collaborated.
Independent Senator and Mulsing Mahabir contributed to other issues, including budget debates, the health sector, the social cultural sector, the Housing Development Corporation, agriculture, rural development, the education sector, public utilities, constitutional reform, and corporal punishment.
I think she was very effective, especially in the areas where she was, very comfortable, where she had a special interest. She was very effective. I say so because she did her research, especially if we were dealing with a topic that she liked or that she was interested in, or that even from her other interests apart from the senatorial interest.
I noted with great interest that she participated very fervently in most of the debates when they came. I mean, it appeared that she was very eager to speak on, and she spoke on very, very many of them, some critical debates as well. Understanding that once we got the intellectual positions correct, then the law and the politics of the country should have come a lot easier. And she was very keen and very enthusiastic in her participation in that.
Former independent Senator Parvati and Mulsing Mahabir served as chairman of a Parliament Joint Select Committee.
In fact, considerable work was done with regards to the Joint Select Committee in Parliament. My main focus was to ensure that the ministries and the entities that appeared before the committee acted in a manner which was transparent and they were accountable to the citizens of the country, as well as be able to deliver the services that they ought to provide. And that was the main thrust. Of course, many ministries appeared before me, and the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Public Utilities, the Ministry of Housing, and so many other entities. I can't recall all at present.
When we were there, she was asked to chair a special committee. And she probably found that, am I adequate? Am I up to it? Will I do it properly? And she came to me and I said to her, the fact that you were asked meant that those who asked you saw something in you that said you will be a success at it.
There were two groups, Group 1 and Group 2, and she chaired a very, very challenging group because, us combative opposing politicians are never easy. That group included strong persons like Hedrich Barrow, you'll remember him, Ganga Singh, Dr. Keith Rowley, the present Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa as Member of Parliament for Siparia, Wade Mark, Sadiq Bashk, and yours truly, so and many others. So it was a very combative period. At all stages, she maintained the characteristics of being fair and balanced and non-political, as indeed an independent senator should.
What did you take to the Senate and what did you take away?
I went into the Parliament with a lot of skills. Remember, I was an educator. I also have my postgraduate degree, so I was very good at research. I was able to provide good research for whatever bills were being debated. And of course, when the bills came before the Senate, I ensured that whatever matter is being debated, right, would always be down to the benefit of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
I think she is a good mother to start with. She knows the difference between rich and poor. She knows that what is the difference between need and want. And I would like to publicly thank her for the passion she showed during that period. If I can remember, she's the only member on the Senate in my 42 years as an independent NIS consultant to have given me that sort of recognition, not me, but the services.
Despite the fact, like I said, that she was also in many Hindu organizations, she was also involved with COAT, that is the Confederation of African Associations of Trinidad and Tobago. And she was also in the Girl Guides, and as I said before, the Ethiopian church in Aruka.
What role did your family play during your stint in the Senate?
Well, first of all, I am who I am because of my parents, Mr. Rajaraman Molsing, and my mother, Mrs. Bidrani and Molsing. They taught me very good values. Apart from helping me to accomplish many things in life, they ensured that I always give back to the community. They also taught me to put God first in everything that I do. And that has served me very well. And when I was called to Parliament, I must say the support of my spouse, Dr. Vinod Mahabir, my children, my daughter, Dr. Nandini Ramrup, and my son, Dr. Ravindra Mahabir, were always there for me. They gave me the support, the encouragement, and ensured that I was in a good frame of mind when I went into Parliament.
Parvati and Mohsin Mahaber, she's been a true inspiration to me. She was the first female in our family and her family to achieve tertiary education and postgraduate education, to subsequently become a member of Parliament. She's always been able to maintain professionalism and yet maintain balance in our family life, for my brother and myself. She always taught us to enforce good goals, for us to be successful, achieve academic-wise as well, not forgetting, true values in life, the love of God, to be respectful and humble as well. I really admire her accomplishments.
Yes, I would like to salute my mother, Mrs. Parvati and Mohsin Mahaber, in all her achievements in the spheres of life as a parent, a wife, and career person. While assuming the role of an independent senator, she maintained her integrity and dignity in serving the people of Trinidad and Tobago to the best of her ability. She proved herself as a fierce patriot in all that she could have done, in addition to the various contributions she made in various non-governmental organizations.
Senator Parvati and Morsing Mahabir participated in many conferences, both regional and international. She is the recipient of a National Service Award from the Tunapuna Regional Corporation and recognition from other organizations during her tenure as an independent senator.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Parliament Outreach.
The roles and responsibilities of an MP is to ensure that he carries out about his duties and that he makes sure that his constituency is being taken care for.
The lecture series today was very informative, especially from Mr. Hamed Ghani. He made me very aware of what is mostly the main role of an MP, what happens, what ministers are supposed to do, and what processes the Parliament goes through in deciding a bill.
I think the role of an MP is to seek the interests of the people in the area, deal with the matters that are pending, and give everybody a fair chance to state their problems and things that they think the MP should do to uplift the area.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM. You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
Madam Speaker, the Minister will be here shortly. Yes.
Members, the Standing Finance Committee meeting now resumes, and we are at Head 20, Pensions and Gratuities. This is at page 118. Yes? All right, so Head 20, Pensions and Gratuities, $50 million. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this is the head that provides for the payment of pensions and gratuities to public officers, widows and orphans, some teachers, naval and military pensions, judges' pensions, Prime Minister pension, our pension, and so on, fire service pension, etc. Well, actually, fire service is accounted for elsewhere. And I would simply say that it's just a general principle that as salaries are increased, an increased allocation has to be made for pensions, because quite often collective agreements go backwards. So you might reach agreement on the period 2011 to 2013, for example, in the year 2015. So it will mean an increased pension payment for persons who would have retired in those years. And that's it, basically.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $50 million for Head 20, the pensions and gratuities, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $50 million for Head 20, the pensions and gratuities, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. We are at page 118, item 007, households.
I heard you referring to a figure of 50 million. I was a little surprised. I instinctively thought it was more than that. And it is really 2,664 million under households alone. And then you have other items, so it's more like $3.1 billion. Yeah. Okay. And I'm now being told that this is a direct charge, so that all we have to appropriate is $50 million. What would be the $50 million we appropriating?
It's item 10.
It's just that the way it's done in the estimates, even though we are appropriating a certain amount, we have been, throughout this examination, examining everything, whether it's appropriated or not. So I just wanted to make the point that the allocation for pensions and gratuities is in fact $3,112,500,000. The item that we are appropriating is for gratuities to technical and professional contract officers, but the total is $3.1 billion.
All right, so that the item under consideration is just that sub-item 10.
Page 118. No, I mean...
We'll consider all the items.
Yeah, this is what we've been doing. This is what we've been doing as we're going through. We've been looking at everything, so I have no problem with that.
So, under 007 households, honorable members, the question is that the sum of 50 million for head 20 pensions and gratuities stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of 50 million for head 20 pensions and gratuities now stands part of the schedule. Can we now go on to head 02, Auditor General? And if you give me one moment, please. Page 5. Head 02, Auditor General, $43,944,260. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $43,944,260 for Head 02, the Auditor General, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $43,944,260 for Head 02, the Auditor General, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Honorable Member for Superior.
Madam Chair, in accordance with your ruling, just to remind us of the ditto rule on the personal expenditure, there's a decrease here of about $26 million.
Madam Chair, I thought I would be allowed to make a brief introductory statement.
Well,
there's just a certain clarification that needs to be made.
all right, and we have really followed that procedure. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just very, very brief. The Auditor General's Department is responsible for auditing ministries, departments, and statutory bodies, not state enterprises.
And the THA.
And yes, and the Tobago House of Assembly, but not state enterprises. You know, there's a belief that the Auditor General could audit anybody. That is not so. They do not audit state enterprises. They State enterprises audits are sent to the Ministry of Finance for laying in Parliament and reference to statutory authorities like Port Authority, Airport Authority, and so on. And the audits of state enterprises are laid in the Parliament and sent to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. I just wanted to make that clarification.
Much. And for the member for Superior, yes.
General statements can come. Question, sorry.
Well, we actually we at page 5, under 01.
So
that's where we are.
So no general statements.
No general statements.
At the start
but I'm
of the
sure
head.
you can rephrase your statement to fit into here.
I thank you for the confidence. I hope I can live up to it, madam.
I'm sure
I'm looking at personal expenditure 01, general administration, and I asked about the data rule to account for the decrease of 26 million, decrease of 4.1 million. That's the first question. The second will be, are there any public service posts vacant for this fiscal year? Thirdly, does the Auditor General's Department have sufficient staff to conduct the required audits of the numerous ministries and departments? And what attempts, if any, are being made to recruit qualified staff at this department, all under general administration?
All right. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Fortunately, as the former chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, I have some understanding of the tremendous challenges facing the Auditor General's Department, which currently has approximately 100 vacancies out of a staff establishment of approximately 300. And I want to say at the outset, again, as a result of my stint as chairman of Public Accounts Committee, and also the visits we made abroad to have interaction with other Public Accounts Committees and Auditors General overseas. During this fiscal year, I will be in consultation with the Auditor General's Department because we need to fill these vacancies, and we also need to give the Auditor General's Department the wherewithal to do value for money audits, because the number of staff that can be allocated to value for money audits at this time is quite small. That has come up at various times over the last 5 years. So I want to say I'm making a commitment. No, they need more. No, they don't have enough bodies. They need the staff. We're going to make every effort to fill those vacancies and use whatever mechanism is appropriate to do that, to assist them. We'll try bringing in people on contract to help them, try to work with the Public Service Commission and so on to see if we can employ as many qualified people, auditors, forensic auditors, and that sort of thing, and also do whatever we can to assist the Auditor General's Department to fulfill its mandate. I just wanted to make that statement.
Can we go on to item? Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Yeah, well, in keeping with what Minister is saying, Minister of Finance, under line item 26, the vacant post salaries and COLA without incumbents, we see that you increased it to 64,000 only. So would that be in consonance with what your thinking is? I mean, 64,000 is nothing. You're bringing in increased staff, so you'll have to give more allocation here.
Is that as far as the Auditor General staff is aware, they don't have any vacant posts that are direct charges. So they don't have any vacant posts that are direct charges. Okay. So this might in fact be a typographical error. I will check that. But what I want to say, I just want to make the point that I will be giving attention to this department, and if we have to fire funds and give them additional funds, we will do so.
Madam Chair, I just take you just a little fast forward.
Therefore, can we go on to 002? Item 002, which is Tobago Services.
Yes, madam. Again, 01 thereunder speaks of a 24% decrease here with respect to Tobago. The issue of the audits for Tobago has come up consistently, and I think with the Auditor General's Department now under scrutiny. We would want to ask, when was the last audited statements by the Auditor General for Tobago?
only 3 in Tobago. What I've discovered is that because of the severe staff shortages and for other reasons, the complement of staff from the Auditor General's department, and this is historical, is in Tobago, who have the responsibility to audit the THA and the central administrative services, extremely small. And this is the reason that there's 3, there's actually 3 people. And just 3. So this has been happening for some time. So that now that I am in this seat as Minister of Finance, and I have discovered that there are just 3 people to audit the THA, which is $1 billion allocation, multi-billion dollar. That is again another area that I will be looking at very carefully to see how we can assist the Auditor General to beef up their staff in Tobago to expedite the auditing of the THA accounts. With respect to the last year, I'd prefer to give you that answer in writing. I prefer to get accurate information, the dates and everything, and when the accounts were submitted to the Auditor General's department, for which years, and I give an undertaking that you will get that very shortly.
We do not know when was the last audited statement.
I'd prefer not to make a statement, because when we were dealing with the when we were dealing with the THA, sorry, let me talk. When we were dealing with the THA head, you know, the chief administrator indicated to me that they had submitted accounts up to 2013.
That's what they did. This is Auditor
I
General.
know.
Audited.
So I want to double check that information, see how long those statements have been with the Auditor General's department, and just find out what the true picture is, because with that limited staff, they may have had accounts there in the possession for a long time. I don't know. I don't want to prejudge or prejudice the issue, but I give an undertaking. This is very important, and you will get in writing what is the last audited statement, and since then, how many statements have been submitted. You see, if, let's, for example, hypothetically, if the THA submitted accounts all the way up to 2011, for example, and had been there for years, you know, who is really at fault? So I would like to, and they're not at fault either because of the staff shortage. So I'd like to give a proper explanation of what's happening. I'll give you in writing, and I will give you full disclosure on what's happening. Okay?
I thank the Honourable Minister for the undertaking and would ask him to include in that written report on this matter the last audited report, what were the constraints there apart from staff, because I know there were difficulties in what was being submitted by the THA. So can we also get that in the report? And then, and if the Minister does discover, as he's indicating, that for subsequent years down to 2013, the THA has submitted statements, what are the constraints within those statements that the Auditor General is lacking
no problem.
in order to give a proper
I will find out what has
statement.
happened, what are the constraints the Auditor General's office suffers under.
Apart from staff?
No, everything. What are the issues in terms of what prevented them from producing the audits in a timely fashion, whether it is that they got them late, they didn't get them at all, or they are there and they just don't have enough staff to deal with them. I'll answer everything. What are the problems? Whether they just don't have the staff, or whether there are other problems.
Mr. Minister of Finance, don't you find it unacceptable that you cannot in 5 seconds tell us when was the last Auditor General report on Tobago?
The Auditor General is next to you.
With the Auditor General next to you.
This is a live session, and I would prefer to put it in writing. There's many a slip between the cup and the lip. So I don't want to slip up on this. So you will get it in writing.
Perhaps we should put all our questions in writing and go home. And then
All right, can we move on to Sub-Carney East?
And you know, you could have found that out over the last 5 years.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Carney East. No, I believe, are we on to 02?
Yes.
Okay.
No, 02, yes, goods and services.
All right, so could you allow me to call the head, because I thought you were still subhead 01.
General.
So subhead 02, goods and services, Honorable Member for Carney East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In consonance with what the Honourable Minister of Finance was speaking about in terms of the deficiency of employees at the Auditor General's department. And we have an item 16 for contract employment, but he is aware that there is a deficiency, but yet still he has only put in 24,000 increase for contract employment. And then for short-term employment, there is no increase whatsoever. And he has two line items which he could have used for this budgetary allocation, cognizant of the fact that there is a deficiency of staff in the Auditor General's department.
And you have discreet salaries and COLA.
Yeah.
And these have not been increased.
And
But there's no increase anywhere for staff.
no increase in for salaries.
But this is under the contract employment.
Contract and short-term employment. What I think this is an area he could have brought people in, knowing that there is a paucity of employees in the Auditor General's department.
The contract employment is who? IT. Okay. I'm advised that at present, in the Auditor General's office, they have a legal officer and an IT technician paid under contract employment. They also have auditors that they've brought in under short-term employment, which is item number 22. And the point I'm making, this is something I've been subsisting for years. And with my experience in the Public Accounts Committee, I do intend, in consultation with the Auditor General's Department, to give them the necessary resources to beef up. So that this allocation, I'm giving you the assurance, as I said a little while ago, that I am going to work with them, and if we need to supplement this appropriation, we will.
So you would support the Auditor General in these two line items, the areas, the short-term employment,
among others,
and contract
anything
employment.
they require, within reason.
Honorable Member for Superior.
Still under goods and services, line item, traveling and subsistence. Again, there's a decreased allocation with traveling and subsistence, about 35% less than last year, 1.3 million. Again, what accounts for that decrease in allocation?
I'm told it's associated with collective agreements.
How many officers are currently entitled to traveling and subsistence? And what is the policy for the payment of traveling and subsistence?
Traveling officers are entitled to traveling. And certain categories of officers within the public service, and it would be in the establishment book, would be entitled to subsistence.
Would you be kind enough to let us know who they are?
Sure. I'll provide that in writing for you. I wouldn't want to tell you tonight. I'll provide it in writing for you. Who? Well, I don't want to give you the names of the traveling officers. I will tell you how many traveling officers, what positions, and which positions are entitled to subsistence.
Yeah.
Can we move on to item 002?
And of course, why the drop? Why is there the
Well, it has to do with collective agreements and part payment of arrears and so on. That's what I'm told. It's collective agreements, part payment of arrears. But I will give you the detailed answer.
I can't see them decreasing their own traveling and subsistence.
No, it's part of a collective agreement.
Accepted, sir.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Yeah, well, we heard the Honorable Minister speak about the same paucity for the Auditor General's Department for Tobago services. And we have the same line item 16 for contract employment, but there is no allocation for that for 2016. And even short-term employment. But he just a while ago said.
The Honorable Minister just a while ago.
The Honorable Minister of Finance just a while ago said he's aware that there are only 3 officers for Tobago for providing services for the Auditor General's Department, but yet still doesn't put any funding for contract employment under number 16 and short-term employment under number 22. What happened? You weren't consulted?
The question is finished? You finished your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Today is the 15th of October. The estimates were sent to the Printry on about the 30th of September. I was appointed minister on the 11th of September. I have only just discovered tonight that there are severe staff shortages in the Tobago section of the Auditor General's department. When these estimates were prepared, that information was not available. Now that it has become available, I'm giving the assurance, and I've already said this about 3 times to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I'm giving the assurance as we dig into this thing and we get more information, we will supplement the appropriation. Okay?
Honorable Member for Superior.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 17 on that same page 6, under the line item 17, training. Does the allocation for training include capacity?
Honorable Member for Superior, we had 002.
It wouldn't include capacity.
Tobago services.
So we finished with goods and services?
So that
We are
development.
02 goods and services.
So you are under training.
I'm under goods and
001.
services. Yes. I think all of these are.
Yes, please proceed, sorry.
Does that allocation on the training, line item 17, include capacity development for audits, 1, 2? Does it include training for value for money audits? I think that might be it for now. 1, 2.
I'm trying to find it.
Yes, ma'am, those 2 questions under the training line item. Capacity development for audits and training for value for money audits. We spoke
My
a lot
understanding is
here about value for money.
Yeah, my understanding, this is for routine training, and that we'll come to it, but there is an allocation for institutional strengthening under the development
DP.
program. Yeah.
Thank you.
And again, we will supplement those votes as required.
Still on the same page, line item 23, fees. I noticed that there is a significant increase allocation by 139.2 million for fiscal 20. 139,235
Where's it?
in fiscal 16 as compared to 15.
Who's the fees?
The increased allocation, what is it intended to pay for? Further, can it be used for external auditors to be procured using fees allocated here? And can a breakdown of fees expected to be paid be provided paid under that item?
I'm advised, when I answer this question, you may not still require the breakdown, but you can get it if you wish. I'm told this is for licensing, for software, and those are the fees. It's not legal. Yes, in order to use proprietary software, auditing software, this is very complex and very expensive software. It's right through the government, the Microsoft system that the government uses. We have to pay millions of dollars in annual fees throughout the public service, and this is specialized auditing software that require annual license fees to be paid. If you want a breakdown of what the programs are, how much the fees are, we will certainly provide that to you in writing, but it's for proprietary, complex accounting software that you have to have annual license fees for. So you still want the breakdown?
Yes, it sounds reasonable what you're saying, but you kindly, as you say.
No problem. If you want the breakdown, we'll give it to you.
On the same page, on the 28 contracted services. Again, what accounts for the increased allocation for this line item, other contractive services, from 359,000 in 2015 to 768 in fiscal 2016? What accounts for that increase of 409?
In recognition of the limited capacity of the department, this is to contract out audits to auditing firms who would conduct audits on behalf of the Auditor General's department under the supervision of the Auditor General's department. So it's an increased allocation to allow them to improve their capacity and their rate of auditing.
So it can be used to contract in.
No, it will be used. It will be used to contract out external auditors and so on.
Can we get a breakdown of the services expected to be provided? And can we get a list of the service providers if it is available?
Well, this is a 2016.
Yeah,
so if it's available, we'll make it available. If it's available, we'll make it available.
And the selection process used for
we're going forward.
Yes, we're going forward. 2016.
Right, okay.
What is the selection process to select these providers?
We will provide that information in writing.
62 as well. I'm sorry. Same page.
Same page?
Item 62. which is promotions, etc. Again, what accounts for the allocation for promotions, etc., of 45,000 in 16, which was nil in 2015. What are the individual projects and costs being undertaken or to be undertaken under this item?
Promotions, publicity, and printing. That's the item.
Line item 62.
Yeah, promotion,
I have three
right?
questions, if I may. One, what accounts for the allocation of 45,000 for 2016, which was nil in 2015? What are the individual projects and costs being undertaken under this item? And third, what types of promotion, publicity expected to be conducted under this line item?
All right. Well, as you can see, the 2015 original estimate was 70,000. It was not utilized.
Yeah.
We have given them 45,000. This is for the advertisement as part of the procurement process, the public procurement process for the engagement of external auditors. So this is to place advertisements in the newspaper and so on, inviting proposals for persons to be contracted as external auditors.
$45,000 to
Yes.
place advertisements.
Yes.
And so that's the only project that this 45,000 is for advertisements?
Yes. Yes.
To advertise.
Well, from time to time they would
the need for contract
Well, not
officers.
need. They want to engage the services of external auditors, so they would advertise and invite proposals for the contracting of external auditors, and this would happen from time to time over the fiscal year.
So that's the only.
That's what I'm advised.
Thank you, sir.
Can we move on then to subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, which we would find on page 8. Item 001, general administration.
21, I'm looking at 20.
Honorable Member for Superior.
Yes, ma'am, give me one moment to find the page, thank you. We're looking at 001, general admin.
Page 8, yes.
Or page 7, I think. Sorry. Page 8, thank you. Page 8, 01, vehicles, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 01 there, ma'am, on page 8. Vehicles, I note there's an allocation for vehicles of 450,000 in fiscal 16. There was nil in fiscal 2015. So what accounts for that? How many vehicles are going to be purchased? It is for purchase of vehicles. And what is the official use if vehicles are being purchased for? 3 questions on that. Item 01, line item, vehicles.
Well, since the former government refused to purchase a vehicle for the Auditor General's department, thereby rendering them inefficient, this new government, in recognition of the fact that you refused to buy a vehicle for them, has allocated 450,000 for a fairly large vehicle for the Auditor General's department. Right now, they're scrambling, they're begging, they're borrowing vehicles from other people.
Very good.
So we're doing what you did not do.
And what is the official use of the vehicles? Well, I
vehicle
congratulate you for that.
For
I'm happy
field
for the
audits,
Auditor General.
for field audits, for general administration, for deliveries, for all sorts of things.
I hope the Auditor General make sure you live up to what your promises.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not a UNC. We deliver.
0324.
Can we move on to subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies?
Ma'am, before we get there,
Yes.
there's an item.
Honorable Member for Superior, yes.
Under 03, line
Yes.
item 24, furniture and furnishings, again, increase allocation 43.
That's line item 03.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if it's 03, but...
03, furniture and
Yes,
furnishings.
ma'am, yes, 03. Under 0303. Yeah. What accounts for the increased allocation here? Fiscal 2015, 400. We have an increase 356.9 thousand. Are there new office accommodations to be furnished? Or is this a replacement of existing furniture furnishings? Again, I hope it's a nicer place for the Auditor General.
This department has suffered from a paucity of appropriations over the last 5 years. So we're giving them a vehicle, we're giving them proper equipment, we're giving them furniture and furnishings, so they won't have to use the old furniture that you gave them, and we're giving them other equipment so that we bring them up to the standard of a modern and efficient auditing, first world auditing office. So it's just to improve their working conditions. They have old furniture, no vehicle. This is what you did to them. So we're trying to help them.
I wish you very good luck. I'm very happy for the Auditor General's department. I'm done if you're happy.
Members, have we exhausted subhead 03? Can we move on to subhead 04? Current transfers and subsidies, still on page 8, item 001, regional bodies.
No problems with that. Nothing.
Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 004, international bodies. And therefore, can we go to the development program, subhead 09, page 2. Page 2, your development program. Subhead 09, development program, item 005, multisectoral and other services.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, 1 second.
Page 2.
Right, page 2, 005, multisectoral and other services. General public services, administrative services. 001, therefore, they're under institutional strengthening of the Auditor General's department. There's a decline of about 28% from fiscal 2015 allocation to fiscal 2016, and I know we are in the business of improving everything for the Auditor General's department, and why is there a decline in this institutional strengthening allocation? That's the first question. Second, in what ways will the department be strengthened with the allocation they're given? And third, what is the expected time frame for completion of this project for institutional strengthening?
I thought that the former administration would know that the auditors in the Auditor General's department have been trained by the National Audit Office of the Government of the United Kingdom, and that accounts for the expenditure in 2015. So I'm advised that all of the auditors have been trained by the National Audit Office, and the 500,000 will now allow those persons who have been trained to impart their knowledge in a mentoring program with some of the new persons coming into the department. So it's adequate, but as I said, I give the commitment that if the Auditor General needs more, he will get more within the context of the national budget. Police getting more. Auditor General getting more.
And you are getting more to do.
Judiciary getting more. Once we cut out the corruption, we could balance the budget.
Are there any other questions on items 005? And therefore, honorable members, the question is that the sum of $43,944,260 for head 02, the Auditor General, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $43,944,260 for head 02, the Auditor General, now stands part of the schedule. I believe we are going on to head 12. I say thank you to the members of the Auditor General Department for coming and assisting the committee. Please reach home safely.
Thank you.
Members, can we go to head 12, Public Service Appeal Board? And we are, excuse me, please, we are at page 52. Of the draft estimates, details of estimates of recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2016, page 52. Head 12, Public Service Appeal Board, $3,855,180. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,855,180 for Head 12, the Public Service Appeal Board, stand part of the schedule. Honorable Minister, you are invited, but you may decline to deliver a short statement of not less than 5 minutes. This is page 52, Head 12. This is the Public Service Appeal Board.
To make a statement on this. I'm so sorry.
Honorable members, the sum of $3,855,180 for Head 12, the Public Service Appeal Board, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Can I take this as a ditto? Everybody, same general assurance.
Madam, we'll take the
Speaker, I
public
actually
service.
can give detailed answers right now.
You have detailed answers.
Well, you
I
have
could
no
give detailed
questions.
answers right now.
No questions.
Need to waste time with any
Madam
veto here.
Chair, can we indicate that we have no questions and we allow the Public Service Appeal Board to do their work?
All right, so no questions
On
under...
Public Service Appeal Board. No, Madam already put the ditto in.
No, I have the answer. Because that is a question.
Yeah, but put it in writing.
But put it in the ditto rule. Put it in writing. Ditto.
Well, let me just ask this.
None. Public Service Board.
Do I take it from the honorable members on this side? Just for my clarification, are there no questions under subhead 02 and subhead 03? Which is under subhead 01. And seeing that that is the only item, I therefore would allow the Minister of Finance to answer the questions on 01.
Yes.
Item 001, General Administration.
And I wish to thank the public servant, the very diligent public servant allocated to assist me with respect to this head, who has advised me that the increase in expenditure is for the hiring of a court reporter and a driver courier in fiscal 2016. Very good person. Very good person. I have answers to every other head too in here.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,855,180 for Head 12, the Public Service Appeal Board, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $3,855,180 for Head 12, the Public Service Appeal Board, now stands part of the schedule. Members, it's now 10:07. I think we have 2 hours to 12 o'clock. Might I ask the Minister of Finance, do you have any other technocrats here under any other head?
And I had a discussion with the opposition chief whip, and we reached agreement that we would cease and desist after the Public Service Appeal Board for tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Him? Ask him. Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
So this meeting shall be adjourned. This meeting shall be suspended.
There's another arrangement I sought and received agreement from the opposition chief whip that because the public servants from Tobago who deal with the Central Administrative Services, CAST, they came over with the THA in anticipation that their matters would be held jointly. Perhaps there was a miscommunication. So they are still here, and they would like to return to Tobago tomorrow. So I spoke to the opposition chief whip, who very kindly agreed that we would deal with the central administrative services early in the morning and send them on their way back to Tobago.
We'll take them first?
We could take them first, yeah.
Yes?
We could take them first, yeah.
All right. So, and they have been notified that they will be taken first.
I have been so advised.
Right. And therefore we start at 10 a.m. tomorrow?
With the central administrative services,
Okay, so this...
with finance and
Yes.
so on.
Continue
In order.
until what number? What are the heads we are dealing with? We have a list here, but we must be absolutely clear.
Yes.
We'll do Central Administrative Service Tobago,
Yes.
Ministry of Finance,
Yes.
Ministry of Works and Infrastructure,
Yes.
Equal Opportunity Tribunal.
Yes.
No, the Prime Minister may not be available. We can't count on that.
Yes, let's...
But we are not factoring the Prime Minister
Yes.
at all. Equal Opportunities, I said.
Yes.
We also have carded the Ministry of Agriculture.
Yes.
And I think that would make 7, if I'm not mistaken.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only have 5.
5, the Tax Appeal Board and the Industrial Court.
Can't we be ambitious and strive for a little more tomorrow?
The President.
Okay.
I just want to point out, Madam Speaker. Sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Might I indicate that the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, who has responsibility for CAST, has indicated that they would like to start at 1:30, not 10 o'clock tomorrow.
All right.
1:30.
So we would put Central Administration Services. When we mean...
Oh, what I was under the impression they would like to start first thing in the morning, but they want to do it at 1:30. Yeah, at 1:30. They want to be scheduled at 1:30.
So therefore, would we are starting with the Ministry of Finance at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning?
I think this house. Remember, this has been fixed according to the standing orders.
Yes, but the order is not being changed, Honorable.
Yes, ma'am, because we will have to do other matters before we get to 1:30.
No, well, and that's therefore we started at 10 o'clock with Order 9.
Which is Finance?
Which is the Ministry of Finance.
So we will go from that hour until 1:30?
No, we will go Ministry of Finance. And then the next schedule item is 11, Central Administration Services.
So we expect to finish to do them at 1:30. We expect that we will spend from 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. until 1:30 on Finance.
Well, I would expect that we would break for lunch sometime in between there.
Well, we didn't break for dinner. So anything is possible in the haste to do these things.
I think though dinner was provided.
But we didn't break.
Okay,
sure
but I would
provided.
expect that we would break for lunch
No,
tomorrow.
no, we are.
Excuse me,
Why not 10 o'clock?
May I
Sure.
say something, please?
Sure.
We had a discussion with the leader of the opposition bench to start proceedings tomorrow at 1:30. You would recall 1:30 and start on Saturday at 10 a.m. You would recall? Thank you very much. Madam, we'll be starting at 1:30 tomorrow.
That was what
He's
the
aware.
leader had told
No,
us.
he wasn't when he spoke
No,
to
the
me.
minister was of the view.
Well, we'll be
start at
starting
10.
at 1:30 tomorrow.
Excellent,
Yeah, you
so no break
misled
for
me.
lunch, ma'am.
You misled me
We
again.
have lunch before.
And we will start with the Central Administrative Services.
We will start with CAST. Yes, thank you.
Honorable members, I want to say thank you for your cooperation today.
Excuse me? Ma'am, could I say something
Yes,
before
please.
you
Oropuchis.
adjourn? Earlier, a few minutes before, we went through a list of items we expect to complete tomorrow.
Yes.
That was on the mistaken information given by the Minister of Finance, who inadvertently misled me an hour ago. So that misspoke, misled, misinterpreted, misunderstood. And we listed items on the basis of starting at 10. But now we are being properly advised by the Leader of the House that we'll start at 1:30. It cannot be we are dealing with these 12 items tomorrow at the same time.
I don't have them as 12. We have Ministry of Finance, Central Administrative Services, Ministry of Works, Equal Opportunities, Ministry of Agriculture, Tax Appeal Board, Industrial Court, President, which are 8. And having regard to the level of cooperation we had from members today, and I think it is attainable.
May I just add to the discussion very briefly?
Members, please.
If I may just add to the discussion very briefly, the intention was, CAS did think that they would be on today, and that is why they came today prepared. But given what happened today, they're still going to be here. So it would have been 7 tomorrow, ma'am. So it's 8 only because CAST has been carried over.
It evens out.
Yes. Yes, so it evens out, as you rightly put it.
Right.
So 1:30 and we'll be doing 8.
This meeting is now suspended. We will resume tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone.